I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so take that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys today. Thank you everyone for joining us. And I want to bring up our panel guests really quick. Well, Libra's kind of a regular on the on the show here, but I want to make sure that I get us in the right format. I might have to wait till I get you up here, Libra. Hold on a second. Oh gosh, now we're really little. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Hi,
I'm
lady.
trying to move us. Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing
We're here.
fantastic.
We ain't going
We're-
nowhere.
We're here. We are here. So I'm trying to hold on. I don't like this format. Sorry. I'm trying to get
it's,
it.
it's all good.
I'm trying to get us on another format here. Um, yeah,
Do your
lot to
thing.
go over. So we were going to go over some stuff with Mackenzie Sharilla last night. So I changed. Oh, there we are. This is the one I was looking for. So,
Yeah.
because I already set it up. All right. So, yeah, we were going over the Mackenzie Sharilla stuff, and I'm excited to kind of go over some of it because the body cam footage says a lot.
Right. Yeah. So so you have some of that you're wanting to review, is that correct?
Yeah. So
Hi
I
Don
found.
Emery.
We love our Don Emery. So I found some. Well, it's this
Yeah.
interview with Dominic's mom. So his sister and his mom have the same name. So they're both Christine. So just so everybody knows that, because I had to even double check that
Ah.
myself. Yeah, I took a double take. I was like, oh, they're both Christine.
I
Okay,
did not
so
know that. That's
yeah,
wild.
yeah, I checked with Chuchi. I'm like, so they're both Christine, and she's like, yeah, they're both Christine. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, just checking. So yeah, so like the Big Sister Unhinged podcast is the one that we've been dropping the link for, because his sister has been very vocal. Um, but then he also, his mother Christine, did an interview with
Hmm.
police, and they have the body cam for that, and it's just the audio. I think the person took out,
Yeah.
and put like pictures of
Okay.
Mackenzie and Dominic and things like that. And so I want to go over that and then the original footage from the beginning, because like we were talking about last night, I can't believe how long she was actually in the car with those boys, and they're
Yeah.
deceased or not. You're barely alive, but she's coherent enough to answer questions on the scene. So
So crazy. So crazy. I can't get over that.
yeah,
I just can't,
yeah.
man.
I mean, I just want to put myself in that position and wonder what I would do, because I know a lot of times we do that to speculate. But um,
Yeah.
yes, Brad. So we're gonna.
Yeah.
I try to do. Yeah, I
It
try
seems
to.
like
He's asking about day and night shows, because I mean, I try to do day shows because I know a lot of you guys are like, oh my gosh, lady, I have to watch you on the replay because you guys are up late, um, and that sort of thing. Like,
night owls over here for sure, Brad. I'm sorry. Hopefully,
yeah, we
Brad,
are.
we can accommodate you.
I know, yeah. Well, and usually, see, Brad's on the night crew. We have a lot of people that are on both,
Oh,
though,
okay.
which is nice. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Lisa King. Good to see you. So that's what's nice.
Hi, Choo Chi.
Yes. And there's Chuchi. Good to see you, Chuchi. Yeah, Brad. Both of them are Christine. So, and again, guys, I do want to just say that, I want to be very open with every case I handle. I like to be open with it and talk about everything, right? So there's going to be times where we're going to have opinions. Libra, you have your totally own opinion, right? You're your own person. So like, we're going to have discussions here, guys, about this.
Oh, yeah.
This case is Libra. I mean, this case is crazy, right? Like, it's a lot
Oh,
to
yeah.
assume at this juncture.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty wild case because just everything that goes into it. But at the same time, and some of our opinion, it would be pretty cut and dry who's responsible. But at the same time, you have all these different legal factors that have to be considered. You can't just yes guilty or no not guilty. It has to go through a due process, and that's what court system's made for. But yeah, pretty wild case, man.
Yeah, it is. And there's a lot to this case, right? Because she had a bench trial. So there's like all these little details. But like, I found out that they were trying to track down the vial of blood that was taken from her in the life flight. So everyone's wondering about her sobriety at the time of the crash, right? Because obviously that may factor into um, a lot of things, right? Like whether she was so effed up
Yeah.
that she couldn't, drive properly, right? Some people use that as a defense. Like I was hammered drunk.
Yeah.
You
So
know, and it's, well, I mean, if you're hammered drunk,
exactly.
that's a risk you take, you know. And I've also, you know, driven under the influence. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie, but I'm gonna say this: it's stupid. It's the stupidest thing you can do. It's so selfish, right? And it's
Yeah.
wrong. And
Yeah.
so, but it's not in my opinion. I'm like, Psh, it's not a defense. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
it's
I'm
not a
like that.
defense in the court system at all, because you know, like I was talking about those Vanderbilt football players that did all that bad stuff to that poor young lady years ago. Now they're in prison,
Where they belong, or
but she
Woodchipper
was
Island.
passed out. I don't know if she was roofied or what. I can't remember exactly, but the guys were so so drunk. That is not a defense. You're supposed to be responsible with the alcohol. So it seems like it would, if you think in your head, well, so out of it that I didn't know what I was doing. It just doesn't work, because you can't really prove also that that person, while they're so intoxicated, doesn't remember. They might, and they might have known very well what they're doing and have a high tolerance. So it's so scientific. It's just like, well, look, drink responsibly, right? Which is such a weird oxymoron in my opinion. It's like drink responsibly, be responsible, and just, I don't know, don't drink too much, I guess, you know, or
You're
don't
right
drink at
though.
all.
That's why
It just
they
sounds
put
like a
that
stupid
disclaimer.
term, such a dumb term. Drink responsibly. Yeah, bullshit. Every time I would go to the bar. Ain't nobody drinking responsibly. Half of them are not. I'm sorry, but
Well,
that's
alcohol
just
makes
me.
you lose your inhibitions, and you know, I mean, you do kind of, you're like loosened up, like, woo, anything
Yeah,
goes,
your
you know,
judgment
type of
goes.
a
It's the
thing.
most dangerous
Especially
drug.
judgment is off, right? All of it, coordination, the, you know, the whole nine.
Yep.
Um,
It's the most dangerous drug. It's the most dangerous drug. And I found that out as a fact. And I did not know that for many years, but I found that out. I was like, holy crap. If you think about it, it is, because your judgment goes. It doesn't do that so much with other drugs, but alcohol is the most dangerous drug. You were
right.
saying,
Yeah.
oh, when you said now they collected blood from her on Life Flight. And did they do
Yeah.
it twice or something? Because they were saying that she was not screwed up on anything but some shrooms or something. There's no alcohol in her system, but that means
No,
that they must have
only
done it twice.
Well, only THC, but
Oh,
here's the thing
THC
about
was.
THC. So it sticks to your fat cells, but I guess it wasn't even THC. I guess it was Delta 9 or 8 or okay, I have to look at
Yeah,
the record.
basically weed.
But I think we have them. If I look on Plunder, I shared it
Right.
on Plunder. We could bring it up now.
Yeah.
Look, because I mean, this case, like, and another disclaimer. I am not going to get everything right up here, even with my opinions. You know, put that aside. But you know, guys, this case is like very complex. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that has happened. There's a lot that's been said in prison
Yeah.
calls, and there's tons of information. Like, there's so much that these two kids, we're going to find out from Dominic's mom that they, because her interview, the police tell her, like, they have like thousands of texts between them.
Yeah, you said like something around 36,000. I'm just in the ballpark somewhere around
Those are the
that.
ones that I want you to read with. That's only
My
the ones that I
goodness.
would like you to read with me, Libra. And I would like you to dress like Dom. No, I'm just teasing. But I think you'd be interested.
I'll go to
And I'll
the.
dress like Mackenzie. Yeah, right. And you know, but no, I think what it is
I'm gonna
like,
go to the
I think
park
it's
or the
cool.
bookstore or the library or something. Sit my butt down, print it all out.
Well, and it's nice for you to
Oh
be able
man.
to have
Hi,
that,
Lisa.
you know, voice for a guy, right? Because I mean, I'm always interested. That's why I was asking you, like, have you ever dealt with Gypsy Rose's crazy shit of chopping the
Woo.
blanket? Like, have you ever witnessed that from a girl? Like, you know,
Just
because look,
about.
I've witnessed that shit from a guy where they're like so destructive, they break your stuff and then they break your
Tantrums.
face. I know that sounds very
Ooh.
direct, but that is what I've said here, and that is what happened to me. I mean, they start breaking your things. That's disrespecting you. That's disrespecting your
Yeah.
property. And
Yep.
if they think of you as property, then they don't mind disrespecting you and hitting you and beating on you like a punching bag. They don't mind. Trust me.
Yes, she was the
They're not sorry.
exactly. And I'm sorry, I'm just answering Michelle real quick. She asked, "Do you know if she
Oh.
wore a seatbelt?" She was the only one wearing a seatbelt, isn't that?
Yeah. Absolutely. Correct. She's the only one, to my knowledge, she's the only one wearing a seatbelt. But also
Yeah.
she was, you know, under the steering wheel. We were talking about that last night too.
I also remember learning that the car, I believe her father said this in an interview, went from drive to neutral to drive again, and they were trying to explain that. And I guess that was from the information from the black box or something. So it looked like they could have been
Mm-hmm.
fighting over control of the car. I'd be freaking out too, man. If you're driving like that fast, I'm gonna try to. You can't just hit the brake pedal, right? You can't just. You can hit the emergency stop on some cars from the passenger side, but I mean, it appears to me, in my opinion, that those two started kind of freaking out when she was driving fast and tried to do something and take action, and it was just too late. But that's my opinion.
Well,
You
I
jerk the
think
wheel
so
one little
too.
bit. I mean, shoo.
Well, they're panicking and they're trying to get at that gear shift, and that's
Yeah.
and it happens so fast. Like that. If you watch that video, oh my gosh, it just really puts it into perspective how fast. And the black box doesn't, continuously record, but it does show you that increment where there was 5 seconds and she's just punching the gas.
Yeah. Just flying.
It's sad, it's a wretched thing to have happened, and she's such a brat, it's very difficult for me to be nice and neutral neutral as I want to be,
Yeah. You want to be open-minded and be neutral, but when you see some of the body language from the unaware, they're just not self-aware parents, it just starts to really click, and it just starts to really, it makes my blood boil. I'm sorry, it just does. It's something about it that just, who are these people? And
I agree. Your reaction
and
to
you can
the
kind
mom
of see the way
was
they
like
act,
mine
and
too.
then you kind of see, in my opinion, where she gets a lot of that from. I saw today, I was watching a YouTuber that does analysis on body language. I don't know if he's an expert or not. I was trying to figure it out. It doesn't say anywhere that he is, but he said that he uses certain, different ways of analyzing it. And yeah, he was automatically talking about like what I was talking about. It was funny how the mom was trying to, the way she was putting her hands up and everything, was trying to work up her own emotions and in front of the judge. And she never did give eye contact, by the way, until the very end of that little speech. She said, "Can I address them?" Okay. Turns her head and, said what she said and didn't even look at them in the eye. It was wild.
No, you're right. She was hamming it up. She was hamming it up to be like, you know what I mean? Because she had to seem like she was remorseful, but then she was also very aggressive. Her mom is aggressive as they come. Hey, Sandy.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, she come off as very aggressive to me, in my opinion too. Yeah, she come off as very aggressive, and like she wears the pants in the family. The dad's kind of like, "Oh, I'm an art teacher and I'm smoke a pound a day. Smoke a pound." What is that? How's that?
He's straight up getting stoned to the bone, and he's the dad that works at the Catholic school. I'm like, why am I not surprised? As a Catholic, I can't lie. I'm a Catholic, but
you guys are Catholics, and this is not how Catholics are not supposed to act this way. And you guys are Catholics, and you think you'd have compassion and love, but you just don't. Well, you know what? God is a God of destruction too. God is a God of wrath. God is a fear. You should fear God. God is a fear.
I'm sorry, I laughed because.
So, oh yeah, the lisp. Sorry about that. I can't.
No, I'm laughing because you're like, God will. You're like all brimstone and fire all of a sudden, but you're right though. Like, I definitely fear the Lord, and I'm trying to be good and get to heaven because I'm getting old. Trying to do
if I help,
good.
if I help to win an Oscar, I guess I win an Oscar. So if we win an Oscar for this Netflix deal, it's going to win an Oscar, I guess. I don't care. I don't care what anybody thinks about me.
What an unimaginable D. Okay, so I have to be careful because it is day court, but
yeah.
Woo. Yeah.
Anyway,
it stands for douche. It stands for all of the above. Dillweed, dough. Hey, Shadow. Good to see you.
Whoa. Yeah, family friendly right here, guys. So don't make me pull up the, Anyway, go ahead. I'm not gonna go there.
Oh no, you're good. We just have. I just realized we have Mackenzie on our screen, and she's like, showing off her midriff, and I'm like, wow, let's zip that shirt up a little bit there. Let's just zip it up to here. Okay, so I'm just a mom.
She's got the bougie nails. Oh.
Ew, how does she wipe her booty is what I'm asking. Okay, guys, don't get mad if, that I asked that question. I know it's gross. But that's what I think of when I see these.
God.
I also think of that part in Friday where that girl's like Craig, and she's putting her long finger in a, and it's hilarious. Hood rat hoochie mama. That's playing in the background. Yeah, that's what I think, Mackenzie. As a mom, I would, and if my son, I don't have a son, but if he brought this little one home for Sunday dinner with me,
Sunday dinner.
Libra, I'd be
that ain't happening. They didn't go to church. You know that.
Let me tell you what I'm about to say. Here's a sweater, darling. Hey, you know what? I have something really cute that you would look really cute. It would look so cute, and I'd cover her up for dinner. I would. Yeah. But that maybe that's why God gave me a son, and they gave me a daughter instead, because I could just cover my own child then if I need to.
Chris Hansen, did you bring condoms?
Oh my God.
Lord.
Oh, I will tell you, I watched Chris Hansen's show for a couple of days straight. Like I was binge watching it because I was like, this is really cool how they're getting these guys, right? But then I just got so incredibly sick to my
True
stomach.
Blue? Are you talking about the True Blue, or when he used to be on TV doing it for I'm Chris Hansen.
To catch a Fred. Yeah, to catch a Fred. Yeah, that's what I was watching.
Yeah, those are the best though. Those were edited better. His True Blue thing is way too long. They stretched this one out where it was a police lieutenant from Washington D.C. and he just kept saying, he didn't say I invoked the fifth. He just kept saying, like I said again. I said. He was trying to meet like a 13 or 15-year-old boy, something like that, and he said, like I said again, I'm not going to answer any questions until my lawyer's present. And I think they just kept going because they could, because he kept himself there. He could have said, I invoke the fifth and let me speak to a lawyer now. He could have said that, but he's just dumbass in my opinion. And so that was a pretty wild, but it was such a long episode. It was like that's all the guy said the whole time. You could have shortened this and made it like a double episode of two different creeps or something and explained what happened, but they wanted to show the whole thing. It's his own show though now, so that's why it's just different production. But yeah, fake nails and real nails are dirty.
He interviewed one of the victims from the Epstein case, and I felt really, really bad for her. And she was like, nobody will have me on in the mainstream and stuff like that. And people need to realize that the mainstream media is all right, but smaller channels and YouTube channels are also a really great way to get the word out there and, to help a good creator out as well. It's a win-win in my opinion. Because I know a lot of them, but it's like they want to be on a big station and whatnot, and it's like, but that's all well and good, but those people aren't gonna be there talking about these cases like a lot of these people are with YouTube. We follow the cases through. Like I'll never stop searching for Sebastian or anything like that. So it's just but okay, so I want to get into this really quick because it's 14 minutes, but there's a lot of information, guys, and I know, like I said, it's going to take us a little bit to get through them, but this is where they're searching, and this is the call where you can hear them searching for Mackenzie's blood vial that was taken at the scene, when she was life flighted away.
August 8, 2022, 12:40 and 42 seconds.
Thank you for calling the Metro Health Medical Center. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2.
If you know your party's 5-digit number, you may dial it at any time. For patient information, press 1. For appointments or other services from our clinics, press 2. All other callers, press 0 or stay on the line. And 2 seconds.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling. Your call will be answered by the first available operator.
MetroHealth.org/breastfeeding-clinic.
See a doctor today. Metro Health has same-day appointments available. Just go online and visit.
I'm on the phone with Metro's pathology trying to find out where the fuck the blood sample is.
Available appointment times and location.
That picture is so wild.
Legal said you should be able to get it. So now we're trying to track it down.
It's open and accepting patients.
8.
Thank you for calling Metro Health Medical Center. This is Kim speaking. How may I direct your call?
Hi, pathology, please.
Hold on for a second, please.
Thank you.
And then 42 and 0.
Metro Health Pathology, this is Nikki. May I help you?
Hi, Nikki. How are you?
Good.
My name is Detective Hazu. I'm with the Strongsville Police Department. I got to you after calling the medical, the records, and legal. I served a search warrant to Metro on the 4th. They gave me everything except the blood sample. They said I need to track it down.
Okay, they gave him everything
Where do I
but the
come get
blood
the blood
sample,
sample from
right? And
pursuant
this
to the
is
search
new
warrant?
guy.
Oh, let
is
me transfer
going
you over to the
be
core lab. You
a
can ask
major
them.
player in this. Because he's the main detective, and he gathers a lot of information in this.
Apparently, she flashes cash too. So I guess it's not just a guy thing.
Okay, so that's another thing
Bougie.
too. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, you're right, Libra. Here's the thing about that is that, they're blaming Dom and saying he was the one that was doing it. Well, I have information that shows that she was doing so much more than dealing, but she was also selling herself. And we have to be really careful with the way we word stuff because I don't want this to get demonetized or taken off the list for recirculation, because these are really important issues, guys, in this case, and it makes a difference in the grand scheme of things, in my opinion. So when I dumb it down or water it down, it's because YouTube will not play my videos or recommend them if I don't dumb it down. So
Yeah,
you
unfortunately.
might hear Libra and I saying it in a way that isn't as harsh, and maybe not as impactful. But she was selling herself to men, and she was selling pictures of herself. She was doing all of these things. So she was also making quite a bit of dough.
At what? Sick at her as a minor?
Yes.
Golly. Man.
I mean, and she's
Not that
the
it's right any
youngest
other
of the
way,
group.
but still, it's just
No,
worse.
I think that's a great point that I might not have even brought up because, I mean, yeah, you're spot
And
on.
yeah, she looks like one of them girls that would pull off being really good at selling drugs because, I know that there's a lot of pretty girls out there that can sell some drugs, trust me.
Well, anybody could sell that. I mean,
And she's not the only one.
It's
but,
like
in my
it's
opinion,
like
allegedly that has done anything. But yeah,
it's like
some
on
girls can
that
really
show
do it because they
Weeds,
just,
like
they're innocent.
Oh, she's far from innocent. Let me
Or
tell
they
you
can
what.
come off as innocent. I mean, like not. I don't mean innocent, but I mean like not intimidating to a guy that might want to buy drugs or might want to, hoopity hee ha for that too, or she could hoopity hee ha for the drugs and then sell them. You know what I mean? I'll call it hoopity hee ha. Yeehaw.
Well, that's just fine and dandy. I don't think YouTube would mind that. Here's my problem too is that, she's doing all of this and they're blaming Dominic like it was all him when it seems like it was either both of them or more so her, because he was doing other things like with Bitcoin. His mother mentions that he was also working up, other jobs where he would, well, what it was is he had a studio and he would have people come in there and pay him for the airtime, right? So you probably know more about that than I do because of your background, Libra.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's music or what. I guess it sounds like you're talking about like a music recording studio or something.
It's okay, so he had a space that he would rent out to artists to record their songs. Sorry,
yeah.
I should have said that.
Yeah, and if I don't know if he's producing or not, but yeah, like almost like an engineer or something, or just he owned a recording studio. He's just using a little hustle, doing it, whatever he could do, probably.
Dom was making moves, but he wasn't like doing them dirty. And I think that they were trying to portray him. Let's not forget that on the scene, if we're looking at pure evidence, we're seeing Mackenzie in possession of these drugs, not Dominic or Davion.
Interesting.
Yeah, Javion was a football star and he tore his ACL. And so when that happened, he, fell into this crowd of people, right? And I let Mackenzie's family speak first on this. I listened to their bullshit, right? We did together, Libra. We watched the mom and the dad.
Yep, sure have.
Right? So we let them have the floor first, didn't we? I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. So in balance, so nobody gets their panties in a twist too quick, because the information that I've looked over and that Chuchi has sent me, and then as I'm scrolling through YouTube, it's hitting me right in the face everywhere I go. And what we're about to share as we talk about this and as this case unfolds here on this channel, let me tell you what. Mackenzie is the ringleader. She's the puppet master. She's pulling all the strings, in my opinion.
Puppet master.
Yeah, like Metallica. That's how I want to say it, because it makes me so enraged to see her manipulate this young man the way that she did, and then in his death manipulate the story to make herself look good. And that's Darvo all day.
Metro on the 4th. They gave me everything except the blood sample. They said I need to track it down. Where do I come get the blood sample from pursuant to the search warrant?
Oh, let me transfer you over to the core lab. You can ask them.
Okay, sounds good.
Just a minute.
All right.
Understand. Are they able to understand and respond to you appropriately when you speak to them?
August 8, 2020.
Tonight, this viral video of a Florida single father chasing down a tow truck is sweeping social media. Rachel Torres has the story.
Thanks, Steve. I'm standing on the street in Tampa where yesterday this tow truck driver was repossessing this father's car the second time in the last year. As the driver was pulling away, he saw the single dad frantically sprinting after his tow truck, trying to stop him.
That's my car! Hey! Typically, I wouldn't have stopped, but I recognized this guy after I towed his other car the year before.
12, 42 and 42 seconds.
Back to the video.
Core Lab, how can I help you?
Hi, my name is Detective Jesus. I'm with the Shartrella Police Department. I'm calling because pursuant to a search warrant that I served on the 4th, I was told I need to track down the blood sample. And I called medical records, who transferred me to legal, who transferred me to pathology, who transferred me to you.
Okay.
I have the search warrant. It's been approved. I got 473 pages of documents, but the actual blood sample.
You need the sample.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure who this is supposed to go through before you actually pick it up. We'll find all that out. So let me see make sure I have any samples on this person. So what's
Sure. Her last name is Shartrella, Shirilla.
And the first name?
Her first name is Mackenzie, Mackenzie.
All right. And birthday.
Her birthday is
True Crime Audio.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, she's still here, looks like.
Right.
And this would be her, I'm assuming her, like from when she first came in.
Yeah, that's that fatal crash in Strongsville.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see here.
Also, I do have a copy of the warrant for you if you need it. It's already been served to you guys. It's already been good to go, but in case.
But I'm looking to see if there's any blood on her.
Okay.
Because we only keep it for. Let's see here. Just have to be first. Let's see.
Sounds like your
doctor. We told her that we found.
It sounds like your dad. No,
does.
I wonder if her dad didn't do some secret mission to go grab the blood and steal it or something. I mean, I'm just gonna say I wouldn't put it past that guy.
It did sound like he said. It did sound like he said Detective Who's Who. This is Detective Who's Who. And
Oh, it's Hazoo. It's like Hazoo.
Who's who?
Yeah,
right?
he's
No.
Zuzu. They have okay. This is the case of all the Zuzis because that
Oh,
gypsy
Lord.
shit is not Pig Latin, you guys. Let me tell you,
Zizzi.
Pig
There's
Latin
no
is completely
Zizzi.
fucking different. No matter what Nancy Grace or anybody tells you, it is not Pig Latin that they're speaking. I'm here to tell you. I used to speak Pig Latin, yo. I'm like, I know the language. It's not that they go BZ, DZ, DZ, easy.
You never
Shit
see
like that.
who's a Zuzu in a Zuzu.
That's why they needed Hazuzu in there to fucking decipher this shit.
So crazy. She's got that whole, oh man, I messed up bad now, and look on her face in the car, like,
Look at her
it's
little
over with.
face. She's PO'd, right? She's like, I done
My
fucked
life
up
is
now.
over.
The only bit of remorse that she's ever had, we can witness it when she's cuffed in the back of the, other than that, she's, getting her outfits tailored to fit her. And I mean, she's.
Because when you got stuff in your
really
blood
something.
like that, that's what's going to be looked at more than anything. Even if it was an accident, you still were under the influence. So under the guise of the law, I guess in that state, I don't know, with THC, you can't really prove somebody was high on THC at that moment. That's the only thing about THC, because like you said, it attracts to your fat cells, right? It sticks to your fat cells or whatever, and it can build up in your system over time, and it can be in your system for months after you quit smoking. But anything else like shrooms,
DUI with that, it is. Shrooms are quick. They get out of your system quick.
Yeah.
It says 24 hours. So she really kind of only had, this blood vial is so important because she only really had 24 hours to show whether she was on the psilocybin. I'm going to say it wrong, guys. Psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah.
I call them magical shrooms mushrooms, right? That's what they're shrooms to me. But in other words, these magical mushrooms that they have can alter you. We talked about it here. Really alter your state of mind. Obviously, things are not as they appear because it's a mind altering substance. Right? It's thank you. It's a hallucinogenic. You really should be in the woods, right? Where you're not. I'm not trying to give tips on how to take these things. I'm just telling you guys, like, these kids thinking they're going to drive a car doing that. That's insane, right? But we need to figure out whether this was actually present in her system or not. I think it's a huge issue in the case.
Yeah.
Like in the grand scheme of things, because they could say that, it's a defense. Well, one, it's a defense, but then also, it may explain some things, but then again, in my opinion, it's not an excuse. Again, I know we said that earlier, but Plunder writes here, this is from Plunder True Crime. And actually, I'm sorry guys, the ad started playing and I was trying to grab her link. Detective Hazoo thought Metro Health Medical Center Pathology threw away Mackenzie Sharella's 7/31/22, that's July of 31st, 2022 blood sample, but the bank vial evidence photo shows it was collected on 7/31/22. The vial of Sharella's blood, it was taken during the life flight, right? And that's why it's so important, because it's right there on the scene. Yes, if there was some Delta substances present, in my opinion, okay, that's all right, right? Because you would expect that, as Lieber was saying, it sticks to your fat cells. She's a skin and bones, right? By the way, but it's still going to have an effect. It's still going to stick to your fat cells, even though she's skin and bones.
Yeah.
And it stays in your system the longest. That's what's hard with, deciphering a DUI, in my opinion, is because it stays in your system for so long. So how can you tell when the last time you smoked was, unless you had like copious amounts, I suppose, but still there's no way to gauge it.
Right. It's not like you can just get a breathalyzer and go, oh, he's high right now. And then it just goes away like blood alcohol, or, it's different. But,
right. Thank you, Choo.
Yeah, I think that's what the court was really, the detectives and DA are really banking on, what they could pin that they could really prove was wrong about it. Besides flying that fast, okay, we got to rule out a medical emergency, got to rule out anything wrong with the car. They supposedly allegedly ruled those two things out. Well, the black box anyway. Medical emergency, that's kind of whatever, but still sounds goofy because it's not something that I don't think that would affect her, like make her hit the pedal like that, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
I mean, that's
Like
what I'm saying. I'm just
Bob's
saying that,
thing,
like, if you're on
yeah.
a mind-altering substance, but look, let me also say this: how was she able to make that turn so eloquently and put her little turn signal on and do everything right that she was supposed to do when she made that turn? When she decided to punch that gas, in my opinion, yes, I said decided, and yes, she was coherent to answer questions on the scene. She punched
Yeah.
that mother effing gas, right?
Yeah, that was wild too. Turn the corner real controlled and turn signal and everything, and then the cops aren't down this road, right? They're going back down that back road because the father claims that allegedly it's because of one of the gentlemen in the car didn't want to go that way, or he doesn't want to go down the main strip there because cops are all over that street, and so she turns it, and then I don't know if that's where she got the gonads to do that and decided I'm going to speed up now and drive crazy because I'm either arguing with somebody, I'm mad about something, or I'm just really feeling good after a night of partying and I just want to drive fast and just be a crazy narcissistic model wannabe, in my opinion, whatever.
Well, and I didn't see any police officers around the area, and nobody responded for
Bougie.
a while. Nobody ever responded to the scene for a while, and then also, it's just so hard to believe
Yeah.
because nobody was behind her. So maybe, and people could say, well, if she was hallucinating, maybe she thought somebody was behind her. So I mean, I guess, again, you have to play devil's advocate, see what they may use for a defense, but they've really
Yeah.
tried to use everything. They're full of
Somebody did drive. I would think it was a little truck that was driving not too far from behind her at that turn. And then you see her turn off. And then, yeah, even if there's not cops out there, she still might've been being careful just because they know cops are all up and down that road usually. And they probably still were careful and then got pretty too comfortable, definitely too comfortable or something, or whatever happened. We don't know. But with them having their seatbelts off and she had hers on, it makes me wonder if they took it off trying to control the car and they had to take their seatbelt off to get to the front seat. One's laying over the other in the front.
I agree with that completely. I think that especially
down, jammed
with
under the
data,
steering wheel.
it matches. Yeah, like maybe Davion came forward, and obviously it's going to push you forward when you hit a brick wall at 100. It's going to do it if you hit it at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah. Wild stuff. So this is her
They're
on the
lucky
way.
that nobody flew through the windshield. I mean, or anything. I mean, I don't know. I don't wish to see the photos
Man.
because it's so sad, right? I mean, it's sad, and it's a heavy burden for anybody that has to look at any of the photos like that. Even also reminds me of the case that we were talking about with Juliana Ziti. Like when you look at a picture like that, and you see that, it's hard to unsee it, right? And
Yeah,
sad.
for sure.
All right, so I guess we'll play some more of this, but they're on the search. They're looking all over for this blood vial, and how irresponsible and unprofessional.
Drugs on the girl, and she said she's going to do the blood work and for us to get started on the search warrant, which is what we did.
Yeah, because they had ordered a toxicology screen that night, and they never ran it. Never got like a urine sample on her, which is just stupid for this exact reason.
We told them, God, this whole case could crumble on this now.
Yeah. Let's see here. Everything from the 31st is. I'm looking to see if anything is still here before.
32
Let's see. No, not that.
2,000. 40.
That was not reflected. Screen. I'm not seeing any blood still here from the 31st.
Really?
Yep. Let's see here.
Oh my God.
02 seconds.
Man.
Toxicology selecting. I'm going through each one. Let's see.
He's like, uh-oh, we don't have a case now. Can't get this.
22 seconds.
Oh. This one, let's see.
Cinderella, I think that's highly possible too.
32 seconds.
It's looking like everything was disposed of from the 31st on the 5th.
Monday.
On the 5th? Okay. All right. I will just let the prosecutor know. She's going to get off on this.
Okay, so it appears that they have lost this very important piece of evidence, and he's like, oh my God, right? Like, just ticked. Yeah. And I think that's true, Cinderella. I do think that's a high possibility because nobody really thinks that they're gonna survive. I wouldn't think I would survive it, right? She's a gunning for it. She was definitely reckless with her own life and theirs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, real responsible.
And her slipper is a big one. Like, people, that's what the Free Mackenzie movement, that's what they kind of center their argument around, is the slipper being embedded into the gas pedal. So yeah, that is their claim to fame.
42
That's
seconds.
terrible. I don't even know if I heard about the whole thing. Was it at night?
No, during the day.
Oh, in the evening. It was. Oh no, she came in early in the morning. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
02.
Okay. Well, hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish I could help you more.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Bye.
There's blood here from, like, not that this helps you, but there's blood here, obviously, because she's still here. There's blood here from a couple days ago, but I know that might not necessarily help you from that day because you're not going to get the, alcohol levels or whatever she was on.
Do you know when that blood was taken?
The stuff that is here.
Yeah.
I have something from.
Because the search warrant is until the 4th. So do you have anything from the 4th?
Let's see here. I have.
Monday, August 8th.
Well, I have. Let me see if this is still here.
They disposed of all her blood from the night of the crash on the 31st. On the 5th. We don't have any blood.
From the 4th. Now I have. Let's see. From the 4th, I have a gold top, which is serum, a CBC, that's not here. I have one gold top from that day, from the 4th.
Okay.
And that's it. Let me see if I have anything from the 3rd.
Okay.
I have a gold top from the 3rd.
What's a gold top? I'm sorry. Like what?
It's like a serum. It's a serum blood tube.
So would that be? Would they be able to see if there were any drugs in that? Like, would that be tested for drugs?
Yeah, you could. I know that the drug screening that we do in house is only urine, but this can be, but it can
come
out.
Anything on the 2nd or the 1st? Anything closer to the crash
Let
date?
me see if there's anything from like.
I mean, I'll come get the 3rd and the 4th. If we can show, here 3 days after the crash, you still have,
Nothing from the 1st. Let me see about the 2nd. Nothing from the 2nd.
Oh my God. I'll have a heart attack.
See, in situations like this, I wish that they kept that kind of stuff longer because
it's a fatal crash. Like
for stuff like this. But that's the thing, they don't tell, like, we don't know when the blood comes in, like what it's from or who it's from or what the situation is. We just do the testing on it and store it, and it's stored for a week, and then that's it. Let's see, I don't have anything from the 2nd, nothing from the, I have anything from the 3rd. I have a tube from the 3rd, and that would be the earliest.
Okay, I need to get that.
Yeah, let me.
Wow. So the earliest, so the crash happens on 7/31/22. The blood sample was taken, but now it's gone, right? And why weren't they on this sooner is my question one, but then also they only have the blood from, I guess it would be 8/3/22.
Looks like they messed that up, the way they just do things, the way their protocol is, or you know, they should have collected it earlier with the warrant or whatever. I don't know. That's something ain't right.
I know. I don't know the date of this phone call. I guess I need to listen back again to it, but I guess and I didn't catch that. If you guys know in the chat, let me know. But like, when is he trying to collect this evidence is my question too, because I'm not trying to, point fingers at Hazuzi over here. He didn't do anything wrong, but maybe maybe he was a little late to the party here.
Yeah, why didn't they do it earlier? That's the weird thing to me. It's like she said something about we want to keep urine for a week. I think she said something like that. They only have like a protocol where they, and then actually urine, I think it's different from blood. Blood has to keep moving and it has to stay cold, from what I understand, to stay alive, to stay like those. It can ferment anyway, and urine can only be good for so long, and it won't be accurate, I believe. So that might be why. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I can look into these things. I'm not a nurse or anything, but that might be why. It might be because there's an actual active defense you can use in some courts that are not too strict, that you can argue that once that blood goes out to the state, they test it, bring it back. Like if it's Tennessee, TBI does it. They do it in a lab. Then it gets back to the courts, and then your lawyer in Nashville anyway, they'll argue a lot that that blood is changed because it's in there, it's mixed in with however many other people's blood in these different vials, and it stays there for how long, and it finally comes back, and an argument is that it's just not accurate anymore. So it's an actual argument they use in court. But when it comes to like
they can they use anything as a defense, and it's wild to me, that 8/3, so August, that's the earliest sample that they're finding, and he's like, when did he collect it too?
So yeah, I wonder. I'm gonna look that up. Sorry about that. I'm gonna look that up. I wonder how good those samples can be, or what was necessary to keep them to where they're accurate. How long do they last? That's the question.
I know, that's a good question. And they're not going to keep like all these pee vials around. I mean, pee cups around, or vials of blood either, because like, where do they store them all? And they're responsible. So yeah, no, I think those are great points, Libra. So yeah, if you can get us info on that, that would be awesome. There's more questions now, because it matters. And like I said too, it's crazy. I wonder when he's asking for all this.
Well, here you go, real quick. A urine sample should ideally be analyzed within 1 to 2 hours of collection. If immediate delivery is impossible, place a sealed, sterile container in the refrigerator, roughly 4 degrees Celsius. Refrigeration slows bacterial growth. Yeah, that's right, because the bacteria will start growing and growing, fermenting, basically, keeping the sample viable for up to 24 hours. So yeah, even keeping it for a week seems like it would be not a good idea. It's going to start fermenting and it won't be accurate. Because, when you get a drug test for a job, it's usually with a urine sample, it's like that.
They put the little strip in there and check it, right? Like
they send it to
they'll
send it to a lab a lot of times now, because people use fake urine, but it's synthetic urine, but they'll just send it off to a lab. They just want to make sure it's hot enough when you're there. So just bring your thermometer, heat it up in the microwave at the gas station, and take it up there. Make sure it's not over 98 degrees. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, it says always prioritize fresh specimens for the most accurate results. The guidance on your specific test. Check instructions from your local provider, such as UCLA Health Pathology Laboratory Services, in the next regional clinic. Blah blah blah. Sorry, that was just nothingness.
No, I get it though, because it's like whatever lab they send it to, and that stuff matters too. But thank you for pulling it up, because I mean, look, they need to get on this shit. You cannot let this stuff fall by the wayside. And
No, you
it
can't.
seems to me that, like, on the scene, even the first responders were very suspicious, and everybody was suspicious. And also with their friend Rosie, when you were talking about last night, the fourth person, that they were saying that there was a fourth person, they definitely said that.
I believe
and
so. They
I
did
believe
for sure.
Yeah,
I was
I
wondering
double
about
checked.
that. Yeah.
I did double check that, because I thought about it,
So
and I'm like,
wild.
oh, I meant to do that, and I didn't. And
It's like Sumner
yeah,
County and their
it's
accuracy
Rosie.
with it's like Sumner County's accuracy on information about Sebastian. It's just they can't even get the age right, can't get the day right, can't get nothing. That's just like, what in the world are we doing? Who gave you this? Who gave you these badges? I mean, it's their own fault if they botched the case from the beginning, right? They should have been smart enough to collect that early, as soon as possible after that wreck happened. But they wanted to wait until that there's questions being raised about, wait a minute, there's something fishy going on here. You should have done it, as protocol. Sometimes they'll do DUI
Exactly.
test on people just as protocol if they get in a wreck, just to make sure they're okay and they're not messing around. Real quick, blood samples shelf life depends entirely on the type of test being performed and how it's stored. Room temperature. Most routine samples must be analyzed within 8 to 24 hours at room temperature. Refrigerated 2 Celsius to 8 Celsius. Samples can often be kept for up to 7 days before testing viability degrades. That's where because it has to keep moving. I know blood does, because it'll clot.
You said
It'll
up to
kinda
7
get stuck in.
days. I'm sorry, you said up to 7
Yeah.
days.
If it's refrigerated at 2 Celsius to 8 Celsius, 8 degrees
So,
Celsius. Yeah, and
knowing
frozen.
that,
Yeah, you can freeze them too.
oh, you could freeze it. I'm sorry.
If they're
go ahead,
frozen,
go ahead,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
frozen is negative 20 Celsius to negative 80 degrees Celsius. Can last months to years depending on the specific test. So it just depends on what they're testing for, which is interesting. I thought it would be like that. Blood is pretty complex, I guess,
Well,
in a way.
blood coagulates. We know that, right? Like
Coagulation.
It does. Like, coagulation.
I'm all
There's very much
coagulated, man. Oh.
So yeah, I mean, it does, and it turns into like a goop or whatever. Like, I don't know what the technical
It
term
gets
is,
hard and it
except for
gets
coagulation.
crusty. Just, it's like how a
Crust,
scab
yeah.
forms. It starts clotting like a scab, right? So you got to
Clotting
keep those
is
vials moving. Like they have to move constantly, so it keeps moving and doesn't, get hard in there or whatever and crusty. So anyway, I wanted to read that real quick.
Well, that's really gross, Libra. Thanks for sharing. No, I'm just kidding.
Right? I know, man. Blood.
That's
Ugh.
awesome. I love it, though. We need to get into this, right? We need to have an understanding about it, because, like, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Sometimes when it comes to this, especially if we're examining, like, okay, who done fucked this one up here, because this is a big one. The lab's like, we don't need this blood. Like, what a nightmare. Again, unpacking a nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really sad. Magic mushroom testing must be refrigerated at 2 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius, just like we were talking about with the refrigeration.
Oh, wait, there's a certain temperature it needs to
And
stay
processed
at
within
test
24
for
hours
the
to prevent
psilocybin
degradation of-
medicals.
Yep, 2 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius. Just so I guess like their regular refrigerated temperatures is what they had earlier as the refrigerated, not
Okay.
frozen, not room
It's
temperature.
standard.
So 24 hours is it. Just like it getting out of your system. Like after that, if they don't check it within that 24 hours, I reckon, if they don't do their little prove what's in it and test it right away, if they just leave it sitting there after 24 hours and then test it, they have good defense in court, I'd say, because you can't prove it now. It's degrading. There's degradation of that specimen or whatnot. So there you go. There's the magic mushroom answer. They said there's no alcohol in her system, right? No alcohol in her system. No.
Wow.
No, well, THC was in her system, right? So THC,
Yeah,
I
she
would
had two. Well, they called it the Delta. See, and that's another thing. I'm not used to
Delta.
seeing a Delta on there. I know that obviously they're going to, test for maybe different substances. But yeah, so like it is a derivative, and I guess it shows up as an 8 or a 9.
Yeah. Okay. So let's
Typically.
look at 9. You want to look at 9?
I think it's 9. I just don't want to like
Okay.
say it wrong. I don't want to misspeak
Yeah.
here, but I'm pretty sure it's 9.
If it is, I'll say
Chuchi,
this.
Chuchi, is it 9? Chuchi would know.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read off 9 if in case it
Read
is.
off
But
the 9. Let's get the 9s and see what that's
let's
about.
get the Niners out here. I'm not a 49ers fan, by the way.
49ers.
I do like Jerry Rice, though. For Delta 9 testing, a drawn blood sample can typically be kept in a laboratory refrigerator at about 39 Fahrenheit or 4 degrees Celsius for up to 4 months without significant degradation. So that weed was just like in your system. It'll stay in that blood, it'll stay in that vial where you can test it for a good while, it looks like. For long-term storage of 4 to 6 months or more, samples must be frozen at -4 Fahrenheit to -14 Fahrenheit or -20 Celsius to -10 Celsius to maintain accurate results. So it has to be pretty cold.
It's the same as Mary Jane.
Yeah, okay. There
Is
we
it?
go.
I'm sorry, I'm asking you. That was
Oh.
that was
Well,
a question.
I'll just put THC. I'll put Delta 9. I literally typed that. So let's put THC in there real quick.
I just want to see if it's like all the same because I know it's like basically the same. I just don't. Gosh.
Okay. Oh man, you don't have no time.
I've never smoked Delta or any. I have never smoked Delta, but I've smoked Mary Jane. There we go. Lady
Yeah.
Freedom is going to be a confession today.
A blood sample. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
gonna
not a
put you there.
perfect
I
fucking
like that.
person. I
We need
never
to make a
portrayed myself.
We'll,
to be
we'll make
one.
a.
I mean, I was like, man, I wish I
We'll
was
put
in
a
Vegas so I could
confessional
party.
in,
I
background.
mean, come on. I am who I am.
Get whipped by some dominatrix on the sidewalk.
I want to get whipped by on the sidewalk. I mean, right in front of everybody.
I love that. I love your accent. Sidewalk on the sidewalk. I just had to make you laugh. A blood sample.
Why not?
It says here a blood sample for THC testing should ideally be refrigerated and analyzed within 24 to 72 hours. So it doesn't have a very long time. If you just look at THC itself, I guess. If analysis is delayed, storing the sample properly is critical. It might be because that Delta and all that is just different. It's not synthetic per se, I don't think.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was trying to think of if it was synthetic or
Technically,
not.
right?
So,
It's just not as strong, THC.
Some of that synthetic stuff,
It
I
might
see
be,
how
man.
people are
It's legal
acting
here
out
in
on the
Tennessee,
YouTubes,
but
and it's like, what are they doing? Like that.
bath salts. Let's eat somebody's face off. Oh man,
right?
that
Like
was
Mary
crazy.
Jane
Remember that in
does
Florida?
not have that effect.
No,
Probably.
it
There's a
should
lot
never.
of Florida people.
It should never.
that are-
Now it says that room temperature unstable and degrades quickly, must be tested within 8 hours to ensure accuracy. Refrigerated 2 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius, like you said, stable for up to 7 days. So
But
refrigerated.
it's got to be tested in 8 hours for the biggest accuracy. Yes.
Yep, to ensure accuracy at room temperature.
At room
temperature. So room temperature is
now.
it's kind of like some other bodily fluids that I won't mention on the show because it's family. We're trying. We can't say we're family friendly now. It's too.
Oh gosh, I've dropped the F bomb.
But anyway, no.
All of them.
But room temperature, yeah. It's, bacteria grows in heat, right? So that's why don't know if I like hot tubs in the public so much. I'd have my own where I could shock it before I get in it. But hot tubs are disgusting because they can be really disgusting because they just build up a bunch of bacteria and all that heat and all these people peeing and pooping in it and everything else.
Ew, nobody poops in it. Don't tell me that.
I hope not. But they found fecal matter over at refrigerated.
They found it floating in like a dirty shack. Oh my god, gross.
So of course your best bet's going to be frozen, just like anything else. Stuff lasts longer than frozen. So frozen is negative 20 degrees Celsius, retains viability for up to 3 to 6 months. But who's really doing that with something they don't know about yet? Did they freeze it within that 24 hours or whatever? When do you
Well, look what you said about the
Have to
magical
start freezing
mushroom
it.
testing.
You know, is my question. Those are kind of the questions I have. Like, do you have to freeze it right away?
I mean, I think so, because look, with the magical mushroom
Yeah.
testing, they have to have that bitch refrigerated. So they have to have 2 vials of blood separate to test for THC, or the Delta. And Chuchi says the Delta is stronger. 9 is stronger than 8, right? Which that makes sense. Thank you, Chuchi.
Yeah.
Too. And it was, in fact, Delta 9 that she was found to have had in her system. So.
Wow, man. Hey.
Leslie, they're teasing me because I don't usually advertise something like that, but for PTSD it works for anxiety too. So
Yeah.
I don't typically, I'm like not, I'm not Mackenzie rolling down the road, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So
Just 100 miles an hour, no big deal. Crashing into walls.
It's okay. Threatening
with
to
other people's
end
lives
everybody.
at
Right.
risk.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lisa King says the Deltas do stay in
Sorry,
your
it
system
cut out
quite
for a
long
second.
time too. Oh, no worries. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they do. I think they probably do longer than if you're just smoking flower or like bud or something. I swear it'd have to, just because it's got all that, especially if you're vaping. I think the vaping really coats your lungs real good, tars up your lungs real good.
Oh no,
It's
don't
strong,
say
in
that
my
either, 'cause then that makes
Delta
me like,
9. Yeah, they
but
keep
why
so
did they
bad.
give it to people who have lung cancer then if it messes up? That's what I don't understand.
Oh,
about.
I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Don't take anything I say for fact. I'm being kind of silly, but
No worries. It's okay. Hey, I enjoy that. Yeah, very serious. Trigger warning, guys. We're going to be talking Lady Freedoms and Confession today, and
yeah.
because I just don't want to portray myself to be like, oh my
Expose
god, so prim and
yourself.
proper. I'm so perfect.
Expose
No,
your
I'm not.
evil
Hell
past. No.
No, expose
God's plant,
myself.
but yeah.
It's okay.
That didn't sound good. Yeah, no, we don't. I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, be nice. Hey guys, chill out in the chat, y'all. Chill out.
That's
chill
Mackenzie's job, guys. I ain't trying to take her thunder.
Oh man. So anyway,
that was wild, Libra, though, knowing that this little girl was out there doing that, in my opinion, too. And where was she doing that? At her parents' house? What is going on with the youth these days?
With her dad, allegedly, or
her dad in the warm milk is very disturbing, in my opinion.
Warm milk and weed.
So, a nice glass of warm milk and a big fat duber.
Like
okay,
I said, I'll give you a nice warm glass of shut the hell up. No, you go to sleep.
She deserves it. She's such a brat, and she's like, my feet.
Happy Gilmore.
Oh, and I think she
quote
was
that movie
also,
a lot. So.
There was also some weird feet stuff. There's some feet stuff with this little one.
What? She's one of those wiki feet people. She's probably on wiki. She's probably fandom. On wiki feet.
Fandom feet.
Oh, what? Only feet?
Only feet. Only feet. Hey, I'll tell you what, these days with what they pay on YouTube, it's like, if you want to just see my freaking feet, I guess. Like,
only crusty feet. Only crusty.
Onlycorns.com.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's like Al Bundy. He's over here
Bunions.
Working at his, he's a shoe salesman, and he's taking all his women's shoes off. And, oh!
Ew. I just think that feet are gross. Like, I'm not trying to say, I just think they're gross, and I'm not a fan of feet.
Pig.
Or the prop feet. So
put your shoes back on, pig. Come on. Yeah, she took them out. Yeah, she took them off, and she's laying in bed. She's like, she starts moving her toes around, and they're just like, I think it was a nightmare he had, and that was another show besides Beavis and Butthead that I would just laugh my butt off, but get in trouble if I was caught watching as a kid. And her big old toenails look like that guy in India that had like the longest fingernails in the world. It was like just brown and like just
thick. See, that makes me want to vomit.
So.
And I don't like people touching my feet. So I think it's weird that she's like, can you please rub my feet? Like, I'm like, you could just stay away. Everybody, don't even look at them. No, I'm just kidding. But
allegedly,
it gives me the ick.
I was at a little after party after a little pub I went to. It was like Halloween night, I think. And I was invited to a yacht with an old man that owned that yacht and another young man. It was about my age. I was in my 20s. and this older lady was hanging out with him and just started rubbing his feet and just kept messing with his feet, kept taking her feet. So she would try to mess with his feet, and then she'd take her feet and she put them in the air, and she started taking her feet and rubbing them on his lap. I was like, what is going on here? I was like, oh
that sounds
my
like a
God.
very scary story, Libra.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was like, I thought we were just drinking. So I got the heck out of that. She looked offended when we acted like, you're being weird, lady. And she was probably in her 50s. And this guy that she was doing it to is probably 25. And I was just like, what's going on? I got to get out of here. It's one of those nights where I was like, I'm out. I found my Saved by the Bell. I got the hell out of Dodge.
Those are the nights that you get in the early 20s, though.
Well,
like,
it sucks
like
though when they
that
do, Uber wasn't such a thing. So you had to call a local taxi or you had to get a family member to pick you up. So you had to kind of hide out in the woods or somewhere until you get your ride there and get away from the situation and then get out of Dodge when they get there. That's what I
don't
did.
like that feet thing either. Here's the thing about the feet, but there's like all of these nerves in our feet. Like it does make it to where, like, obviously a foot massage is like good. And even when I get my nails done at the salon, like, it's so funny because I will twitch, like my leg will start twitching, and I used to crack the nail techs up so much because I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to kick you, but like my leg, I just don't. I like getting my toes done though, but it's like, yeah, it's
yeah, they put that, they wedge that little thing between your toes, that little foam looking thing. Yes. I don't know. I don't.
That's when they're painting. Things. That's when they're painting them. But no, I'm talking about like when they're like, they'll do like the emery board on them, like, or they'll be filing them, and like it always makes my foot twitch, especially like on the second or third toe. And so I'll just be like kicking the person like a, like.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That would tickle like crazy.
I hate it. It's so freaking weird. I know. Don't say tickle because I'm like.
I've got the pedicure before.
You have, so you know what I'm talking about. Some men are like, I'm not doing that. So I just don't know.
I needed it. It was so bad because I would forget how long my nails, they grow fast on my feet for whatever reason. I'd be working so much, I'd work so much with work boots on and everything else. And then they start to get tighter and tighter. And I'm like, my nails getting longer and longer. And my girlfriend at the time was like, yeah, I'm giving you a pedicure. Get over here. And she gave me the hot water foot bath and everything. I was like, this is amazing. That's good for your soul. That's good for you. But,
I know, that's why I don't understand why guys don't want to do it. But because I don't like my feet touched either.
It's girly.
It's not girly. Oh, yeah, that's true. They say it's girly.
Because it's girly. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a pedicure. I mean, come on. It's self-care. Just if a woman's going to do that for a man, he better take advantage of it while he gets it, because it only happened one time for me. I think it only happened one time for me. So
I would never give a guy a pedicure or anybody one for that matter. My friend Charlie was going through beauty school.
I wouldn't either.
And she's like, I'll do everything. And I felt bad because she's my friend, it was weird at first, but then I was like, oh, this is so nice. And, because she was learning too. But yeah, like I would never want to give anybody I just don't, feet are not my thing. They're weird. We walk on them, they stink. Like, I don't know, there's just so many things about feet that I dislike, and I don't like people touching my feet.
Yeah.
But Mackenzie likes her dad to give her foot rubs, which again, the nerve endings in our feet and stuff. Yes.
Yeah, go to each organ. All your nerves go to your feet. So if you look at the bottom of a foot, you'll see your organs just like they are on your torso. It's pretty crazy.
It's amazing, and and it does. There are a lot of places where, and like that's why people. But there's also like this nasty fetish about it, and it's gross to me. Like, again,
that's where it gets weird.
That's where it gets very. That's why I'm like, oh, no wonder I don't like that. It's disgusting.
It's not an sexual thing for me. I'm sorry. Sorry if I burst anybody's bubble out there, but that's weird. Weird feet.
Well, yeah, but I know what you're saying though. It feels good when you're getting like, especially when you, like you said, if you're working all the time.
Back scratches, you can't knock those. You better. Now, I don't know anybody that doesn't enjoy a back scratch. So
exactly.
Don't you diss those. Any kind of, yeah. I bought me a rake.
Yeah, but our backs
store.
Don't stink though. Like, you know what I mean? Like
mine does. You got a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I would never scratch it. No, I'm just kidding. I'd be like,
Just
here's a cat scratcher.
It's like it looks like a bear. It's like one of those, you pull up the shirt and just like just a big old hair. It's like a Hasselhoff. It's like the back. It's like Hasselhoff's chest on my back.
Oh Lord.
No.
Werewolf back. Yeah, that
No
would be
way.
hard to scratch. Well, you feel like you're like petting a dog, I guess.
I would get that stuff. If I had a back like that, I'd get that lasered off so quick. I'd be like, I want this permanently.
Yikes.
I don't care if you have to take a layer of skin off. I want this hair permanently gone. You
You
understand
would
me?
wax it. You wouldn't even mind if somebody just went.
I want it lasered off. I want it gone. Wax it too. Whatever you got to do. Just I don't want it coming back. Oh, Ellie Clarkson. 40-year-old virgin. Another movie reference. But yeah, go ahead.
That is hilarious.
We're getting off track here. I'm gonna get us back on track. I'll let you get us.
All right, let's listen to a
Thank
little bit more of this. I can't believe they've missed that, but thank you for giving us that information because it's it is important.
One of my supervisors in her office.
Yeah.
Do you have a phone number I can?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna give you my office number. I'm here.
Okay, what is it?
It is
Plunder. True crime.
How do dog lovers?
Free commercials.
my first name is Zaki, Z-A-K-I.
Z-A-K.
Last name O-U.
Z-O-U.
And I'm a detective with Shartrella Police.
Okay, Strongsville.
And like I said, the search warrant goes until the 4th.
Goes to the 4th, from the 31st to the 4th.
Yep, it's been served to your medical records.
1284 and
Plunder. True crime.
right.
Yes.
Okay, let me pull. I want to pull these two tubes
Okay.
to put to the side for this, and I'm going to talk to my. I just want to see how we need to go about this. Talk to my supervisor, and then I'll give you a ring back.
Okay, sounds good.
And my name's Laura.
All right, Laura, thank you so much for your help.
Okay,
All
you're
right.
welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, sorry. I was muted for a second there. So the Metro Health threw away any blood samples. Thank God they had these from her Life Flight. So they had some from the Life Flight. It looks like Plunder's saying here.
I wonder if that's refrigerated then.
I mean, I don't know because it's saying 8 something. You can't tell it's smudged.
Yeah, you can't even see what. Lord,
It's
such
smudged.
a mess.
So
At least
anyway,
it's
I just wanted to
sealed,
show you
but
guys
dang.
that.
Yeah.
I know exactly. Here's the angle of the crash I don't remember seeing before, and there's no audio. So here's another angle of the crash. I shared this and I only listened to the blood vial part, so I apologize. You guys are going to get reactions from Libra and I, live reaction. Okay, so do you guys want me to show you again? That's fast as hell. That was fast as hell. Looks like the car. Let's see. Ooh, I might have to download that and see if I can't pull it apart and slow it down. All right, so I believe we're looking at this street, yeah?
So this is it coming at us, right? Or is it was just backwards before? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, because you see the light up here. Sorry. I know that
wow.
yeah, so.
It's that other angle.
Yep.
Good
Ooh,
grief.
did you see it? Yeah,
Ooh, and you
fast,
see it
right?
hit.
Oh, Lord.
This is the one on the corner of that building right behind it then, apparently, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was in a business park. So there was a lot of different, like, I would imagine there'd be some different angles to catch that.
Man. Friggin' A.
See, here's the headlights here.
It's like a baseball, just.
Yeah, damn rocket. Oh, and you see it just, oh my gosh. What a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. It, just awful.
There's no audio. I wonder if there's any audio from the original. Probably not, but man, that's a clean
Well,
camera.
that's
though.
the one that where you can hear it. It's
Oh,
a
you
clean
do?
camera,
Okay.
and yeah, I agree. And yeah, you can hear it. You can hear like zoom, and then you can hear crash. Awful,
Man.
just awful. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember seeing that other one where you see the brake lights where it's going the other, you see the other angle and you definitely hear it just out of nowhere. It's like, okay, a car's coming. Then you see it and you're like, whoa, that's going faster than I thought. You can hear it get closer and closer. And when it gets right next to you, you're like, that's going way too fast.
Yeah,
And once you realize that, it's too late. Like if you're a person standing in the road, she'd have killed you. Unalived you, excuse me. Woo! She would have unalived somebody if they're standing in that road or in front of that car that I never saw it coming.
I agree. Anything coming, a squirrel, even, yeah, you are so right. So I want you guys to look at this timestamp here, 5:39:38, right? So 5:39:38. Let me get a little bit of an accurate time when we can actually see headlights. So here's headlights, and I'm sorry, this is the title. So let's just go with 40, but watch how fast this happened. 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds.
Man.
Boom. That's all it took. And they had her off the black box. It was 5 seconds, they said in the documentary. I mean, that's how quick it happened. And no braking. She didn't even try to brake. Okay, so so Plunder says, here's an angle of the crash I don't remember seeing before. No audio, smoke rises, other vehicles drive by, but must not see the crash. So this is
what?
Yeah, I haven't seen this. Have you? You haven't seen this either?
I didn't even read that. I was just staring at the no audio part earlier. I guess it changed what it was saying.
It did, yeah. Yes, it did.
And I just really wasn't reading it. I was just looking at the words and kind of watching up at the top when you were playing it. But yeah, okay. That's interesting. I mean, when did the cars come by? It was after the crash, right? So they probably didn't see it sitting in the dark until the sun came up, because it's still dark out there, wasn't it? It's like 5 a.m.
No,
and it was
well, right now it's 5:40 a.m. We're gonna watch the body cam footage, so I think there's a date on that. I don't want to misspeak. This is just rolling through after the crash. This is about 30, 40 seconds in, right? And she's saying that there's going to be some more traffic, right, that kind of drives by, but they don't stop to help. Or it doesn't appear that they did. I wonder how Rosie got to the scene, or if she was also in the vehicle, but I don't see how she could have gotten out of that vehicle on her own or anything like that. But, just speculating.
Yeah, she was too banged up and wedged in there, from what I understand, to probably
No, I'm
get
talking
out.
about Rosie, the fourth person on the scene. They were.
I'm sorry.
Rosie. No, it's okay. And I should say allegedly, because I don't know that it's Rosie, but I'm just guessing because she's pretty deep into the Free Mackenzie movement and also the fourth person being at the crash. Yeah, I'm just guessing it was.
I was over here multitasking. I had one headphone on, one off, and then I went back and I thought you were talking about Mackenzie being in. Okay, my bad.
No worries. No, it's okay. And it's a lot too, just thinking about somebody else being at the scene. I mean, 4 people, there's, because we're going to hear it in the body cam footage coming up. I'm not seeing any cars driving by though. I'm supposing
Oh,
It doesn't
it's still
happen.
playing right now, huh?
Yeah, we're like 2 minutes after the crash
Wow.
happened, I think. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that timestamp.
Eventually, they probably will. I didn't see anybody either, but I've been watching, thinking it was.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see the timestamp now. I was sitting here thinking it's just paused. Durr. It probably was.
No, I'm just
but-
playing it because she has music in the background, so I don't know if it's copyrighted, but so I just muted it
Yeah.
out just to
For
see,
sure.
you know, if because apparently there's about to be a car that's going to drive by, or she says no audio, smoke rises, other vehicles drive, but must not see the crash. Oh, here's
Here
another
comes
driver.
slow.
This is how they should be driving through there, because I think somebody said it was 35 miles an hour. But they didn't
Wow.
see it. It'd be hard to see all the way back there, I guess.
So she was. It's like going 100, correct? Around 100. So she was like going
Yes.
75
Yeah.
over or something like that, or not 75, but 65 over. Is that right? My math sucks. Don't
Yeah,
listen
if
to
it was, if it was 30, if it was 35, let's see, yeah.
So I think of
So
money.
Jeremiah
like
50:34, yet their Redeemer is strong. The Lord Almighty is his name. He will vigorously defend their cause so that he may bring rest to their land, but unrest to those who live in Babylon. So I love Plunder because she always adds those words of scripture that are very important for us to remember in a time like this. It's an awful tragedy. I cannot believe that this has happened, but again, I do find it to be very purposefully done by this young lady, Mackenzie Shartrella. Here is the body cam. So this is only 7 minutes. So I'm just going to play this really quick. This is Officer Galassi's body cam, and I don't know if this is going to give us.
Well, I hope he's wearing his glasses.
And this is facts versus feelings, or facts v feelings. I don't see a date, so let's see if we can. Maybe she'll put a date in there, or he, this creator. But again, full credit to them.
That's our driver.
She said one of her friends, his name, I don't know which one it was.
Don't tell her.
I need to talk to you. This is regular. Where are we?
Yeah.
This detective thing, right? All that charges.
She's 17. So it would be a juvenile thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's where. Okay.
So, however, the driving portion, you can do an OBI on it if it's in fact alcohol. Now, you won't probably be able to even get really talk to her because she's going to be at Metro.
Are we even site-wise? We don't have to cite in this situation.
No, right now.
Okay, that's where I'm at for the report.
You grab it? You want to get it? She go on the flight? No, she's going on. All right. Well,
On YouTube, full credit.
confirm with the captain. We got a bird in route. Hey, life flight's here. I think she's here for her.
bird's for her, just so you guys know.
Yeah,
okay.
know.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. What's bothering you right now?
Don't say it.
What's bothering you?
Okay, guys. He says to her, "What's bothering you? What's hurting you?" And she says, "My leg right here." And she's even able to identify left from right. She's not discombobulated or disoriented in the slightest, in my opinion.
All right, I'm going to put my calendar on that driver being extricated. Okay? No BP. I'm going to give you
I think we're going to close up and close later. Okay. Fair enough. Let me talk to the captain. I think that's his birds for her, though, just so you guys know. Okay.
Coroner's office. We're gonna leave the body in there.
Okay. What about the second one?
Second one's in the squad, but they're
Man.
DOA too.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we're gonna leave the body here. They asked me to take it or leave it. I said leave it, and then
Okay, so he's saying that the two other people are DOA. This is what this officer is saying, and this is the body cam from that officer, right, the day of the crash. And it looks like it's pretty early morning that they're arriving on the scene, in my opinion. But I just want to play that back again, because a lot of people were saying that there was someone breathing at the scene, and it doesn't appear that way from this.
take it or leave it. I said leave it, and then
We don't even know who that is yet, do we?
We have no idea.
Can I go talk to the female and get her info, or you want to go try talking to her?
Sorry, hold on.
But they're DOA. But
Okay.
we're gonna leave the body here. They asked me to take it or leave it. I said leave it, and then
We don't even know who that is yet, do we?
we have no idea.
Can I go talk to the female and get her info, or you want to go try talking to her?
Yeah, I'll go try.
Go get a first and last name for this guy.
Is she that responsive? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before the bird leaves, I need a name for him.
Okay, so before the bird leaves, right, the chopper, the helicopter, they're asking to make sure that they get as much information on the two victims from Mackenzie. So they're relying on her for every bit of information that they're collecting here. Very interesting.
We don't even know who that is yet. We have no idea. Can I go talk to the female and get her info, or you want to try talking to her?
Yeah, I'll go try.
Go get a first and last name for that guy.
Is she that responsive, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Before the bird leaves.
And guys, the reason why they're only trying to find out one of the victims' names is because she's already told them who Dom is, I think. I think they're referring to, or she's already told them one, and she was fully coherent when they arrived and when they were trying to help her. Now, I'm not saying that she couldn't have slipped in and out of consciousness at some point, but it does appear that she was fully conscious and was also answering questions and giving details like, it's my left foot, it's my right leg, it's my this, my that, my ass hurts, whatever. Absolutely giving these details, and she's about to give them more, and they're relying on her to get this information that's key before she gets taken to the hospital and life flighted out of there.
Old school notepad.
We're just trying to ID the last person before she leaves.
Okay. Do you remember what were the names of the people that were in the car? Dom and David? Davian? Damien?
Davion. Do you know his last name?
think she has oxygen on.
Do you know where he lives?
Staying with her in town.
Or a ventilator or something.
Staying with her in town.
His last name? Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Staying with her in town.
Bird's landing.
All right.
Am I good to jump out?
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Don't move right now, Tom.
We're gonna pull up more.
Don't
Okay,
move.
I can wait. I can wait.
Yeah.
Or either one of the names you given, Jacob or Davion.
Yeah, I know.
Copy. Do you know Jacob's last name?
Okay.
Do you know Jacob's last name?
I got the birthday, but the address was too quick to find the birthday. Tell me your address one more time, if you would.
Mushrooms. Oh, on her.
Yeah, the scale, the bags, and the substances were all taken into evidence and of course photographed. So they're also showing it here. So very quickly they did find these items. And I do want to say, even though Mackenzie's dad is trying to say that Dominic was the one that was dealing these substances, they were found on his daughter's person at the scene of the crash. Just want to point that out there for accuracy. Okay, guys, so that's the end of that. Again, she's able to give them her address multiple times. She's able to tell them who she is, where she hurts, the whole 9 yards. I'm not saying she wasn't banged up. She went very fast into that building, and it was a horrific scene. However, big but. She was fully coherent and answering questions, so she knew where she was and what had happened. In my opinion, when she says that she has no recollection, she is definitely trying to bullshit a bullshitter on that one. And I
Bullshit or
have.
bullshitter?
Oh, I'm sorry, Libra. Go ahead.
No, I just laughed. I said bullshit or bullshitter.
Don't be bullshitting the bullshitter. Because I mean, she really is. She's trying to like make everybody think that, like, oh, I was, totally out of it. Okay, so she wants people to think she wasn't on any substances, probably, because that's a whole nother issue. But she also wants people to think it wasn't intentional. She wants people to think that there was something crazy health wise that happened there. I mean, there's all these things, but we can clearly see what happened at the scene, in my opinion. So
she didn't
I
have any severe
have,
head trauma either, did she?
I'm not sure about her injuries. I'd have to look into it. I have like a list, or we have the report and stuff. But I'm not sure. I know that the other two did. Dom and Davian had, had injuries. Okay. So this is going to be Christine again. This is Dominic's mom, who is speaking with detectives, right? And it's some enhanced audio. And mods, if you guys could drop these links, I'm not sure. I think maybe this one is ATS News that we're playing right now. So it's the full uncut enhanced audio of Christine Russo's police interview with detectives, right? So I don't know. Okay, so prosecutor said Shartrella. No, that doesn't tell us anything about the date of this interview. It just tells us about the case. So I'm not sure when this is actually being conducted, but this is Dominic's mother, and my heart does go out to his family. It goes out to his mom. Thank you, Chuchi. Thank you so much. So yeah, my heart definitely goes out to his mom. So we're gonna watch this, guys, and please be respectful of Christine, Mrs. Russo. Please be respectful, and let's listen to what she's saying, because this is the victim's mother.
Prosecutor said Mackenzie Shartrella, who was 17 at the time, intentionally drove her Toyota Camry at about 100 miles per hour into a brick building in the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022. Dominic Russo, 20, and Davion Flanagan, 19, were killed, while Mackenzie survived with severe injuries. Dominic Russo's mother spoke with police numerous times. Here is the recorded interview between Dominic's mother and police as part of the investigation.
So we have, I don't know when was the last time you talked to Tim, the prosecutor? It's been a while. Okay, so right now we have a total of 11 search warrants. We have received almost returns on half of them. Not everything. The talk screen, we haven't received that yet, but we did get some information on the car. And the car is normal. There were no defects. We had a forensic mechanic look it over. There were no issues whatsoever with that. Also, medically, nothing to indicate that Mackenzie at the time of the crash or immediately before the crash had any type of medical condition that would have caused the crash.
Okay, guys, do you hear that from the detective? They're saying this is evidence that the other side, her family, her father, her mother, are out there saying doesn't exist, and they just can't. They can't get it. This is the detective on the case that has gathered the information and is speaking with Mrs. Russo at this moment, telling her that there was no medical, that there was no malfunction of the vehicle. What do you think, Libra? Oh, he must be.
I'm
I see.
so
He says
sorry. I
be
just
right
got
back. Okay,
back.
so
I had to step off.
no,
I had
it's
to step
okay.
off
I
for a
saw your
second,
message
but I'm
in the
here.
back
What did you
chat.
ask
Sorry
me? Go
about
ahead.
that. I was
Go
saying,
ahead.
so
What
you
were you gonna
probably
ask?
didn't hear that. You might not have heard that. Here, I'll just play this little tiny bit back. Give me 1 second, because don't take it from me. Take it
Okay.
from them. Because
corset looks like it's
we
painful.
got
What the heck?
we got Steve Shartrella acting like a total ass clown, talking about, I just need to see one piece of evidence about this. Well, here you go, Steve.
Right now, total of 11 search warrants. We have received almost returns on half of them. Not everything. The dock screen, we haven't received that yet, but we did get some information on the car. And the car is normal. There were no defects. We had a forensic mechanic look it over. There were no issues whatsoever with that. Also, medically, pursuant to 2 search warrants, there is nothing to indicate that Mackenzie at the time of the crash or the crash had any type of medical condition.
Yeah.
Okay, so no medical condition, but look at the size of that hooter that she's smoking on.
And yeah, somebody said, talked about POTS where Cinderella. POTS is when you stand up too fast and pass out. She was not standing exactly. She just doesn't understand the word stop. Stop, right? I had to say that one again.
That's
But
funny. It's spelled backwards. POTS is stop backwards. STOP right? Just stop, Mackenzie. Serve your time, girl. Serve your time. Be good in jail too, so you get out. That's what she should be focused on, in my opinion. Sorry, Lisa.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're saying no malfunction, right? He's like, there was 11 search warrants, right? So that those are all of that had to have probable cause, right? And so they executed said warrants, and then they obtained all of this information from that, and now he's saying no malfunction and no medical issue that she and she experienced at the time of the crash. The jailhouse phone calls is what sealed it for Cinderella. Cinderella says, yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, it's crazy. The jail calls were crazy. And they're being revisited.
Yeah,
also.
You hear the mom and her, the way they were talking was crazy.
Yeah, it is. Not what you're thinking about coming from a mom or or a daughter that's supposed to be in trouble either. It just,
And that caused the crash. So at this point, we're waiting for the talk screen to look at whether it's OVI related or something else. Now, when you and I talked before in the first time, you indicated that you thought this wasn't just an OVI, that there was something else.
She told me just the other day that they weren't fucked up. I asked her, why didn't you ask me to come get you? And she said, well, we weren't fucked up or anything, quote unquote. I don't have it in writing. I only have it orally said to me at the cemetery. So that's what she said.
Do you still believe that theory that there was something more sinister than, any type of impairment involved?
The only thing that to me, I don't know if there's a lot of rumors. I think a lot of people are lying about things. My understanding from one of the kids, that the dad that you talked to that stated that she was sleeping and all that, I don't even know if that dad was there.
He wasn't.
Put a shirt on.
Dad was in New York.
So so I don't know how he could state that, but
he's getting that from his son's statement.
Right.
Okay.
And the son, the kid came here, in fact, in this exact room with the parents, and the kid said he went to sleep.
Okay.
But
no, I thought they said Kenzie was sleeping.
Yeah, the kid said he went to sleep at 1. He woke up around 3 to use the bathroom, and she was asleep while everybody else was watching South Park. And so unfortunately.
Yeah, so there's some freaking weird pics. Sorry, Libra. I maybe should have maybe I should have warned you about these pictures, She's like, it's like, girl, you need a sweater, you know?
Yeah, it's well, the bulletproof vest or whatever is going on there was kind of like, what? And then
It's a full
I
on
mean, you're
ballistic
smoking
vest.
inside. I know they smell that if that's in their house. I know they smell that.
I have a problem too with the way she talks to the mother. I mean, maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe I'm just being, a mean mom at this moment. But like, yeah, she's totally like, we weren't effed up. Like, why would you say that to a parent? Do they have no respect for these? She has no respect for Dominic's mother, in my opinion, at all. And it's amazing to me because they're so young. Sometimes you get a little ballsy as you get older and you might swear in front of the folks, but I don't know. I just was raised different.
Yeah.
That's not acceptable for your little girlfriend to come around talking to me, disrespecting me as your mother. And, again, sorry,
Right.
Spicy Lady Freedom coming through with the mom thing. Because, I mean, I'm not having it.
No, you should never. What gets me is like these girls that think that their mom's like their sister and they treat them like that. That's not, I don't think that's appropriate either, in my opinion. That's your mom. You have to you're supposed to respect your parents.
For sure. Yeah. You gotta respect your mom, especially like, I hate to be like, especially mom, but I mean, look, this woman gave you life. And, also it's just, I think it's a hot topic for me too, because I did lose my mom when I was young, in my early 20s. So I did have her longer than my brothers and sisters, but just like, and again, as a mom, I'm just wondering, because I would treat a young man like this too. Like, I wouldn't expect a young man to just be so, I would take it as disrespectful.
But
I would take
when you're
it
a
as
spoiled brat, and if you're not respectable in any way, then your kids aren't going to respect you either sometimes, with this kind of thing. I think they spoiled the crap out of her, and they probably haven't shown that they're respectable parents in the first place. And they just,
I agree. And I think, her relationship with her mom is exactly like you described, a sister kind of like friend relationship. And it's not a mother-daughter arrangement.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. Hey,
Quite
Witchy
possibly
Mama.
so, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Witchy
really.
Mama.
I would I would absolutely not tolerate it. I would be like, you need to rephrase that, young lady. But then again, I don't know. Like I said, maybe that's why I don't have a son. Because I would be like, listen here, Linda. But yeah, this little one is she's out of control, Libra. She's full on out of control. And then she's also smoking these ginormous and copious amounts of Mary Jane here. And there's some sort of condition that apparently if you smoke like mass amounts like this, it can cause you to have like a sickness. Have you heard of that? Because I have, but I kind of thought it was like part of the hysteria and not so true. But then again, I hear that she
had a sickness from smoking so damn much. A lot of tar.
Yeah.
Isn't there like tar in that too? Kind of like cigarettes, or I don't know. Well, if you're like hashish is like tar itself, right? It's like a tarish type. I think I've heard of that. I'd say anything out of balance would make you sick or make you just you'd be groggy. It's hard on your adrenals. I know that much. It's real hard on your adrenals to smoke, especially if you're smoking really strong stuff.
And doing the dab things and stuff like that. And then also, I think you're right. Like, it's just about, moderation. And then when you're 17 and she's so little, she is a small framed little girl. I mean, her in that corset was like, I mean, I worried.
Yeah.
I worried if she was not,
Why
if
even
there
wear
was
that? It's so dumb.
I just even worried if there was a disorder of some sort because she was so extremely thin. To me,
Yeah, like anorexia or something.
it's unhealthy. Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to label her with anything like that, but I also think that like it's an unhealthy weight, and then no wonder you're getting sick, and all you're doing is taking, substances. That's not going to be good on anybody, especially a growing.
Probably dehydrated the crap out of her too. It would dehydrate you, I'd say, to do that a lot.
Oh,
I work
true.
with the guy that, how you measure it by the color of your urine. I worked with a guy that was an avid smoker, and about that age too. He was a young guy in a pizza place. He always had dark circles under his eyes, real skinny like her, and that's all he did. And he was like, "Man, I'm so dehydrated." And he was like, "My piss is orange," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's." If it's especially like dark orange, dark yellow, the darker it is, the more thick it is, the more everything is the more dehydrated you are, And I was just thinking, like, I wonder if it's just because he smokes so damn much. But I mean, hey, I don't see why it couldn't do that to you. But that was probably that'll make you sick if you dehydrate. You're gonna get sick. But like I said, it's out of balance anyway. It's not balanced in your body and also.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Wishy Mama says she's like 90 pounds soaking wet, holding a brick. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at
Yeah,
that
with her
stogie.
shoes on.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to some more of this interview. There's a lot in this interview, and the detectives are telling Dominic's mom a lot of stuff.
But
he's getting that from his son's statement.
Right. The son, the kid came here, in fact, in this exact room with the parents, and the kid said he went to sleep.
Okay.
But
no, I thought they said Kenzie was sleeping.
Yeah. The kid said he went to sleep at 1. He woke up around 3 to use the bathroom, and she was asleep while everybody else was watching South Park. And so, unfortunately, that we haven't been able to corroborate because everybody who was at the party is very uncooperative, and they practically lawyered up and refusing to talk. The only kid who voluntarily talked to us from Dominic and Kenzie's friends was Blair. And Blair spoke to me in the presence of his lawyer, and he wasn't very forthcoming. And I kind of put that in my report. I told him, Miss Russo said you're one of Dominic's best friends.
Oh, you said that you sat there and thought that they were going to all commit suicide together. That's ridiculous.
No, we did not say that. That's not what we said. We asked him if he knew. I was inquiring whether he had any information that, Dominic, like, hey, Kenzie's crazy. She might have done this, or she might have, I'm afraid for my life with her.
You should talk to my son Angelo. I mean, that's the problem.
Okay, guys, so we're going to hear a little bit. And again, I just want to say be respectful because this is Dom's mom, but I am going to give my honest opinion on this as I'm analyzing what's being said here. So you're gonna get an undertone, and some of it's gonna come on pretty heavy. Also, in my opinion, when it comes to people not trusting law enforcement and actually questioning their ability to investigate, which might be up for question, right? Since I showed you guys the lost blood vial and that sort of thing, but it does appear that it wasn't law enforcement that threw the vial away. It was the center in which was housing it. But what are your thoughts, Libra? Because it seems like the mom is like, well, you should do this, right? Why are you not talking to this person, right? And we're going to get that a lot through the interview.
Well, yeah. I definitely want to see more of that, where her assertiveness comes in, and also it's funny how the dad mentions, well, everybody else seemed to lawyer up. The only ones that would talk is so. Well, they have the right to do that, and because they're smart. I mean,
yeah, they have every right to do it. The police should, in my opinion, that officer who was talking should not have, mentioned. That's a great point. That he should never have been like, oh, I can't believe they're not talking. Well, they're not. they don't have to, right? It's your right to plead the fifth, and it's absolutely a
Is
right
that who
and a
said that?
smart move to get a lawyer to lawyer up, right?
It is, because anything you say or do can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I mean, I definitely would, especially, I'll just say I'm not trying to stick up for Rosie at all, guys, because I do think she's involved in a lot of this stuff. But like, if it was my house that everybody left from that morning and there was alleged use of substances, I would absolutely lawyer up, because you can definitely get
Right.
yourself in a whole heap of trouble, right? You know, for that.
Right. That's the main reason why too, is they all know they're dirty somehow with either guns or drugs or drug dealing or something. So they just better get your lawyers ASAP, and it's the least you say the better. And you do the litigations in court. You don't do it with the police officer. It's just not going to work out that well for you, in my opinion. It's not very wise, in my opinion.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely spot on.
She threatened him constantly. I told you, it was 1 week before we had to pick him up on the highway when she threatened to crash the car then. Okay? It's not, I was on with Dom. She sat there and texted me. Dom was out of control. Dom was very calm. So, Mom, you need to come get me. She's threatening to crash the car.
We did see those.
One of the things we wanted to bring up was that.
All right, and this is another theme too, Libra, that we're going to see, is that, you know, Dom's mother is trying to say, hey, I know for a fact that she's threatening him all the time, constantly, right? Talk to Angelo about it. There's other people that know and have witnessed her doing this. But then on top of it, you know, saying that Dom is always extremely calm with her. And we see that throughout the text messages. He's shockingly calm, in my opinion.
Yeah. So who was talking exactly here? I'm trying to decipher who's who.
Oh, sure. So it's going to be Dom's mother is the female voice. And then there's going to be at least two detectives in the room, one predominantly speaking and telling her the information. So the voice you hear that's male is going to be that guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's done some talking with, you know, multiple sources and during the investigation, served out all those 11 warrants, and now he's speaking with Christine Russo, Dominic's mom, again, about, you know, his findings, and then trying to corroborate stories, and he's obviously going to be more open with her since she's, you know, the victim's mom, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he's just kind of giving her the rundown, and, you know, I think it's important to know that, you know, she's telling the officers, hey, I told you guys about this before, that, you know, because there's this big issue that happened before, that she had to send her friend Hench out to go stop this madness on the highway, because allegedly Mackenzie's driving the car erratically and fast and saying that she's going to crash it, and Dom's like, hey, I need you to pick me up. But then you see text messages from Mackenzie to Dominic's mother, and she's trying to, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but the way it played out is Dominic reached out to his mother, and then the text messages started from Mackenzie, like telling and tattling on Dominic to his mother, and his mother's like, I just don't want you all to fight in the car. Y'all need to stop acting this way and get to a safe place. And, you know, Hench is coming to get Dom. And Mackenzie was, in my opinion, manipulating Dominic's mother and saying, oh, Dom's doing this. No, Mackenzie, you're driving. Dominic is not driving at this point. And so he actually is the one that has no control over the situation. And how freaking scary is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's wild. So here's more on her, and then I don't know who the third male voice is, but another detective, or excuse me, the second male voice.
Text conversation between you and her, and then her and Dom. We got two sides of it. Dom grabbed the wheel, and jerked it like she alleged?
No,
Okay, so when you're on the phone with Dom, to your knowledge, he never, it was just her freaking out.
right. They were on the side of the road, and she
Okay.
said, "I'm calling the police if you don't get him." And I said, I'm on the phone saying she can call the police all she wants, but we are on our way. What are the police gonna do? Okay, so that was that. They were on the side of the road.
What
They were
started
not
that
driving.
fight? You don't know?
The
Get involved just because I always said that I don't want to have my kids not or think that I don't like her, I didn't like her, or whatever. So that they wouldn't, be able to come to me. I just said, Dom, I know you're gonna get back together. I'm not getting in the middle. I just said, no. All I kept saying was there never should be fighting in the car. That's all I said. You don't fight in the car. Okay. And I didn't even in detail read her bullshit and her rants because I don't really give a shit what she had to say at that point.
Okay. So just to clarify, me looking into the possibility that there was a potentially involved on her behalf, not just recklessness, is based on the presumption that there was something more sinister than an OVI. And I kind of got that from you. I consider you to be more reliable than the average, given your profession and the fact that you kind of are experienced within the legal system. So when you tell me, hey, this is not just an OVI, I'm going to give it some more thought. And so I was hoping that some of the friends would say, hey, yeah, you know what? Dom did in private text me, that, hey, she's crazy. She tried to do this. And maybe Blair just doesn't want to talk.
He's not a real, you have to understand, he doesn't do a lot of social media. He doesn't do a lot of texting. Even him and I, it's more on the phone where you pick up the phone and talk. So he would not be texting from that. I do know, which again would be hearsay, that Blair said that she has driven crazy before. He never liked her driving. I asked him if they had
smoked another one.
I asked him, he said
maybe he
once.
misunderstood. Well, I don't know that Dom drove a lot.
Look at how pretty I am. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Mira.
Yeah, she's gross, right? It's a little hot mess over there. So if we look back at this, and I'm not trying again, I wasn't in their life, I wasn't even their friend, I don't know these people. But when we look at this photo here, we saw the ones of Mackenzie, with these massive, Mary Jane looking activities, and we see this one here where it's a normal size of a J, in my opinion, and it's not this massive hooter. And okay, I mean, look, again, I'm telling you, okay, and Dom takes one little baby hit off of it and then passes it over, and look at what Mackenzie does right after. Yeah, finally getting him to smoke some with me. She's a little devil, buddy. She's a little devil. I wouldn't want my girl or my girl or my boy with her. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
No, it's and again, I'm not trying to be like, oh my gosh, but I'm just going to point that out because they like to continue to point the finger at Dominic like he was like this big, and maybe he took the words of Tony Montana, or well, actually it was Frank that said it. Don't get HIGH on your own supply, right?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe he was smart about it and he didn't partake, but I think he did. I think it was never to the extent like that she did, in my opinion. She's like excessive about everything.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah, and I hate blaming celebrities or music or any influences like that, but it is a heavy influence in these kids, and some of them aren't smart enough to be a leader instead of a follower. But I have to say, when it comes to Kim Kardashian, she has so many trashy little girls like Mackenzie following her lead. I think it's time to change it up a little bit and show them. Sorry, Libra. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean
so
I'm like
old.
getting so aggravated.
It gets so old though. It's like always the same. It's like nobody cares about the Kardashians and Kanye West anymore. We'll just stop making them Stop putting them out there like you do. Like, who cares? I don't know. That's me. I'm just not a fan. Beyonce too. I'm not a fan of her. I'm not a fan of Jay-Z's. Just gotten really. He's aged horribly. He is just
Really? I haven't
so
even seen him
ugly
lately.
anymore. He grew out like big ass dreadlocks like Bob Marley. He just looks weird. He still looks like a camel, in my opinion. But yeah, this influencing celebrities that all these they're millionaires. I mean, obviously, but that these kids look up to, and I don't know how they're still looking up to them because they're like 70 years old now. Just lame. It's not the 90s anymore. You're not the
weird.
top.
That
shit.
is weird.
I can't stand it. It's like there's more to life than, you know, Ryan Seacrest owned, okay, Kardashians and Kanye West and everything else, and Oprah Winfrey. She didn't do anything for Hawaii, in my opinion. All that money she's got, she should have saved that whole damn island.
Yeah, I agree.
Not to get off subject, but
No, I get what you're saying. It's just like idolizing these people who are just, you know, not as great as they seem. And why don't you, you know, like our friend Jen was saying, be the change you want to see and things like that. I get it's not easy when you're 17. You're not thinking about that stuff, right? Like I'm not trying to falter there.
Yeah, they're bloodsuckers. They're killing your brain cells little by little.
Oh gosh, yeah. So before you're developing them fully, you know?
Yeah. And so they'll tell you what's cool. They'll, you know, Paris Hilton, you know, will make her, you know, that's all the world cares about anymore. And it's just dumbing down everyone, dumbing us all down.
They are, and I'm not gonna lie, she is a very pretty girl. Like she could dress really, really nicely and put on a, you know, again, I can't change people's personalities and stuff. I'm not trying to do that. We're all individuals and unique, and you know, but in the same way, like she could really have been a good influence on other young girls, right? Because unfortunately, you know, if somebody sees somebody like Mackenzie, they might think, oh yeah, I want to be like her, but like this is the wrong way to be. And again, I just feel like she's the ringleader over here, like, you know.
Yeah, they're very superficial, says Leslie, keeping it real. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
Even some artists that were local in Nashville that I've seen blow up have kind of turned, and it's like, you're a sellout now. You used to be real, but now I feel like you're a sellout because you're just so Hollywood now. Just they're working that Hollywood magic on everybody. It's like literally like selling your soul. But yeah, you're looking up to these scumbags, in my opinion. You're not gonna really get anywhere in life.
I agree, because even look at Jip Jip. She's over there meeting with Kim Kardashian, and then now this one thinks that she can do something like that and have Kim Kardashian support her, and just that the whole thing of like, you know, showing off your body and doing that. Now again, Mackenzie takes it to another level, but knowing that she was allegedly also selling herself as well as these substances, it makes sense why she would put herself out there in such a manner, because I was worried about her father and the way that they have that weird relationship and how weird he is. And I thought about maybe that's why. Yeah, because sometimes when people experience that kind of trauma, they'll either cover up more. Sometimes they'll gain a bunch of weight and try to be ugly so no one messes with them. Like, seriously, it's sad. And then to the extreme, some of them become more promiscuous and start acting out more, showing more of themselves. And so, you know, it's just all bad. It's all bad.
That's what I thought Illuminati did at first. I wasn't sure, but I was like, is she doing this on purpose? To like be unattractive? No, that's just who you are.
No, I don't know. I guess she took her pants off on the Kick Live one time. I briefly saw a clip and
whoa,
then I ran to the bathroom to barf.
Dude, never mind. I should have brought that up.
Yeah, is that gross? I was like, ugh, I can't unsee that. Sorry, I clicked on that one.
For the
for the popo at the jail.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah, I know.
Wow,
It's a
that's
stark
crazy.
side by
I'm glad I
side.
didn't see it. Hunchback of Notre Dame, taking off his pants.
Yeah, I spared you that one. I was gonna share it with you, but then I figured you probably didn't want to see.
No, you just
I'm
better
just
blur that thing out, like that guy at
I have to
Disney
edit it
World.
for you first.
Yeah, blur it out. I want to see it from
What
the
do you
neck
want to talk
down. I
about
want
on
to see
tonight's
nothing.
show? Just send you that.
Yeah.
You'd be
Oh
like,
man.
I don't feel so well. All of a sudden, I'm gonna
Yeah,
pass.
I don't feel
I'll
good.
let you take this one, lady. Just,
I'm flaking out on this one.
yeah, exactly. I wouldn't blame you one bit.
He misunderstood. I don't know that Don drove a lot. Don was a very safe, slow driver. I mean, so not that he hasn't gotten a speeding ticket here and there on the highway. I'm not saying that. Right. After my surgery, it was a lot easier for me to drive with him than my other son, just because I was in so much pain, and he was just really more like an old man driving than, Angelo. So, and not anything against Ange, but that's just, he's more jerky of a driver, than Dom was. It could be the vehicle too, but.
When I ask those questions to
all right, so to be fair, this is a live commentary, and this is why I like to watch stuff before I present it with you guys. So Dom is over there smoking a great big old hootie, the blowfish, and so there that is. Some reason this person blurred that out and showed when she was doing it. Like, I'm going to be fair when it comes to that and balanced, because we have to be camera. Although I still maintain that Mackenzie's the ringleader, and she smokes a hell of a lot more than he does.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I hate it
want to
when
be
they do
fair about
that.
that.
And anyone.
I know.
Yeah, it's unfair to do that stuff just because you're biased. No, these are the facts. Put it out there. If you put it out there for her, put it out there for anybody else. They were all, just because those two gentlemen passed away doesn't mean that they weren't innocent. They were innocent on anything either. I don't agree with what she did, but yeah, let's not just, it's like some of these YouTube videos, they would do the same thing in like a street fight. You'd see a certain person always get blurred out and a certain person not get blurred out. I'm not going to go there, but it's just so dumb. It's like, you could show it just as well if the other person is hitting the other person. Why did you blur that person and not that person? And none of them are minors. So why do that? You don't want to show this, but you want to show that. You want to push your agenda, I guess, right? Of what you want everybody to see. It's bias. And it's like, It's just dumb.
No, I agree with that, because I think you can't weigh it out on the scales of justice if you don't have both sides. Let's weigh it out and see, and you're not even giving us a chance to do that. You can't just portray one. Yeah, no, I hear you, Libra. I think it goes back to what our friend Jennifer Aaron in her book talks about, villain syndrome. And I think that has a big thing to do with it too, where people just want to pick that villain or the victim. And, it's not always so cut and dry. In the circumstance where the crash happened, they're absolutely innocent victims, but everything leading up to is what, we have to weigh it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hey, cat. Justice for Noog. Justice for Noog is here. Look at that cat. He's so cute. I love cats.
Justice for Noog. How are you? Justice for Noog was here last night, wasn't she?
Yes. Usually, yeah. Justice for Noog is a lot on our night crew. And we get a lot of people like during the day and night too. So
night crew.
I wasn't sure how many people would be interested in the Shartrella case because of that, but and I wasn't really even preparing to talk about it, but the fact that, again, with Jennifer Aaron's book, and we were talking about how it doesn't only happen to women, these domestic situations or partner violence, um, it doesn't matter. It's any relationship, and it's very important to remember we're all human. We all have personalities. We're all going to be flawed. Some of us are just a little bit
So I got a
crazier than
question.
others. What's that?
Something you may know, something you may not know, but did Mackenzie's boyfriend not have a car, and their other friend not have a car, or just not like to drive, or what? Do you know?
That's a good
Because
question. I don't know if they were just all riding together and they had like if they just all rode to the party together. That's a good
it
question.
seems like, I mean, it makes sense to carpool, obviously, but she's always behind. She's always behind the wheel. So I wonder if it's a control freak thing for her, or because it's her car, or both, or what. That's interesting because she was, I mean, more than once had gotten in a fight with him in the car and threatened, drove real fast and all this stuff. So it's kind of like after a while, I'm going, what's up with that? What's up with her always driving? Or do they just want to ride with their stuff and be, I don't know, man, not get pulled
No, I,
over,
I, I get what you're
be questioned
saying.
with, think
Yeah.
they got the drugs? Because some people do that. They'll think that if I sit in the back seat with my drugs in my pocket, I'm not driving, they won't check me or whatever. I mean, just got to take that into consideration because we do know drugs are involved. They've been carrying guns and drugs. I don't know when and where. I mean, I don't know exactly when the guns were with them or not with them, or the drugs were with them, not with them. I know that she was caught with them in the car when they wrecked, but yeah, just something I thought of. Something be neat to try to dive into anyway.
Yeah,
It's hard to get
I
information
think
though
so.
sometimes on that stuff.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I mean it does
Yeah,
speak to
I'd
like
be
what was
curious to
going
know.
on. Yeah, Jilly says the other boy hitched a ride home, and she does seem controlling for sure. Absolutely. I mean, I think she is. And again, there's probably trauma and situations and reasons for this, but she's absolutely controlling, and to a point where she's possessive. A lot of the text messages to Dom are very domineering and just like you better, and never asks, hey, could you please, or this hurt my feelings, so can we talk about that? None of that is ever present. She is so harsh with this young man, and I don't know when this hatred developed between the two of them. It is wholly toxic. Because like Libra, we were talking about like in the beginning
Yeah.
of a relationship, like you were saying, when you're like infatuated and you're like, oh, I love you so much, and especially when you're young and you're like, oh my god, this person, my whole world, and you're like, writing them love notes and da 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 da, da passing them in school, that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
then, at a certain point, it does sometimes turn to, and maybe even inevitably in some cases, because obviously, if you spend a lot of time with somebody, you live with somebody, it's a different level.
Oh yeah. Totally different level when you're living with somebody than when you're not. And having to, that's something you have to learn too, is you have to learn how to live together. And that changes a lot. You get sick of being around each other, maybe, because you're around each other more because you're living together now. It's totally different ball game,
I
in
agree.
my
And
opinion.
then, at what point
But
does it
yeah.
turn to be so hateful? Like, I was thinking the other day, I'm like, I've literally never even thought to slash somebody's tires open, or, you know, take a bat to their car, or, I mean, I'm thinking Carrie Underwood now, but, I mean, I do like that song. I mean, I'm like, yeah, girl power. But like in the same way, it's never occurred to me to actually take it to that extreme. Maybe because it
Yeah.
happened to me, like, but I just wouldn't.
Yeah. It's, destroying somebody's property just because you're mad and out of control. Out of control.
Totally, totally. Um, oh, Illinois has strict laws on young drivers having passengers only one under 21. Oh, I did hear that.
Yeah,
Just
Tennessee started doing that because there used to be big like joy rides and stuff where you couldn't have 4 16-year-olds in a car, and I think that's still a thing because I just never see it here, and I think it's still a law, but it's something similar to that. I'll have to look it up. It's similar. They started it back in the early 2000s or the 90s or something, because it was getting out of hand where they're just being maniacs, and it would just be packed full of kids dancing and stuff and just being dangerous, not paying attention to the road and screaming and yelling out the windows and doing everything that we all used to love to do. Right.
Right. Yeah, I know. And that's what's hard, because but it's so dangerous, it really is. And, they don't think about it. And, we talk about their brains not being fully developed. That plays into it too. And, I agree with you completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. But I think it's a big distraction too. And then you think about the cell phones and the whole 9 yards.
Blair very off. Clearly, his mom with the attorney were, we had the interview at the attorney's house, which is a bit unusual. But I asked him if he was a passenger ever with Mackenzie driving. He said once. I'm like, I kind of found that hard to believe, that you've only driven once. And I asked him if he had any concerns about his safety, because again, other people have said, or through the rumor mill, we got the whole idea that she's a reckless driver. Some kids didn't feel safe with her, including her best friend, Rosie, who her dad wouldn't let us, talk to her. She wouldn't talk to us. Landon Turner wouldn't talk to us. All these people who were at the party that night, with the exception of Paul Burlinghouse, nobody else is talking. And all of them kind of either involved their parents and or lawyers. And so we're kind of, at this point, the prosecutor, I did let Tim know, and Tim took their names, and chances are they're going to be subpoenaed for a grand jury.
Mhm.
And so are they going to talk? Maybe not to me, but they're going to have to answer some questions to Tim.
Okay, guys, so this is interesting. It sounds like they're putting the heat on pretty thick, trying to get information. And I think when it comes to the detectives and them lawyering up, I suppose this is excuse me, let me see here. This is the party. I don't want to get her doing the fish face.
With the exception of Paul Burlinghouse, nobody else is
lizard.
talking. And all of them.
Okay, so that you can see all these kids over here at the party. So it wasn't just like a few kids, like they were saying in the Netflix documentary. They said, Rosie's like, oh, it was just like, Kenzie and me and Bubba. And here we go with the Bubba crap again. And, it was this one, and Dom and Davion, but she wasn't describing a bunch of people. And maybe she's talking about the people that only slept over. But she was also saying that, like, everybody was gone early and Mackenzie was sleeping by like 1:30, I think it was. But you can see all of these other kids, and the detectives are trying to figure out, what is what's going on, and they're lawyering up, and their parents are like, nope, you're not going to talk to, we're not talking.
Prosecutor, their names, and chances are they're going to be subpoenaed for a grand jury. And so,
and I just wanted to point that out too. Again, this is why I think the grand jury was involved, and as we see the court case unfold, it's gonna, there's gonna be a lot of different little nuances in there as to how the original case was handled, because of course she's trying to appeal, she's trying to get out, the whole 9 yards.
Are they going to talk? Yeah, they're eventually going to talk. Maybe not, but they're going to have to answer some questions to Tim, and we're relaying all that
How does that
information.
work with juveniles? Are these juveniles?
No, they're 18 now.
Okay.
Yes, they're off to college. So Rosie's in OU.
It seemed like Mackenzie was one of the younger friends in that group, and she turned, 3 days after the accident.
Right.
So I think everybody else had turned just before her.
Right. So, I'm not going to lie to you. They're the parents are also, some of the parents don't want to get in the middle of this, but I think these kids who are at the Burling house that night have important information to tell us.
Yeah, none
What
of
was
them
the-
are, and you have to realize Dom and Davion went because of Kenzie.
Right,
They're-
right.
I mean, well, Davion might have known the people because he just graduated, but
We know Kenzie and Rosie planned that night because Rosie and Burlinghouse are like best friends.
Okay.
So they were
So I
there
had
on behalf of
right,
Mackenzie.
so I mean,
Dom
he
was
wasn't
tagging
friends
along.
with- right, yeah, exactly.
And Dom was tagging along. So we are, we did ask those questions. And again, nobody's willing to talk. It's all hearsay. Hey, so-and-so says, Kenzie is a bad driver. We never want to be in the car with her. But
A couple of people.
nobody, came up and said 1, 2, 3. We had 4 or 5 people who came in voluntarily, gave statements, and they were good statements. But the people we wanted to talk to, they kind of put up those roadblocks. So I noticed that there were some text exchanges between you and Mackenzie. And a lot of times, at some point there was some I love you exchanges, so maybe she felt comfortable. But can you tell me what the relationship was like between Dom and Kenzie?
Well, Dom was kind of more private with me regarding their arguments, but my son Angelo said that she would threaten him all the time.
How old is Angelo now?
23 or 24.
Okay. And Chris is 26.
6, yeah. And how this all came up, so the background. I didn't like.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you guys they redacted some of this, so some of it is going to be muted out because, and I thought it was my earbud. That's what I was telling you in the back chat about my earbud issue.
And he did say that.
Oh, here it is.
All
Here it
those
goes. Sorry.
problems were because of her.
Yeah.
And being upset. And
What was that? And that drink, it looked like beer with ice in it.
Ew,
Toking
gross.
it up. Toking it up. Whoa.
Remember when I had my first beer with ice in it? No, I'm just kidding.
I know an old man that used to do that. He's like, people think I'm weird for putting ice in my beer. I like it cold. I was like, yeah. I guess the bar didn't give it to him cold.
you know what I mean? And
Rusty mug is the way to go.
That made it easier to like her.
Drink it
because you didn't
And she
feel
was
like
always right, and she came over for holidays, and they'd include me and things like that, and I just figured maybe she just needs to grow up. She's young. I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that it's gonna come to this.
What were your vibes? Your mother.
Oh my goodness, guys. This part is going to be really difficult to listen to. And again, my heart goes out to Christine Russo. I mean, this is so terrible. And, we can do everything perfect as a parent, and it's still not going to ever be good enough. It's just, life happens. And so I just want to say that on her, if she watched or something like that, and just say it on her behalf. Because it's really sad and it's hard, and any good parent is going to blame themselves no matter what. And Witchy and the ladies in the chat, Leslie, I see you guys, Justice for Nuke. We had so much more freedom to do what we wanted, like what she says, not to be all Gen X, but these kids now are partying and doing stuff we did as kids, but we had instincts and survival and common sense on our side in the 70s and 80s, and it's not so excessive. Like, we didn't also have these dabs and things that are supercharged, right?
Yeah, technology's gotten pretty wild with the vaping and everything. Is different. But
yeah,
it's just their parents were different though too. Like, the problem is a lot of them, their parents are my age. and I know what era I came from, but it's just, yeah, man, it's different. It's different.
Yeah, how
But
old
every
are you?
generation
Because
says the
I'm
same thing,
43.
of course.
I'm 43. How old are you,
I'm
Lee? If you don't
41.
mind? Okay, so yeah, I knew we were like pretty close in age. So you youngin? No,
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
vaping and all that stuff. Yeah, we are. But the vaping and all that stuff is really started in the what 2000s somewhere.
Mhm.
It's only got really popular after the Juuls killed so many kids, unfortunately, unalived. Oh my gosh, I gotta be careful what I say.
It's okay. I have to remind
Yeah,
myself all the time.
jeez, man, it's gonna ping me. It's gonna ding me. But anyway, yeah, the technology's changed since I was even a teenager, and that wasn't even that long ago. It don't seem like so. I mean, but it's
Mhm.
changed so much that getting stronger hits. It's killing. It's unaliving people because it's just being stuff like fentanyl is all out there, and it's just a whole different world. You know, you can't just get straight drugs anymore. It's always mixed with something chemical wise that's just even worse for you than what you're already risking and everything. But just the way we were raised is just different back in that day too anyway.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, and we don't even know what's like really in any of the. I mean, even now, I even got weirded out and worried because like of the government, manufacturing the Mary Jane, and I'm like, what are they putting in it, in it, and then population control, and then I get my tinfoil hat on, and I'm like, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
real.
In the
Yeah,
80s you could get Coca-Cola without fentanyl. It's just not the same now. You can't,
true.
and it's already risky, but you really can't. You really can't do that now. And speed, I remember when
Yeah.
speed was a thing. Gilia, I think it's Gile 659.
Yeah,
But yeah, I remember when speed was a popular thing that everybody was always talking about.
yeah.
I
Well,
haven't heard
it just
nothing
keeps
about
on
it lately.
progressively. We've really gotten quite the repertoire, but I mean, everything's always been out there. I think too. It would just, you
Yeah.
know, yeah, it's kind of um, maybe been a thing, but we just didn't know, or it didn't become popular. The mathematics, well, we call it mathematics here, but mathematicians and such. That is a huge issue. That's by far, in my opinion, the dirtiest, nastiest thing. And no offense to anybody that does it, I'm not perfect. I'm
Yeah.
just saying it totally warps the brain. It causes. I think that's the reason why there's so much like
It's bad
weird,
stuff.
nasty sex stuff with like all of that is because they're messed up. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it warps their brains.
Man.
I've watched it firsthand.
It like warps your
Just
skull. I've seen so many different weird head shapes due to that. It's just like, what?
That's funny. I've seen
Mutating.
this will
Mutating off the
misshake your
meth.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine me sitting talking to a group of people and this one person getting upset with me because I said that, for a woman, I don't understand why a woman would want to do that because like you said, it absolutely warps your looks and your appearance. Like you look older and like ew,
Cheekbones are
sunken.
sinking in. Yeah, your face is
Yeah,
sinking in.
gaunt. And I'm like, why
Ooh.
would you do that to yourself as a woman? And then they're like, that doesn't happen to everyone. And got so pissed at me. This is in Missouri, of
Yeah.
course.
But then
417, mathematics capital of, the universe.
oh
And yeah. And I'm like, are you kidding me right now?
yeah.
Like, you're seriously gonna try to defend that? I'm like, do you want me to show you faces of math? Because I'll do it. Because that's
Yeah,
why they have
it's
that
like
faces. Have you seen that?
when you're it's the feeling of it though they get into. They don't even think about what it's doing to them. And but they get stuck on that what they like about how it makes them feel and they just keep doing it. It just destroys their face and their everything, eyes sinking in.
What's that crocodile stuff? Have you seen that too? There's a crocodile stuff that like
Oh man,
it
there's
like
all
it's a
sorts of
flesh eating, yeah, or flaca, I think it is.
What? Oh, there's so much stuff out there. There's no way. All I know is Waka Flocka, but it's
All
dangerously
I know
high
is
addictive
flocka means
synthetic, similar
skinny
to
in
bath
Spanish.
salts. It's like bath salts, the Flocka. Usually sold as
Oh,
cheap
okay. It's like
bowel-filling
that.
crystals. It triggers extreme paranoia, hallucinations, and excited delirium, leading to
Lovely.
violent behavior. That's like, yeah, they're beating people's faces off with that too, apparently. Classified as a
Ew.
Schedule 1 drug. It is illegal in the US. So it's not only a Schedule 2. Schedule 2 is like your meth and cocaine and everything. Schedule 1 is even bigger of a charge if you get caught with it. So wow. Yeah, just cause this stuff is so dangerous. And it's got these
Very dangerous.
these chemicals and crap. Just turn
And
you into
sometimes you
they
think you're
call it the
getting
zombie
one.
drug. Gravel zombie
Oh,
drug,
yeah.
Flocka. Those are the names for it, you know.
Yeah, that's really gross. Really, really gross.
Yeah.
And crazy. Yeah, crazy stuff. Um
Anyway,
so
that's what allegedly these families are all involved. But no, just kidding. No, I'm
no,
kidding.
not
I'm not.
I don't know about all that, but
They did
who
have
knows?
meth though, right? Or is it mushrooms? They didn't have meth, did they?
They so they had on the scene, as far as I know, only Mary Jane and the magical mushrooms.
Okay.
So that's the only thing that I can find out. Um,
Yeah.
so
So she could have hallucinated and been like, "You guys are trying to get me," and just start speeding or something. You never know. Or it could have been an argument. I wonder. I will continue to wonder, and we'll probably never know because we didn't have a dash cam inside that car pointing at them and recording what was going on in that car. Now it did look like when they turned the corner and she turned it all nice and slow, onto that street, that does look like there is a light shining inside that car. Like somebody has a big computer screen. Or we were looking at that the other day, Chuchi and I. And
yeah,
I thought it was a
was
light reflection, but it looks like it might not be a light reflection. It looks like it's inside the car, possibly a really big phone, if it's a phone or a tablet or something.
it looks like a tablet to me. I know exactly what you're talking about. So the tox report came back with Delta 9 in her system, but no
Okay.
magical mushrooms. But we were talking about it earlier, Witchy, and it appears that they had misplaced the blood vials from the crash scene when they life flighted her. They had taken some vials from her, but they were thrown away by the facility where they were being housed. And then by the time the police tried to get
Man,
them, they were gone.
that
Yeah, so she
that saved her butt on some extra charges probably then, because she's already looking at a long time, right? That just saved her butt a little bit, I guess, because she's still screwed, right?
I mean, I think she's screwed it. I mean, I think she should. What I really think she needs to do is stop her bullshit and serve her time and behave herself if she wants to get out. If she really truly wants to get out, then that's how she'll do it. Again, I don't want another Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I mean, no, thank you. We have enough of a gremlin in that one. But on the streets, loose. But yeah. Yeah, and Leslie, I'm so sorry, and that's the thing. That's why I don't want to offend anybody when I talk about it, because nobody's better than anybody else here, right? Like we're not. We're just trying to give an honest assessment, but no,
Yeah.
nobody's better than anybody, and it sucks when you're addicted and you get into that lifestyle and dealing with it. It's really sad, and that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
say. When I said that about mathematics and all of that, because a woman as a mathematician, I would be like, no, that's not good for you. And it does, it ruins your looks. And it takes years off your life too. Like people are like, oh, you can't die from it, but you're killing yourself with it.
It'll shut you down.
As I smoke a cigarette.
Ultralight.
real.
It's okay.
I'm not trying to be
Ultralight.
right. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I'm being for real, you know.
Yeah. So what's coming up next here in this video?
All right, so let's just play it through. There's a lot.
And I just figured, maybe she's she's young. I mean, do you know what I'm saying? You don't think that it's going to come to this.
What were your vibes, your motherly instincts? What did you feel around Kenzie, especially in the presence of Dominic? Was she genuine, or
She was everything that you can tell by her. Is everything's all about her. If you notice, prom pictures. Every single time we try to get a picture, she's all over my son, so I can't even get one without her in it. He catered to her. She claimed she had a gluten-free problem or something, and I would make dinner, and then I would be questioned on, was the stuff okay for her diet because her stomach, and if I didn't have everything that would have complied with her stomach diet, whatever it was, I never believed it, he would cook for her separate, always. And she's a slob. She never cleaned. Her mother's house is a slob. My house isn't the greatest either, but I'm just saying, it's just, if Dom's going to cook for you, do the dishes. Clean up after yourself. Do you know what I mean? That sort of a thing. But everything
Could
is
have
always
Crohn's
about her. I mean,
disease.
like I said, even with her parents.
Weed
I
helps
want
with
you to know
Crohn's
that her
disease a
aunt
lot.
works for Doug Brill Mill. I have to ask David. I'm not sure exactly what the lawyer's name is. It's a Lorain County lawyer.
Or
she's the one that set
celiac.
up the GoFundMe.
we're aware of that.
Yes. So while Kenzie was in the hospital, they were already making up stories.
Right.
Okay, as to what happened. But the deer, the epilepsy, the seizure, down to a bunch of other stuff. I had not breathed a word about the mushroom story, not a word to anybody. But I had already heard, those had to be Dom's because she was a juvenile and she was holding his drugs because she was a juvenile. If anybody.
Okay, so this part of the story, I just want to say right off the bat, makes more sense to me than Steve Shartrella getting up here trying to make us all believe, right? Bullshitting a bunch of bullshitters. That, it was because he already had charges and, Mackenzie would have just gotten a slap on the wrist. Well, why was that, Steve? It's because she's a juvenile. So you're letting your juvenile daughter hold Mary Jane, which she could get in trouble for as a juvenile, and it won't transfer over to her adult record. Okay, gotcha. So now that we talk to Dominic's mom or hear from her, that makes sense to me more.
Yeah.
Because it didn't before. And then also I would like to point out that sometimes being the one to snitch, and I'm not recommending tattling, but I'm saying as a parent, if you have this knowledge, please don't withhold it, right? And because this is the thing, they're running rampant saying that Dominic was the one. Oh, him. Don't look at Mackenzie. And we see this horrible behavior from her. It's so important to speak up and speak out about these issues. Don't hold it. Don't hold it in secret, because that's why it's see something, say something, do something. We have to, especially as a parent. Yeah, I think they're finding all kinds of ways, Witchy Mama, to do these things, and it's really, really sad. It's really, really sad.
He knows Dom would take a hit before he would put somebody else in harm's way. So this is all that's been fabricated. Per Tim's request, and I feel bad. Know the girl forever. I can't imagine what she's feeling like. Whether she did it on purpose, as she claims, she knows nothing. She remembers nothing, and she did say.
You've kept in contact with her since?
Yes, she did say something that was pretty damning the other day.
Have you seen her in person or just over
I've just seen her twice at the cemetery.
Twice at the cemetery? How does she
Yeah.
get there? Can she drive?
Her
How is she?
mother takes her in the,
Is she in a wheelchair still?
yeah, she can only put weight on her left leg.
Okay.
And then she's supposed to start some physical therapy.
Okay.
Huh.
And guys, I don't know what date this is. I'm not sure what date this interview was, or like and where it was in the process, but they were thinking something completely different in the beginning about Mackenzie and the situation, like thinking it was an accident until they knew different. And in this, there's kind of a lot of bombshells that the detective releases with that. So, I mean, and then it I don't know. It kind of I don't know how to say it delicately. Well, I'll just play the video and save it. Do you have anything to add, Libra? I'm sorry.
I don't.
Okay,
But
no problem.
Yeah, I'm
So
definitely listening to what she's saying. It's interesting.
yeah, I don't want to speak too soon because again, I haven't reviewed this completely. I listened to like I think it was like 40 minutes of it, so I just want to make sure I'm not misspeaking.
I've also kept in touch because she's dangling photos, she's dangling videos, and, you know, but she just pieces one or two out instead of saying, I think you'd enjoyed it. Like we were at the cemetery and we had this bee problem between the two of us. I still have the bee problem. The bee people are coming today. But Dom had called me about the bees, and I don't know what she was recording, but it's all his voice, at least because it has his voice. And so she finally sends me that one. But it's like, she's just
playing on your emotions.
Yeah.
So where was she living the last few months?
Oh, that was it. That was it. That was the whole conversation. I can find it. So she'd been begging me to come over to the house because, we live between the two houses because with Christopher's mental illness, Dom couldn't.
What did you say about Chris?
Christopher's his mental illness.
What's he gonna have going on?
He has he's been in and out of Oakview. He's got he imagines stuff like he called the police the one day claiming Don had threatened him, and we're all sitting there and the police are like,
and I don't want to get away
off
from
track.
what you're talking about, but I want to touch on there was some text about Dom and Chris having a rough relationship.
Yeah, that's why Dom started sleeping a lot next door, even though he still maintained his room and lived with me. But because of that, like I said, Chris called the police on him several times. I'm sure you've got a record of it, claiming this and that. Now, the one day I was in the hospital, Dom was just outside, wanted to get back in to eat breakfast in the house. I have a broken window still from it. Christopher had locked him out and called the police and said Dom was outside threatening, which wasn't true. Then I'm there, I'm out of the hospital now. Chris calls again and says Dom threatened him. I'm sitting right there and I'm like, whatever. Cops come 4 deep or whatever. They talk to Chris. They eventually take him to Oakview because they processing what was really happening.
Is he on meds?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry. This is disgusting, and I'm sorry that there's so many gratuitous shots of this underage young lady supposed to be vajayjay or coochie, whatever you want to call it. Disgusting. Trigger warning disclaimer. I'm sorry about that. Again, I was listening to this more than I was paying attention to the video. Now I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, good Lord. But I do think
I wonder
that it's,
if these are all off the internet or did somebody like leak all that?
no, these are all
because
files. Libra, these are all, and I can't confirm that is all in the files. Where like these are her these are from like, okay, I'll just say Instagram, Snapchat.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yes, all the socials.
I figured. I mean, usually when somebody's into themselves like that, it's posted online. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't take the pictures, I guess. of themselves
Right.
that much. They post it somewhere. That's wild.
Yeah, it is. It
When you let your
is.
kids do whatever they want, though, they damn near kill themselves, unalive themselves.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta use
Jeez, I
code.
need to
I know.
practice.
I hate it
I have to
because
be.
it's like we can't even
Golly, I
just
keep
say
saying
what
that.
it is. I know. I know.
So
Like we have to
dumb.
say man instead of, with an E, and it just sounds silly, but I know. We have to kind of dumb it down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
that was Damien's mother
No,
or
this is
Christine
Dominic's
Russo.
mother, Christine. Same name as his
Russo.
sister that has the podcast, but yeah, it's Dom's mom.
Okay. That's what okay.
Yeah. And so, like, detectives are just telling her all this information. She's giving out information, um,
Yeah, she's got
to,
a lot to say. And then she said,
yeah.
she said that very, she said something like out of pocket or something, but he's like in person or, yeah, we see him at the cemetery. Yeah,
So
trigger
they were,
warning.
yeah, yeah. So they were going to the cemetery to see Dom, and they were doing the. I know Witchy knows a lot more about like the pendulum stuff, but like they were doing the pendulum, and they were trying to get messages from Dom while they were at his gravesite, and Mackenzie was joining them, and I believe it was Dom's father that was mainly doing this, but
Hmm.
they in the beginning, like I was saying earlier, like they never wanted to think that she would do this, right? Like it's so sad.
Yeah, disbelief.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like they just didn't, because they've known her for, I guess they were together for like 4 years. So
Oh, for a good while.
yeah.
For youngins, that's a long time, I think. I don't know what y'all think, but I think being with somebody, it's almost like a job, 5 or more years, or 4 or 5 or more years. That's you got some longevity starting up. It's half a decade, almost.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
exactly. And
youngins usually, seem like they break up a lot. Well, they did these two did allegedly, right? Her and her boyfriend were starting to break up a lot and get back together. So they just stopped asking. The dad said, her Mackenzie's dad said he stopped even asking how things are going because they'd be back together again so quickly
and the mom was trying to be like, hey, I
or
try to
whatever.
stay neutral so that way my kids will come to me, which I think that is the best policy, is to stay open. Because if you tell somebody like, hey, you can't see this one, what's the kid gonna do? They're gonna sneak and see them, in my opinion. Not
Yeah.
always,
Oh
not
yeah.
always, but you're taking a greater risk, I think.
Yeah. Want to know what the mystery is that you want to uncover it now because you're like, why can't I do that? I want to look and see. It's wild.
Witchy says, what do you want to know about the pendulums? I got you covered. I just want to make sure I say it right, Witchy. You like mostly because like they had like a board out there, and then they had the pendulum, and they were asking questions, kind of trying to get a message from Dom. And Mackenzie, well, someone, either she or someone else, was filming it, because I did see some footage of that. And
Hmm.
she was like just crying because he said he did, like I said, it was Dom's dad that was reading it, and he was reading out like "I love you," and she was like losing it. Which, I mean, obviously I would too if that was the love of my life. I mean, so you think like, yeah, of course. And 4 years in the grand scheme of things is not a long time in my opinion. But when you're that age, and
Yeah, that age is what I mean. Like if you're,
yeah,
older and stuff, not really, but when you're that age, it seems like, I don't know. Personally, I wasn't with anybody that long at that age, so
yeah, me neither. I mean, I
I was
got
too
together with
immature.
daughter's father when I was 16, and then we were divorced by the time we were like 27 or 28.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a very long time, and lots of years lost, in my opinion. Like if it's toxic, you should get out. Um,
Yeah.
I Yeah, and I'm sure there was a, but Dom is so calm. He's just so calm. So.
Yeah.
So, Jilly, there was an age difference. Is asking, was she the same age as he was? So at the time of the crash, she was 17 and he was 20, I believe. So, it's hard too. And when we talk about the whole 4 years thing, and that Dom was looking at breaking up with Mackenzie, in my opinion, I think a lot of it too. Think about the fact that you're turning 21 years old, and you're able to go clubbing, and your little girlfriend is a psycho. That's not going to work. She's not going to want you to go out and experience anything. She doesn't care. She doesn't love you enough to want you to be happy, or experience life or anything. So it was going to be, I mean, can you only imagine what it would have been like if they would have stayed together and he'd have been clubbing with a Davion or one of the friends that was older? Man, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Um,
At that age, it's so wild to be
and I
out,
don't
even
want to
living that
mow over
lifestyle
that
already.
either. I don't want to mow over that either, because yeah, they were, so that would be 3 years apart. So 4 years.
Yeah, that's
And I
not.
am.
There's like a Romeo Juliet laws and stuff, but like
Mhm.
with that age, it's a little bit different. Like here in Tennessee, I think it's 4 years or so, something like that. If they're a minor and you're an adult, it can't be any more than 4 years or something like that. I don't know.
I've heard two, but okay,
Never
that's
did it,
interesting. So
but
Ohio,
I know that.
let's see. Does
I think it
Ohio,
depends on the age too.
right?
If
Yeah, it
she's
does.
13 and you're 17, or you're still minors, but I don't know if that's okay. If you're 18 and she's like 14, I don't know about that, because you're an adult by law here, and age of consent and all that stuff is 18. So that would be kind of weird. But if it's 20 to like 17, 21 to 17, 21, 20, 19, 18, 70, that's it's a little different. You know what I mean? So you're looking at what age as well. So if say the guy's 18 and she's 14, I don't know about that. That's kind of weird anyway. That's really weird. It's only
Yeah, I
4
don't.
years, but it's still, what does an 18-year-old want to do with a 14-year-old, So
That's why I don't want to mow over that fact, because now that Jilly's asked that, and I think it's important to remember that, yeah, because and basically Ohio does have a Romeo and Juliet law. It doesn't specify right here whether there's an age stipulation or not, but it says it's designed to protect individuals in consensual relationships where there is a close age difference. This law provides a close in age exemption to prevent felony prosecution for teenagers involved in consensual sex conduct. And even if one partner is below the age of consent, it aims to distinguish between criminal behavior and consensual interactions among peers,
yeah,
thereby preventing harsh legal consequences for young people. And I get that, like, because I don't think
yeah,
that's not what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say here is,
right.
I could see how that would be another reason that where he was like, he's leaving her behind, obviously, because she's a young girl, and they were both young when they met. So 4 years before, she would have been 13, and 4 years before that, he would have been, uh, let's see, sorry, 16. Yeah, yeah. So 16 and 13 is when they would have got together officially. Um, Dating older boys is not uncommon for girls, because we have to remember that boys do not develop, their brains do not develop as fast as ours do. And I'm not trying to say that in any way.
Yeah.
Don't come for me, Libra. I
We
know, but
definitely don't
it's
mature as quick. No, they say that it's
yeah.
true. No, that's a fact. I think women mature earlier than men for sure. And y'all just look
Yeah.
for you're gonna look for an older guy. You want to look up to somebody. You want like a not look up to some. I guess if that's what I mean. But you want to someone that feels like semi like a man to you, and that'd be somebody that's usually older.
I
It's
wanted
kinda
someone
like
who had a car.
it's
You know, and I
attractive. I
remember
don't know how to
dating a
explain.
16-year-old when I was 14. That's why I'm
Yeah,
saying
that
it's
kind of
like, you
stuff.
know,
He's an older
yeah,
guy. He can do more. He could probably take care of me. It's some of it might be I don't know if it's all. A lot of it's subconscious or societal or what, but yeah, I
well, and the maturity
totally
factor is huge.
the
Yeah.
maturity part, for the girl has to be there, and it's usually an older guy because he has finally matured a little bit more than someone his own age. That if he was her age, it just wouldn't. I agree. In other words, I agree.
Yeah, no, I think it's great for, people because I mean, I think again that it would definitely fall under these stipulations of the Ohio Romeo and Juliet law or clause, however you want to put it. So yeah, I think that's important just to remember that in case people are like, well, what about that? Because we got to talk about it all.
Now them living together, even if they're okay with that age difference, it's just they just I don't agree with them being out completely like the way they were acting and living. They weren't acting mature enough to be living out on their own like that. So they're about to move in together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's like the back of their property of the parents, it's still kind of weird. That's kind of weird to me. Even though that their age I think is fine for their age group. Makes sense. It's like a 4-year, that's nothing. That's no big deal. But when you're just given all this freedom and you do what you want, I don't know. It's kind of, you got to kind of slow down a little bit and maybe, next year do a little bit more, next year do a little bit more of adult things or, but not all at once. It's too much for their little brains to handle, to do it all at once and let them do what they want. Cause this is what happens. This kind of thing is what happens in my opinion. Yeah, it's like you said, a recipe for disaster. A lot of it.
Yeah, it is. You're so right too. With the little, their young minds are growing, and then with her moving so fast. And I will say, I have to blame her parents for allowing her to be living with a boy when she's 17. I don't know
Yeah.
again with the laws, but yeah, like she is absolutely allowed to do whatever, whenever.
Well, there's no reason to. She could live with them. There's no reason to do that anyway. Why would you rush that?
True
I don't
that.
know.
And I do think like
That's just crazy.
I think the mom is. I think
Just
her and
what
the
if
mom
them
butt
sleep-
heads, like you said.
Yeah, I think they probably. I see them fighting each other like crazy, and then the dad
Yeah.
trying to mediate it all. I don't know
Oh,
why.
Lord.
I can. I just can because she just comes off so aggressively. And then she was getting all emotional when the mom was starting to speak in court. For the leniency and all that with the judge, and she was sitting there just with the aggressive gestures and just the whole aura about her, and I could see Mackenzie was getting emotional right away, like, please plead for me and you're going to talk him into this, please, and here's the one with the authority right here talking, and I hope she gets this accomplished, kind of look on her face, in my opinion.
I agree. And Cinderella
Her shoes
says
are going to
her
have to
shoes
be
are
a
going
whole
to-
size bigger for those toenails. Yeah, I know, right?
That big toe is nasty as fuck to me. Like, I think that is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. No, I'm just teasing. That and the
Excuse me, that's how mine looks when I
coochie
do them.
shots.
That's how mine look when I get them nice and shiny and paint them white and everything else. Don't you make fun of that?
Ew. You
It's
like
just
that?
like mine.
That's
No, I
your
don't.
jam.
I don't.
You're like, how dare you? That's how I like mine. Like,
I-
but the
yeah.
other one's wild. Ew.
Except
that's
I
so
do mine
weird.
pink sometimes. Pink. I do it purple, pink, I like all sorts of colors. I do red sometimes. Valentine's Day I'll do red. Get a pedicure. Get your hair did.
That's what she's all about. That life, and Witchy Mama says sometimes it's not the parent okaying it. It's the kids trying to take control of their lives too early. That's very true, Witchy Mama. That's very true. And I can totally see a
Yeah,
power
exactly.
conflict between a like-minded Mackenzie and her mama. Oh yeah.
Just enabled at the same time. It's like the enablement as well as the pushing, and probably we don't know how they talk. I mean, we do kind of know how they talk to their parents, or how she talked to her mom, I think you said, or
Yeah, Dom's mom, she's like, we weren't all effed up, but she said the real.
I'm sure she was very demanding, probably like, I'm going to that party. You're gonna let me go to that party. Until they finally went fine, or they didn't care. I don't know which one. That's hard to tell, but
Right?
I
They
know
might
she
have
like that
gave
with
up on
both
this
of them.
one. She does run the shit, doesn't she? She's running shit in jail. This little girl right here with the big toenail is running shit in jail.
Yeah,
Big time,
they
and
just
I
have a
think
way
she has a
about
lot
it,
of
man. They just
male
know what to do.
support. Support from male men who are sending her
Yeah,
money and
crime circus. Ugh,
oh boy.
so weird, dude. That's so cringe to me.
Yeah. I will say there was a couple of decent points made in the video I watched. It was like 10 reasons why she's not guilty. But I like watching stuff like that every now and then too, like to get a different perspective.
Yeah. A check 1 2. Chrissy pissy check 1 2. So we got Veronica says, hey all. Hey Veronica. Muted? Save our shit. Am I muted? Can y'all hear me in the chat? Uh-oh. It's all over with now. You've got me alone. So it's just fine. I'm not too sensitive. LOL, says Cinderella. So, right? You got Libra alone. You got Libra solo now. It's my show. Take it over. Hopefully she can get back in here without me having to do something. She might have to back chat me something. Let me check the back chat real quick, y'all. Let's see here. Redacted. Yeah, I don't know. That was an old message. But anyway, let me read some comments here. Christine Russo. See if I can present something here. Okay, I guess it'd be this one.
My apologies, guys. I got booted. Yeah, I got booted out. Sorry about that.
Well, you need to stop cussing and swearing, calling people words, names. Stop being bad, and you wouldn't get kicked off, knocked out. I just went ahead and I read some chats while you were gone, and just kind of told everybody it's over with. I'm taking over the show. I got excited. Early celebration, and then here you come back. Darn it. Okay, though.
Right? You're like, now it's my turn.
Felt powerful for a minute.
That's funny.
Oh, I loved it. I was like, yes, finally it happened. I was like, I don't know who did this, but this is amazing. The world is mine.
That's too funny. Oh my goodness. Hey Veronica, good to see you. I know.
I will rule the world when I finally get my metal legs.
Libra's like Lo siento Holmes and just kicked me right out of
Lo siento, pendejos. No es mi problema, es tu problema. No es mi problema. Tú sabes. Mi español. All right.
Oh my goodness, that's too funny. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we'll
was
do
like,
that.
oh shit. I was like, I totally got booted. All right, so let's on that note.
Flocka.
So let's get back to Kenzie.
So why? This was because she's begging me to go over there into that house where he had set up his business and his studio and the things that he was doing.
Begging me.
Whatever with his job. And I said, I'm not touching that stuff. I don't know why she wants to, but then she wanted to take some of his clothes, and I found out she had a bag of his clothes at her house. And then she says to me, well, I don't understand, why I couldn't go in there where I have been staying for the last 4 months or something, which gave you the living on the own thing. Okay. Now, mind you, mother, I check and see when the car comes home. I check and see what's there.
And we
The
see
night
that.
of the incidents, I had assumed he was home. His car was there. They don't rarely would take Kenzie's car. Now, they did take it to Florida because she has the better gas mileage or whatever. The two
This
of
is
them went
Mackenzie's
together
mom?
with the mother, with her mom.
This is Dominic's mom, and she is talking about
Oh,
the
okay.
car situation. Yeah, she's telling us like, what all they did with the car situation and like why, because she says Dom did drive a lot, but then she talks about like a Florida trip.
Don't rarely would take his car. They did take it to Florida because she has the better gas mileage or whatever. The two of them went together with the mother, with her mom. But
Hold on, so when they drove to Florida, her mom was with them?
yeah, they traveled together. Yeah, in two separate cars though.
Yeah.
So they had two vehicles, so the mom could take the daughter and do different things.
Gotcha.
Universal, but they piggyback together.
Gotcha.
So, because I was nervous about that, I said, oh, geez, you know what I mean? They had planned this. I just got out of the hospital. This was like right around Easter. But then my ex and Angela went, so they met them down there too. So I had a little bit sense okay and kept in touch, and then they came home. But she says that I've been staying there or living there for the last so many months. I have it in a text message since I don't know if your subpoena keeps going through
And
to back up after that.
gotcha. So you can confirm that she has stayed, even as a juvenile at the time, she has been staying outside her
And the
parents'
point
house.
of all of that is the fact that the mom never gets home. She never checked in with me ever. The only time they would ever come over would be once in a blue moon to drop something off or to take pictures for some event. Do you know what I'm saying? But Kenzie, Dom took her to Polaris. Dom made sure she made it to school.
Mom braid my
didn't
hair
do
while I
any of
lay
that,
here.
Okay. So it was all Dom, other than her, obviously, if she could walk to the high school.
How long they've been together?
They said 4 years. I don't I didn't know that it was quite that long, but that's what he said, and that's what he told Angela, that he didn't want to he felt that it had been 4 years.
When did you notice her coming around? Give or take.
Oh, it's been a few years.
It's been a few
It
years?
didn't
Okay.
just happen. But
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't know. Like maybe when they first started dating, they were really young then. Dom wasn't probably driving even. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I probably didn't see much of her.
Dom ever talk about her driving or her, ever, mention anything to you about, I don't feel safe getting in a car with this girl or anything of that sort?
Like I said, he has stated that she's crazy, that he was concerned about her driving, and clearly that was mentioned before. And I don't know exact language because I didn't
Objection,
remember.
hearsay, Your Honor.
That I would have to remember was the day on the highway the week before, which was and I'll never. And you said, how do you remember? Well, I know I had testing the next day. I was sick. It was raining. I remember everything about it because I had to go to the hospital the next morning. So nobody could say, oh, you just don't remember that day. No, I do. I remember it clear as a bell.
And
and then she sent her dad over to get her purse out of the house and blah, 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 you know. And it was, I just thought it's just like, oh, it's just this is just stupid.
Did they fight a lot?
According to my son, Angelo, yes, they were fighting quite a bit.
Would you mind us talking to Angelo?
Would he be one of?
I actually, if you didn't make it, I mean, he's sort of lately been having a tough time getting up in the morning. Just, I think it started, he was really strong for me through all of this. But if you can make it a little bit later in the day, I could bring it to you.
We're still going through her phone. So the search warrant we got through her phone, there's 80 gigabytes of data.
Her and
between
Tom had
31,000 exchanges, which is, I mean,
All right, so 31,000 text messages.
Cringe photo.
Oh, big time.
Cringe photo of the carousel.
It's so weird.
It's just way too young for that, in my opinion.
I think that was the idea, in my opinion, knowing what I know now, Libra. So I think you're spot on. I mean, yeah, it's
it'd be different if she wasn't wearing that, you know, maybe, but it's just anyway.
I agree. I appreciate your, input there because I find it cringe too. And, sometimes when other women judge other women, it's like, even though I look at her as a little girl, especially because she was at this time, like it does come off like we're like, oh, look at Haley Busby, lured off the internet, and her parents are doing everything to fight for advocacy for children online. And these parents absolutely, in my opinion, knew exactly what this young lady was doing. And if they didn't, they should have been in the know.
I'm sure Dad was looking at the pictures, like I told you.
Ooh, I know.
He gives me those weird vibes. Drink some warm milk and you can hang out and smoke, and I'll take pictures of you while you're out here in the in the circus or at the whatever you call it, the fairground. I bet you he took that picture. You know, it's him. He probably did it.
Oh, I think it was Dom, because there was one where they panned over. Now I could be wrong. There was.
I'm just being mean. I'm just being mean.
I know. No, I know. No, I mean, it's so bad. You're not being mean. You're being truthful for real. There's such a big difference between hateful and truthful, because the truth hurts, right? Yeah, barf bags engaged. Anybody need one? We might need a bucket. You know,
just the attire nowadays is just different. It's like skin tight. It's just way too young for that, in my opinion. I wouldn't let my daughter wear that. Sorry.
She looks like she's wearing underwear and like.
Exactly, that's my point. It's just the skin tight, but that's what a lot of people wear right now. No offense to nobody, but there's a certain age, I guess, that maybe you should be allowed to. I don't know.
I agree. I hate shaming people for what they wear because I think anybody should be able to wear whatever they want. And also, I don't want to say that like, oh, look at this young girl wearing this. She's asking for trouble, because I hate that. But
right. Not that at all. No, it's just if she gets up, if she were to stand up, which she better be careful because the pots, don't pass out. If she were to stand up, you definitely would see cheeks, in my opinion. The way how far up those are, you have to be seeing her the bottom of her butt cheeks.
We used to call it
crazy. Yeah, like Daisy Dukes, but like way up there, like they do nowadays, where it's like way too high. Like it got worse and worse over time. It just gets worse and worse over time.
It does, and it's super creepy. Like everybody's in the chat is like super creepy. Veronica's like, yeah, super.
I'm more of the guy that's like, I'm not looking at her going, hey, you asked for it. I'm the person that's saying,
no, you, dad or whoever, you need to protect her because I don't want something to happen to her. I want somebody, you know, I don't want, nobody needs to be looking at a 16-year-old that way. 16 at the time, right? 17. In this picture, I don't know, but I don't, you know, I don't think that anybody should be, because, you know, they might get the wrong idea, or, you know, it's just not modest for that age. But, you know,
Yeah, I just feel like I want to like cover her up because that way, because you know what these weirdos out there are thinking, and that's more. I'm
right.
blaming them, not her. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. No, you're so right. You're so right. And I hear you guys in the chat. The young kids, they do like to, you know. I mean, I get it when you're younger too. You're like more free and you know and that sort of thing. So, um, they do wear stripper clothes. Which that's too funny.
I love how she spelt it too.
Yeah, code. We had a speaking code over here, you know, because of that. They are over, you know, sex. Yep, they are. They really are. And you know, it's just it is dangerous. So I just don't want that to be like misconstrued for blaming a victim or anything. So, thanks, Veronica. Yeah, yeah. It's just all right. Let's watch some more. But I am sorry about these that we're what we're about to see.
That's an astronomical number. It's taking us forever to get to these interviews.
Yeah, she's more of a texter than Dom is.
Right.
Like I said, me and Dom rarely text. I mean, I might say I love you or whatever, but he usually would call.
You know,
and that was more his style, you know, than.
One thing that came up with when I talked to Blair was the goodbye messages and the phone call from Dom the wee hours of the morning of the crash. He said Dom FaceTimed with him or called, but Blair was asleep, so he missed the call. And he's pretty torn over this because he's like, I wish I was awake to know what he wanted, because that's that mystery that he'll never know. And so he said, according to him, that Dom sent like I love you type messages to family members.
No, I think that, I don't know about that. The only thing I do know is he texts his dad, love you, dad, or whatever.
Is that unusual?
No, I don't think that it was anything unusual for him. I don't know. Him and his dad have had a rocky relationship their whole life. Do you know what I mean? So who knows? Maybe the kid had a freaking premonition and felt guilty because they did. Dom was young when I got divorced, and you know, his dad made it some of the visitation difficult for them, and with him being young, it was
harder on him than the other two.
Have you been able to talk to his dad since the crash?
I tried.
He called me last week. I don't know if he told you that.
Me he was going to call you.
He wanted to know the status, why we're still investigating, why this is not you know.
Well, yeah, and I don't trust him, and we've told him we don't trust him because he sat there and he's doing some voodoo. I called him hysterical.
Right.
The night that it happened, I was in tears. I just didn't want to forget what had happened. I was so upset. And they claim that, that Dom from Beyond has told them through this, like a Ouija board thing, that the accident wasn't Kenzie's fault. Well, how could it not be? When Husney tells me that the 360, which I don't understand, I'm not technological savvy, okay, that she's driving fine and then accelerates at one point to this point and doesn't stop.
So you talked to Husney?
Well, he called, after Davion's funeral, Husney introduced me to the parents of the wake, and then I had I couldn't deal with anybody, so I went late to the church, but I felt I wanted to pay the kid respect. And I left before they did their procession to be there for the mass, and he had called complaining about talking shit, basically, about things that he was disappointed in. And not facetious. I mean, I would want the mom or the parents to know. But, him and I had a few criticisms about the way that the funeral was handled and them being gone. And things like that. I don't know if he just used me as a sounding board, because he was very close with them. But he just started with blah, blah, blah. And then he went on to say, you better not let this go, that I know that this is, she did this on, basically, I don't want to replace the kids' words.
And it's okay, because, we talked to Hussein.
Him and Tyler Croy.
Yeah, and
they're
then
very
he was just very angry and just said that, you better not let that. I said, I'm not gonna let this go. I said, it's in the police. I said, well, even if I said, oh, it's fine. Yeah, I said, it's still a crime. So I got 2 dead kids, So, but he just vented for a little bit, and I hadn't talked to him, much after that. But, and I did hear a little bit, like, from some of the other kids that, he maybe exaggerates a little bit, he doesn't know everything, like he claims he knows, blah, blah, blah. But don't get wrapped up in what the kid tells you, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought it was odd, too, that he would call and criticize about the funeral, right, and the things, and then that coming back, and the neighbor being all pissed off.
So, are there any rumors that you would want us to confirm or dispel for you? Anything? Because
I told you
want
the
to
big
try
thing
to.
was that mushroom thing, okay, which
The mushroom was found on her person.
But I know that.
It's on
I'm
body
saying
camera.
I have not said a word. I was told that. I mean, nothing you guys have said has left my brain, okay?
The mushrooms were tested. They came back. It's an F2 given the quantity. It was above the bulk amount. It was on her person. Yes.
See, because I asked him, I've been in the mushroom case in freaking years.
Listen, I've spent the last 4 years in the DEA task force. This is the second time in 4 years I've seen mushrooms.
It's a large quantity. And the medics were the ones who searched her, went to the gurney before they life flight. It was even Berea.
All right, guys. So there you have it. On Mackenzie was large quantities. And where were they getting it? Because he's saying he was like in the DEA and never encountered so much of that substance, particularly.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah, who are the adults supplying these substances to the kids, Makes you
Somebody
wonder.
is. Yeah, somebody is.
Yeah, wild.
It wasn't even strong. On the body cam of the officer, the medic reaches in, grabs it, gives it to the officer. So, I mean, you're not able to pin it on down.
I'm telling you, that was the big thing. And then I was like, well, that's not his character.
Right.
And why in the hell, if they're driving home sober at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever time it was, would that be there? Like, I still don't know whose backpack's in the car. I don't know what happened to his necklace.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even know. I know I called you guys one night hysterical. I don't know who I talked to, but I just didn't know what happened to his clothes. I didn't know.
So the car is in our possession. It's secured in one of our bays because it's evidence at this point. Everything else that we were able to collect from the car, that we were able to get, is in property. Everything. The only things that I released were, the necklace that I found now, a couple of things, and everything was with the prosecutor's approval. I wasn't going to release.
Well, I don't know. Tim wasn't thrilled. He wanted you to just keep her phone. He goes, but we can't keep her phone forever. But
right.
I said, well, how can you? I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, and that was a good move on Zaki's part. He made a good deal because
we had to make a deal with the devil. And you're a defense lawyer. You're an excellent lawyer. You know how this goes. At this point, we served a search warrant. That seizure of the phone becomes unreasonable. What am I holding on to the phone for? We gave her the phone back in exchange for the code. Had we not gotten that code, that phone possibly could have had to go to Israel, to the lab, to Cellbrite, to crack into it. Again, or the feds or something. It would have been very difficult. Apple doesn't make things easy for police to get into.
Okay, guys. So that was interesting to me about the Celebrate stuff. Um, and it's just they're saying they have to play devil's advocate, and they also have let us know here that Christine Russo apparently at some point was a defense attorney herself. So I thought that was interesting. And then also on top of that, the fact that they gave Mackenzie enough rope to hang herself with, so to speak.
So they
I
said
don't know. I have an old phone that I can't get into either.
And number two, as you might already know, I wanted to give her rope and let that go on the record. I wanted to give her the phone back, see what she's going to do with it. And she did. I mean, she was making modeling, talking to this modeling company from the hospital about her future plans with no regard to the fact that she took 2 innocent lives, or at least contributed to the loss of life. So it was a strategic decision that I made that I will.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything.
And I know,
just wanted to make a joke about it.
No, and again, Tim and I talked, and I said, listen, sometimes you kind of have to, her mom called over 10, 15 times here wanting the phone back. And so once we served the search warrant and we had the,
you needed had what you needed.
We got all that.
I gotcha.
So that takes me to the next, to the Dom's phone. I know you asked Jason for Dom's phone. I do have Dom's phone, and what I was gonna say is a lot of the friends were not cooperative with us, and I'm wondering if there is anything on Dom's phone. We looked through Davion's phone. We asked the parents, and granted, the parents had no standing in his case, but I know with Dom's phone, it's registered to your law firm, so you do have standing. Whether or not you would consent to letting us look.
Yeah, I just can't. And I can't because I have so many confidential communications, even with my son and other people, that he would call me or, and talk about. He's not friends with any of those people.
Okay. So it does appear that Dominic's phone at that time was attached to her law firm, and so she's saying that she won't give access without a warrant, so to speak, right? Because I'm guessing they had got a warrant. So I thought that was interesting. Libra, what do you think?
Yeah, she said something about he's not friends with any of these people. Do you hear that part?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I thought that was really interesting, and I know, like, as a defense attorney, there's going to be different maybe ways that you would handle things based on the knowledge and what you do, and that all of that.
Yeah.
I just think that I found that to be so interesting.
Yeah,
that she's like, no, I don't want to do it.
Because she knows her rights probably, and it's just like, nah, it's sensitive stuff. I don't know. Like, maybe she doesn't want to have accountability. Also, maybe she feels like this could incriminate me, even though he's passed, right? This could incriminate me on something that could be on there, and they go after the parents, you know what I mean, and hold them responsible. But it's always good to exercise your rights, right? That's why we have them.
100%. I agree. And yeah, really well said. And I mean, a lot of people don't know how many rights we actually do have. So the fact that she's a defense attorney, she's well versed in that.
Yeah. She's like, no, they're asking for consent. And once you give consent, it's over with. Either you give consent or they have to have probable cause to get into that phone. And so they don't have probable cause, and then they ask for consent, never give consent to search anything, ever. Never, ever, 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 ever. Because even if you do in your car, say you give them consent to search your car, and you're in a state where they don't have, the vehicle exception and all that stuff, where they can do it for safety reasons and all that dumb stuff. They'll tear up your car and they'll give it right back, and you can't do anything about it. They could leave everything just thrown everywhere, break pieces of trim inside your car and everything else, and you can't sue them for it. And they will do that if you let them search. So even for that reason, don't let them search anything. Never give consent to search. It's your Fourth Amendment right.
I think that is a very smart
In my
advice.
opinion, I'm not.
No,
you know, that's my opinion, and for entertainment purposes only. I'm not an attorney, and so I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm just saying that's what I would practice. That right.
Exactly. I'm right there with you. And isn't it weird? I didn't realize this either with Apple. I guess I might have heard it before or something, but I thought technology had caught up or something where the police were able to do that more easily. But I guess Apple products are a little bit different when they're trying to extract information.
If you want to, Apple's, in my opinion, always been it's not so prone to viruses like Windows software and all that. It's always seemed to be, and their phones are pretty good and encrypted usually. That's how I've always known Apple. Even their desktops and laptops are just more safe. Whereas if I had a Windows computer, after like 5 minutes, I already got thousands of viruses on the thing from doing nothing. And so it's like, that's my experience though. I might, and you may disagree, but
I agree
that does
with you,
not
'cause
surprise me about Apple.
Well, it's two separate operating systems, right? Windows and then iOS. But then and then really what it is, it's because people write viruses for the masses. They don't, and so with Apple, that's how they're able to not have as many viruses and stuff, is because typically people are not writing those type of viruses for Apple. It's for Microsoft, because everybody, it's
everybody loves Bill Gates.
Everybody loves Bill Gates.
Not me.
Exactly.
Not me. No.
I used to have a MacBook, and that sort of thing, but I did opt for the other one. But you're absolutely spot on with that, in my opinion, because of the operating system and them writing them. Hey, Holly, good to see you. And Chuchi says, according to to Christine, Dom's sister, that Rosie and Landon, aka Bubba, is Mackenzie's friends, not Dom. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah, Chuchi, that's the best of my knowledge. Though, and that's why they were kind of upset that I guess Netflix. I don't know now. I don't know who Netflix asked to talk to and who agreed to talk to them, right? With that disclaimer, but it does appear that they only chose to speak with Mackenzie's friends and not like a mixture or speak to Dominic's friends.
I wonder if they just couldn't get a hold of some of these people that were like, no, I'm not going to be a part of that.
Right. Yeah, that's why I had to kind of, I don't know, exactly. But I did end up hearing that too. With when it came to, well, and the officer talks about Blair, and Blair is one of Dom's friends, and apparently Blair wasn't wanting to be forthcoming, according to law enforcement. Now, of course, that's their story. That's their side of things.
Yeah. Right.
But I mean, but I could say the same thing about Dom's mom. But like you were saying, it's just smart to, because, well, for one, loose lips sink ships. But when it's legal, like you said, everything can and will be used against you. So you have to be so careful, navigating through. So yeah, all right. So we'll go back to this, but I thought that was so interesting.
And we, all learned from talking to him is that there were those phone calls, or at least attempts to make calls, the morning of the crash. So in particular, we're not looking to.
Well, I can
tarnish.
go on my and print off his call log. I have absolutely no problem doing that.
I am interested.
Can you get text messages through my Verizon?
I will find out.
From the night of the 30th.
I know, like in Medina, because they're always really more so than Cuyahoga, just they're freaks about phones and all that
Mhm.
stuff. And we will get printouts. They're harder to go through because it's not the bubbles like we like
Yeah,
to see
yeah, right.
on the thing, but it'll show the number and it'll show the statement.
Sure.
So, but that's one thing. Is like I got kids right now. The cases are going on. I can't. That are his friends. Yeah.
My main concern is, like I said, we're not looking to,
Oh,
tarnish his name.
I don't think the kid didn't do anything.
Right.
I mean, I don't.
All we
I
want to
just-
know is
Right,
those
if there's
calls
anything
were.
else that went through.
Did he
Yeah.
vent that night to somebody? Maybe did he take a picture of her sleeping at the house? Did he, anything that
Well,
that
I
would
think
shed some light on what
I mean,
happened?
I don't know that I could do anything with it, and I'll frankly tell you why the phone's so
Take a
important.
picture.
Not only did we have, he started that business. He had his college fund that he was using money to make multiple investments, and I've asked, which I don't do a whole lot of probate, but Loretta, my lawyer, I said, how am I gonna, like some of them will say, take a text message to verify
in
your
the phone.
identity.
Mhm.
So anything, like he has a laptop, but his cryptocurrency, all that shit's gonna be on there. I don't know, because you said it was smashed. I don't know if I wanna go to Verizon and say, hey, can we at least transfer it? So I could try to find out where it's marked. Right now, even my son said, we could be getting killed in the stock market, and we don't even have his stocks. We did put one in my name that we did together because he was too young for them to establish it, but the rest of the accounts he established.
Okay.
I mean, I know where he banks at, that's not an issue, but I don't know about these stock accounts. And because this freaking paperless shit, nothing comes to the house. I get the
Right.
bank statement to the house, but I was with him
Mhm.
and told the bank, just do a paper copy. Because everything's with this wireless shit, I have nothing to even go on.
What kind of business was Dom running?
He did, he were making music, he set up a studio, and then people would come and pay him, and he would help them
In the
with
house
studio
next door.
time.
Sound and
That's
okay,
where he
yeah.
conducted, and he made his own songs, and that was how he was making his money. Plus, like I said, I didn't hand over all his money, just so you know. I mean, he would say, "Give me 10 grand. I'm going to put it in this stock." Or
Look at my
so I
daughter.
would order the checks out
Look
of
at
it. It
my
was a
daughter.
uniform
I
gift
look
to
like
minors
evil
up to
clown.
21. So
I look like Joker.
So, but I don't know. Like I said, even the one that me and him had together, I think is going. I don't get statements on that either. So even Angela says I could be trading the stock or buying and selling. We can't do.
You're talking about the dad looking like the Joker. Sorry, I was muted and I
No,
was laughing.
her mom. You say,
Oh, the
look
mom.
at me. I look like Jack Nicholson. I look like the Joker. I'm her mom.
God.
And Mackenzie's over here. She's got her corset shaped waist. You can tell it's so freaking thin. There's no reason to be. Yeah, she's got that scary, like, look at me, I am so proud of my daughter. But yes, I'm gonna rob the bank with a mask that looks just like this. Yeah.
She looks crazy as a loon, and
Oh yeah, and that's another reason. I mean, you got to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
oh, she's a major player in the toxicity department. But the dad's face is funny too. He kind of looks like he just farted or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Looks like Al Bundy lost, like his cat died, so he grew out a beard and
Oh my god.
just got up off the couch after drinking some beer.
Yikes. I don't know about excuse me, I don't know about where they are or what they're doing at this, but I do think that it was said that they went on family vacations and that Dom had, joined them on some of the family vacations. I'm guessing this is one of them.
Disneyland somewhere. It's like Disneyland.
Yeah. And Mackenzie's drinking her juice and,
Juicing up.
she's juicing up.
It's good for you.
She definitely has the rage factor going.
It's in my name. He could have with my permission. I can't do nothing with Dom's. I just got to turn it over to Loretta to see if we can get Yeah,
I
Yeah,
will,
that's her
I will
sister on the right, I
contact him once we're done here, let him know, because like I said, since the Mackenzie's phone, I run everything by him. Hey, you good with us
Yeah,
releasing?
that's fine. I mean, I don't know.
We haven't looked into it though. I just want you to know.
I don't know if it's even possible. I don't know. If that's the case, then the only thing I can hope is Verizon tells me you could pull it from the cloud. Do you see what I'm saying? Because a lot of stuff, so I may be able to do that. I know I can definitely get all the call logs.
That's, the calls
I can
texts
go
are
from
on.
there.
Right, and that's, like I said,
Like I said, he's more of a caller than a texter. And that was just, I think the only reason he texted his dad late was because it was late.
Okay. Like I said, based on that conversation with Blair, it just seemed, even by his own admission, it's just unusual. And, calling Blair late at night, like maybe he did have a feeling, or
Well, I did.
maybe there was something.
I made the comment the week before. We all went to dinner with my mom. And I said, why didn't we take a picture? And Ange goes, yeah, we're going to take a picture of all of us at dinner. I said, yeah, that picture will never happen again. Not thinking my son, but you know what I'm saying? That definitely was what the Lord was putting in my brain. I was thinking my mom or my stepdad would have passed. Do you know what I mean? They just turned 80. You know what I'm saying? Not the opposite. So I don't know that, but I was clueless, obviously.
If this goes to trial, as you might expect, through discovery, that her defense lawyer, Jim McDowell.
Oh, that's what she hired?
Yeah,
McDonald?
McDonald or
they're in the third
McDowell?
one now, so it's kind of it's changed a
McDonald's.
couple times, but I think it's
She had Brad Koff from Columbus, who
Poor
referred
Dom.
to Stephen McGowan, and all of a sudden, Jim.
Steve McGowan. I love Steve McGowan.
I feel bad for his sister too. She never got any attention.
He won't work the case. It's kind of like Stu Lippy. They don't watch videos.
Oh, sorry, Lieber. What'd you say?
My bad. I didn't want you to have to stop it. I was just saying, I feel bad for his sister too. She never got any attention. And poor Dom.
Yeah.
Like what you're saying, poor Dom. I just realized it was you that said that. And Veronica says, what, 80 pounds? If only I would be way, way too skinny.
Oh yeah. Oh, it is way too skinny. It reminds me, what was those things at I don't want to say the wrong people that did it, but in history, I remember seeing something on like the History Channel where they would put those rings around their neck and make their necks
Yeah, in China.
longer. Okay,
And it
thank
would get
you.
so long that some of them, their neck would snap by the time they took them off. I think it was like when they finally got to adulthood or finally got where they were married or something. I can't remember the whole tradition. What is that? I'm looking that up now.
Yeah, but it reminds me of her corset. Like I feel like she was like shaping her waist in that way.
Yeah, that's what that does. Basically, it's they've done it back in the Western times and stuff. These women wear these corsets so tight. It was just so bad for their organs. And yeah, these are just called neck rings. Neck rings or
neck rings. Thank
are
you.
any form of stiff jewelry worn as an ornament around the neck of an individual, as opposed to a loose necklace. And it shows I see a bunch of women wearing them here. And neck rings are that are rarely and never removed are a type of permanent jewelry. Yeah, you get tall as heck with that. You got a long ass neck, but you'd be tall, really tall, like 10 inches taller.
Exactly.
Of the two most notable types, one is a torque, and often heavy and valuable ornament, normally open at the throat. These are worn by various early cultures, but are especially associated with the ancient cells. Sorry, I'm not wearing glasses. Of the European Iron Age, where they are evidently a key indicator of wealth and status, mostly worn by men. Men. The other type is one that is more okay. This is a different one by men, I guess. And then it says the other type is one or more spiral metal coils of many turns, often worn only by married women. That's what it was as far as marriage goes. I couldn't remember.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's weird.
It's related to an ideal of beauty. Neck rings push the clavicle and ribs down. That's wild.
Yeah, I can't
It's
believe that
wild.
actually has that effect. I guess if you wear it long enough, it'll just like start, like your body will adjust to it or adapt.
Yeah, it's gonna just pull you. The more it's pushing in, the more your head's going up, and it shows them even as a little kid, little tiny girl wearing them at like 5 years old until they get to adulthood, and then it's like super crazy looking because they get super duper. And like I said, yeah, they can snap their neck if they're not careful, and it's over with. And then you're gone, just to out of tradition, I guess, to out of culture of looking beautiful and status and power and beauty, I guess, or whatever. Interesting. But yeah,
Wow.
that's that.
Wow, that's so interesting. And I will say, it does appear, Brad, that Mackenzie, so Dom's family had the house, and then he was either renting or he bought the house next door to them, or maybe it was theirs, but either way they were living there. Dom and Mackenzie. So it does appear that they were, they were spending quite a bit of time with, I would imagine they would probably have been spending more time with his family than hers. I don't know, Libra. That's just a guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know what the arrangement was, or exactly. I'll have to look back in the text messages to see when they started living together, because I do remember like the transition where you could tell that they were, going from like, oh, I'll see you tomorrow to, what do we have, what are we eating for dinner? Like, I'll be home at, 5:30, or what I'm saying? Like you could tell the conversation shifted as if they were living together.
And his feet look huge at that angle, by the way. Got that wide angle lens going on. His feet they look bigger. They appear bigger than his head. Look at how big his feet are, y'all.
Yeah, his legs are very long. He's very long and thin
Limber,
as well.
huh? Is that what you call it?
Yes, slender.
Slender, limber guy. It looks like,
Yeah.
it's like Ronald McDonald shoes if they're only red.
Yeah, it's definitely that angle,
It
because
just looks so crazy. It's that
Yeah.
iPhone. The iPhone does that for sure, because I use an iPhone, and it's if you're at that wide angle lens setting, like 0.5 or whatever it is, it starts looking crazy like that. And you take a picture, and you're like, man, I didn't know my chin was that big. Oh, maybe I should take the camera and pull it away from my face. I don't look so crazy. I thought I was really looking bad for a minute there. Bubble camera, yeah.
Yeah, the bubble camera.
I wonder where they're at. Looks like a little playground somewhere. It's a playground, literally. There's a little tube that comes out and swirls around. So they must have been, I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah. I don't know.
It looks, like a recreation center, maybe. Maybe it's like a civic center or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a good place for photography, like just take a cool picture, just look cool here. I don't know.
It's a good picture of the two of them. It's nice to see a picture of the two of them, because I know people were asking earlier, like, I thought Dom was best friends with Davion. They were new friends, so Davion kind of had a football group that he would hang out with, obviously, because he's a star athlete on the football team for a little while. Well, he ended up getting injured, and then he started hanging out with Dom's group of friends, and with Dom, ended up moving into that little house that I was telling you guys about that Dom lived in with Mackenzie and Dom. Davion did. So that's, I don't know. I mean, they may have become quick best friends, or but they didn't know each other for very long. I will say that, it wasn't like they knew each other for years and years, like Dom and Kenzie did.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. Play the video. I won't interrupt again. I promise y'all.
No, you're not
something, just ignore me. If I yell something, just ignore me.
I want you. Oh yeah, I want you to, because that way, like, if I have to, if you want me to pause or something like that. Okay.
Which is just, it's
Jim is now representing her. So all these
So I'm wondering if the aunt, because I think it was Doug Will, some lawyer from Lorraine. I was just I was told that, and so maybe he just couldn't do it. Maybe he's not.
I do not know, but there were some text exchanges between you and Mackenzie where she talks about Dom's mental health, and I know this is something that potentially could come up. So I just have to ask. Dom suffered from depression. No, any mental issues that they
No, and in fact, when they were, my ex family was going to try to kill Christopher at the house, and Dom intervened, got charged, which he shouldn't have because he was a victim. They came with guns and everything strapped to kill Christopher. He had to take a mental health exam for the court, and that was turned into Brea court. I do have a copy of it. He had to take a mental health and drug exam, and I don't remember what the mental health part of it, but I remember the drugs and reading, because the drug and alcohol thing that he had tried it. He had reported that he had tried alcohol a couple times at some parties. And mind you, this was done a year ago. Okay, it wasn't done yesterday. Okay,
right.
And then the only other issue was he had the medical marijuana card, and they did not find that was a drug issue because he was using it.
He did have a medical marijuana card. Did he? What did he get that for?
Well, he had an injury in basketball for his ankle. And again, I wasn't with the doctor that prescribed it, but he experienced a lot of pain. We were seeing an ankle specialist over at Southwest. Then he wanted him to go for MRIs. The insurance said he's too young or something stupid. I don't know. But he had an ankle. He always wore an ankle brace quite a bit. And I have a lot of tendon issues. I have a lot of braces that I was giving him. So he experienced from basketball a lot of pain at the ankle and stuff that helped with.
In December 2020, December 28, Mackenzie texted you saying Dom is saying he wants to hurt himself. And she goes on to say, come over and help. And then you reply by saying he's all right, and in a brat mode, hit his head on the wall.
What did I say?
You said
in a brat
he's all right, and in brat mode, hit his head on the wall. I don't know if you remember that.
Basically, he was just angry because he hit his head, but there was a couple times.
He was angry because he hit his head. I remember that. Yeah,
so
he hit his head, so he got mad.
So no indication that he wanted to hurt himself.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're young, it's easy to fall into that trap.
No, I'd have to ask Angelo, but I think
Yeah, it is. It's really easy, Libra, and I mean, I appreciate the guy's perspective on that, because it's not only just us women that deal with it, that toxicity, and you definitely feel like you fell for it. You're like, wow, I can't believe that, and you should never feel like that. These people are super manipulative, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's like, and you don't expect that from somebody that you care for.
You don't.
he came from her.
Okay.
Or, I'll kill myself if you break up with me, or I'm going to do this if you break up with me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In January 2021, Kenzie texted you.
Okay, big red flag. I just wanted to pop in really quick again and say big red flag. If somebody's telling you, I'm going to hurt myself if you break up with me, that is 10 times manipulation. I would suggest Libra manipulation. And, definitely report that, because you don't want that person to do that, but you also don't want to be blamed for that action, because everybody has their own actions, and it's not your fault if somebody does that or threatens that, in my opinion. Yeah, no, absolutely, Brad. Brad says I'm an older millennial now. I'm 37, but in my 20s I would have been dumb. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like we don't realize what to look for, And Jennifer Aaron, the author, villain syndrome. We were talking about that too, Libra.
I feel you, Brad. Yeah, exactly. When you're in your 20s, I mean, you change so much in your 20s. And when you're in your 20s, you learn a lot if you survive it, right? Because as you see, some don't. But us that have survived our 20s and most of our 30s and our full 30s and everything, and lived most of our lives or whatnot, you learn a lot and about manipulation, people, tactics they use, personalities, just life, I guess. But yeah, especially this kind of thing. If you've been through some crap with this, you'll definitely learn a lesson, and you'll see it like that. It's like if you ignore that one red flag, you know it's coming, and it will bite you in the hiney if you don't listen to your gut on it.
Yes, exactly. That is so
If
well
you
put.
ignore
Like
it,
it'll
oh
get you,
man.
it's gonna get you, it's gonna nip you in the butt.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I
So these are
appreciate you
some text
guys.
up here that you're showing.
So it's so hard to see the blue one. I'm assuming this is, and maybe you can help me because I was trying to read it. I'm guessing blue is Dom and Kenzie's the green.
Interesting. So she's got an Android. He has an iPhone. You are
Oh, good
mean. Show
catch.
me no love anymore. Yeah, that's usually typically, I guess, what it is. And whenever they pull it to this format, I'm guessing that's what it looks like when you go through. It looks like an email. It looks like when they pull it up at the store or something, like Verizon or like the company pulls it up. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. So I'm not sure where they got it from, but I could
Yeah.
probably, like, yeah, when we go over them again. But it says like, oh, if you something think that, then okay. If you want to
If
think
you
that, okay, or something.
think
The
this.
blue one.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? Y'all, if y'all can interpret this, go ahead. We'll read them off, see what y'all think. The bottom definitely says you are mean and show me no love anymore. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and it does. I can see it says Mackenzie right here.
Yeah, there you go. So it is in order on the picture too.
Mm-hmm. It's like that one's him. So yeah, I think he, and look at how if it is what I think it is, I think it says okay, if you think that, then okay, like he's
If you really think that, then okay. If you
if you
RLY,
really, thank you, RLY is
these
okay,
kids and their
great, yeah.
acronyms. I use them
Hello.
too, but I don't do the letter U all the time for you. I mean, but yeah,
Me neither.
they'll
Yeah,
do
no,
that
you're
stuff.
right, because it says you and then it says RLY. Thank you.
If you really think that, really think that, then okay.
Yeah. And so he's like, whatever, like, okay, fine. If you want to think that. Here's the thing that's great about Dom is that he will shut the shit down so quick. And this is a tactic that you can use against a narcissist and you can use against a toxic person. How can someone fight with you if you agree with them?
Right? I
Yeah,
give you
you just say,
an applaud for that.
yeah, for sure. He's like, okay, hon, if and he's not being like, listen here, B, he's being super respectful. I mean, I have to hand it to this young man. I really do. Because now she's like, you're so mean. How now, again, it's hard to see. I wish we could have this a little bit more, because I would like to see how fast he sent this and then how fast she got it, but we have the text. But for this purpose, I mean, yeah, it's like he didn't even say anything and she's going, you're so mean. It's like, what? You don't show me any love anymore? Wow. Gaslighting like a mother.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Cinderella. Cinderella says
Thank you,
great live.
Cinderella. Thank you. We love the compliments, and smash that like button, hit that subscribe, tell your friends, everything.
Yes, definitely.
Spread the word, baby.
covering those true crime cases. So yeah, this is so interesting, and you wouldn't expect. She absolutely doesn't know how to use the words, but I understand she's a mature, But yeah, that I found that to be interesting. That she's like, you don't show me any love anymore, and it's like, well, he's really being indifferent because he just doesn't want to fight with you. He's trying not to engage you, girlfriend, and he's being, real polite to you. Nicer than I would be.
She's saying about herself, I was feeling all weird and having she meant lot of anxiety from withdrawal. You know what she's withdrawing from? Did you know she has a drug dependence issue?
Oh.
This was sent to you, to your phone. Do you know what she's talking about?
I just wanted to leave my phone. Was begging him to give me, and he didn't give me. The only thing I can think, withdrawal, but that would be a withdrawal symptom. God, I'd really have to go back and read them all. At one point with the stomach thing, okay, they had thought she had some, I don't know the name of the disease, something that had to do with marijuana, but marijuana doesn't cause withdrawal symptoms. But she was supposedly couldn't smoke marijuana because they were thinking that was part of this issue. It's some condition that you develop from smoking marijuana. Don't ask me. I don't know,
Okay.
Unless it's stated in that.
Did you know her to smoke marijuana?
I never seen her do it, but now that
Man, he looks
she
like
admitted
so
to
much like
me
Kenny G
at
right
the,
there.
at the cemetery that she hasn't smoked since she got out of the hospital. And I had known about the condition she wasn't smoking, but I'm sure she was back smoking again because she just brought it up to me.
Yeah.
Not like she sat there and smoked in front of me or anything,
Right. But to just bring it up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't, but well, that's because when she was getting sick with the stomach thing, this is how a lot of this started, was with her stomach, but it was, I know that she had to, one of the things was, and I don't know what the condition is, I might be able to ask Angela, but it was something where they said that the doctor told her she couldn't smoke marijuana anymore, and that didn't, I don't know if that really turned out. I think that whole issue ended too with that, which eventually led to the stupid gluten-free thing.
Okay.
That was going on. But I mean, why would she? Maybe withdrawal. I mean, you don't withdraw from marijuana.
Okay.
I don't think that she used any other drugs. I don't. I was kind of shocked about the whole mushroom thing. I mean, like I said, they don't smoke pot, but who cares? Do you know what I'm saying? Most of these kids got med cards for different reasons. Do you know what I'm saying? But I don't know that. I highly doubt it. That would be a term that you'd use for like heroin or something.
Right.
But maybe in her mind, she was withdrawing.
And that's
from
why it caught our
marijuana.
attention.
Yeah.
Because it's not something you normally see with.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the last one, that's the one text that kind of stood out from the week before the crash on July 17th, where she texted you saying to come get Dom. He grabbed the steering wheel on the highway, trying to spin out my car and hurt me. And she kind of played it off to where
No, she totally, that's what she always did. Everything was always Dom's fault. She
I'm
always
scared
twisted it around.
because of driving in the rain. If he doesn't get out of my car, I'm calling my dad. And then you said Hench is on the way. Who's Hench?
That's Christopher Martin. That's his nickname. He's the fellow that went and picked up Dom.
Okay. And did Chris say anything about what transpired? Did he tell you like, Christine?
No, that day he called me and said that, Mom, you, and this calm of a voice. I mean, like I said, we talk more than we talk. Mom, you need to come get me. Kenzie's being crazy. She's threatening to crash the car on the highway. Okay, are you pulled over? Yes. Where at on the highway? Okay, I'm laying on the couch. Which I was glad because I had Christopher, not my son Christopher, Hench, on his way to get him while I stayed on the phone with Dom. So I knew that he was there and she didn't do anything. And then after, that's when she started ranting. I didn't pay attention to her, ranting and started blaming him for everything. It's like, whatever. Do you know what I mean? I said, I don't really care. Just don't fight in the car. And it seems that she did that because he had like little tiny stupid fender bender things with her in the car. Just like nothing, no damage, anything. But Kenzie had me hit the mailbox because she was fighting with him in the car, and Ange again could probably tell you more details, but I don't know if she grabbed the steering wheel. I mean, it was my own mailbox. It wasn't a crime. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there has been, since she started driving, more of the issue of her. But again, everything's always Dom's fault.
Right.
Right.
We can kind of see it from the text where there's a lot of that blame, shifting blame.
Yeah.
So, did you know where they were going that morning? Did you have any idea? Did Dom say anything the night before, like, hey, we're gonna be at this party and then we're going there?
Yeah.
Where were they
I
going?
was making, he said that they had a couple of graduation parties to go to. And I had said that, that I was making some dip and some other things or whatever, and Blair had come over and I said, okay, this stuff's getting done or whatever. And his impression was, I know he texted me, all right, at one point I had talked to them. He didn't think they were gonna be gone. Then I texted him and had said, something like, this dip's done or whatever. And he said, okay, well, we shouldn't be long, or we'll be back in a little bit or whatever. And then, that was it. Blair said that Dom really didn't want to go to these parties. That's what I was told, that he did it for Kenzie. Wasn't friends with the people, wasn't thrilled about going.
We know the first party they went to was in Parma. It wasn't even a Strongsville.
I heard that there was no parents at a Lakewood house too. That was another party. Did Tusney tell you about that? This is where I'm getting a lot of my information.
And based on what we were able to track back to almost 8 p.m. and there was no indication they were in Lakewood. They were in Parma Heights area. We even have the LPR because we ran the license plate for the Toyota and saw what time they were where.
Okay, guys, really quick. They ran the Toyota with Cellbrite, and then they checked, to see where it was pinging and things like that. To the best of my understanding, and they were pinpointing, their locations, using that technology.
And
So I found that to be-
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Libra. Go ahead.
Did they have a graduation on the beach or something? What the heck?
I don't know, and I don't know exactly what is written on her.
Looks
on
like
her-
that skirt she
her
had
gown
earlier. Yeah, I don't know if it's bad seed of the evil greed. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Right? Liking to smoke that wiggity.
But yeah, the way he's
The
smoking the wacky weed. The weeds. I love but yeah, I'm just kind of wondering why he's wearing a tank top and shorts. Looks like he's and she might just be wearing that the same day, just put it back on for a picture. I'm just kind of curious. I see that congratulations in the background. She might have went to his house after graduation. Like, why is he not dressed up, I guess, is what I'm wondering. But it's not that it's
Oh no, that's a good
what's
question.
important, but it's just this is a lifestyle I'm trying to figure out that's from a different world from mine, I guess. I'm not from Ohio.
Yeah, well, and he's older than her, so it wasn't his graduation day as well as hers.
Right, but wouldn't you want to
Oh, I see what you're saying.
dress nice for the ceremony?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with spaghetti.
It's okay. No, I kept you past dinner time. Yeah, no, you're right though. I didn't think of it like that. I was just thinking, but yeah, isn't he trying to get snazzy, dress snazzy for the event?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But she
no,
didn't
you're
either, though. She just wore the cap and gown over what appears to be that skirt that she that she was sporting in the mirror earlier. I remember it said something crazy on it, something weird, and it was like a really tight white skirt.
Oh, okay.
But
it might have
you
said
know.
juicy across the booty or something. That's usually the sentiment when you see words across somebody's backside.
It's something weird like that, yeah.
I'm just kidding. My goodness, this little one, I'm telling you, she makes me nervous. But yeah, so I think that's wild that they were like they were saying they, were pinging their locations and checking in to see where exactly they were from, and he said about 8 p.m. the night before. Like, well, like, so they had that party, and they were able to kind of tell, where all they were going and stuff, or where they had been rather.
Yeah.
Wasn't thrilled about going.
We know the first party they went to was in Parma. It wasn't even a Strongsville.
I heard that there was no parents at a Lakewood house too. That was another party. Did Tusney tell you about that? This is where I'm getting a lot of my information.
And based on what we were able to track back to almost 8 p.m. and there was no indication they were in Lakewood. They were in Parma Heights area. We even have the LPR because we ran the license plate for the Toyota and saw what time they were going where.
And I also wanted to point out that they use the LPR, so that's the license plate reader, just for everybody.
Yeah, CP knows what that is.
We knew they went to Parma.
CP knows where they all are located, if they're still working, when they were.
That one hasn't been working for 3 years.
Oh my God.
There's no way it could have picked up anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised Miss Shartrella didn't know where all of those are as well.
After that, they ended up on Brushwood, and that's where they spent the 6-7 hours.
And that's the one that's behind Whitney.
Yes. Brushwood has 2 entrances.
Not
they
really.
don't connect, but they were off of Whitney. We kind of know that for a fact. And they left there about 5:30.
Yeah, he just again, everybody's told me don't live and die by what Husney has to say because he doesn't know everything. But he had thought that there was. He was the one that alerted me that there weren't parents supervising these parties.
I think a lot of what's going on with him is grief. So and you correct me if I'm wrong, because I talked to him. Him and Dom were pretty close. So I think a lot of him, I don't want to say conspiracy theory, but his digging and his own investigating, I think he's getting some of this information. So yeah, don't put too much into, because between the grief and the anger at Mackenzie and him doing his own digging and talking to people and that, I think people are staring at some.
And what's weird too is I had heard, and I probably from Houston, I don't want to just say it's put it all on this kid, but before I had heard the mushroom story, I had heard that all these people at this party were like tripping or whatever. But I didn't hear that mushrooms. When I think of tripping, I think of acid. I don't know if that still goes around these days like it used to in the 70s or 80s, whenever it was. But I haven't been in an acid case in a long time either. So,
yeah, it's coming on the weird
but
part.
I just, like I said, none of them were big drinkers. I didn't really see them ever.
We know.
You know what I mean? It just none of the 3 of them even. Now, did I ever go to a party with Kenzie? No, I never did. But I've seen her quite a bit. I've never seen her screwed up on anything. I've never seen my son screwed up on anything. And Davion, I didn't know very long, but he was kind of the same way. I mean, like I said, they were always doing something. If they're not making music, they were working on the car. They were, you know what I mean? It wasn't.
Did they ever fight or argue in front of you? Mackenzie and Dom?
No, of course not.
No,
because then I could be a witness to what she's claiming.
So Angelo would probably be able to.
Because then Dom would vent more.
Were Angelo and Dom close?
Yes, very close.
What's a good phone number for Angelo?
Mute that.
And if you don't mind, would you be kind enough to let him know that probably next week sometime we're going to give him a call and try to set something up?
Yeah, I'll talk. All right, Angelo.
I thought I broke a tooth. Oh my gosh. That garlic bread is too good.
Okay.
Sorry, I think they reacted to our anger too.
And like I said, he could probably, just, give you more of the gripes. I don't think that, if there was a situation where I was around, Dom would come to me and say, Kenzie's doing this and Kenzie's doing that. And he just probably, more so than not, referred her as being crazy. crazy. I mean, I you know what I'm saying?
Well, and at the age of 20, I highly doubt that he's loving, tattling to his mom about his girlfriend. I mean, that's got to be kind of awkward for him, in my opinion. I don't know, Leaper, you're a guy.
Depends on your relationship with your mother.
Ooh, good point.
If they do that, if that's something that's they're really close knit family, that's something he would do. It's something he'd do. But I was younger than that and did that before because it was so bad. I was dating an older girl and she was manipulating so bad. Oh, I was over 18 and I just told her, I said, I'm tired of this. Just from a woman's point of view, wanted to know what she had to weigh in on it. And she said, you just need to stop answering your phone. She kept blowing up my phone like a psychopath. And so I finally just did. And she finally just picked it up for me. I was like, here, just take it. Mama's always gonna be mama bear, and I don't feel bad for telling the story because I was young. And so I didn't know what to do. I was like, woman's psycho. I want her out of my life. Here, she took the phone and said, stop calling right now. And she's, she even freaked out and thought, who is that? And I think she realized it was my mom and stopped. And it just never seen her since.
Damn, mama, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, no, you're right though. I think that's a huge part of it is the comfortability and the fact that, because I was just thinking, oh God, that had to be so horrible. Because as a girl, I am going to tell my mom things, right? So I'm glad to know that too. And it's a good thing. Yeah. Because that's horrible that you had to go through that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I mean, what am I going to tell my dad? I'm not when it comes to that, because excuse me, I shouldn't be eating on here, but yeah, I wouldn't.
God, people do it all
I mean,
the time.
how is my dad going to deal with that? It's just not who I'd go to. It's like, I'm just going to ask mom what she thinks and see if she can't help me take care of this. And this is, and she'd fend for her boys, when something was going on like that. If any woman tried to mess with us and hurt our feelings or, we're doing things to push our buttons, and she knew it, because women know women, right? She knows she's, I'll take care of it, because it just like, but when you get older, you just kind of learn to do it yourself. Just drop that person and just stop answering the phone, block their number, do what you got to do. It gets worse, then it just gets legal after that, I guess, because it gets to a legal issue, I guess, because you're an adult, once you're, 18, yes, you're an adult, but, and I was a very young adult at 18 and still was learning these things and still was new to the dating game. Honestly, I didn't date when I was 14, 15, so.
Yeah.
I started
that
at her
makes a difference,
age.
too.
I started at 16 or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference depending on, exactly. If it's your first relationship, you've never dealt with any of that before. If it's your second one, you might have something to compare it to, so yeah, absolutely. And Valley Gale says, boy, moms don't play. Well, I'll here to tell you, I'm
That's
a girl
right.
mom and I don't play either. I think it's a mama bear across the board issue. And I'll tell you, if a boy ever thinks that he's ever going to mistreat my daughter, I feel sorry for him. I really do, for him to even let that cross his mind. No offense, Brendan. Luckily, I haven't had to deal with that. Because my daughter does tell me everything too. So that's where I love having the perspective. Yeah.
I did learn later on to keep some stuff out. You don't need to tell them everything. I did learn that the hard way, because then it's like they're all in your business and they know everything, and it can be bad. But I learned to, not tell details or let them know every little thing. Then they look at you. Then if you bring that person around and things do get better, and they look at, here they go again, and you're walking by holding hands, and there's those two peas in the pod, so you kind of want to be careful about it. But, if it's something important like what happened there, I knew it was over with. I knew I was trying to dump her, just needed help dumping her. Like, what do I do to dump this person and I don't want to hurt feelings. Man, screw your feelings. I'll turn
Oh,
around
I know. I
now.
think that's so nice to know, though, that guys actually consider that, because sometimes, I mean, I've had experiences where guys don't even, that thought never occurs to them that, like, I might have feelings too. And so I appreciate that, because it is, it's like, you never want to hurt anybody. And it is hard to break up with somebody. Like, I know
Yeah.
that it's difficult. Like, you're right. Yeah. I didn't think that guys really considered that. So I appreciate you.
Some of us do.
Right? I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that guys even gave a crap about women's feelings.
You know I can't stand you. I'm so appalled by you.
Yeah,
We're
no,
always
I mean,
arguing on the phone. I don't care about your feelings, lady.
well, and I mean, even if somebody's being so mean to you, it's like, and especially if you're a good person, you're gonna consider their feelings too. Um, it
Yeah.
seems like Dom's mom didn't want to be like in the middle of it though. She was kind of trying really hard to stay neutral, and they gave Kenzie the benefit of the doubt a lot. I hear that as a common theme throughout this interview too.
Yeah.
Yes, Valley Gal, that's right. Be kind yet firm. Um, yeah, I'm lucky I never had to deal with in front of me. Anyway, even I don't know. It's hard. It is hard, but I'll say it in front of me. I've never had any of the boys act. Um,
Usually
you know,
they're too afraid to. They don't want to take their image for the future in-laws or the, you know, boyfriend or girlfriend's mom or dad, um, if you will. In my opinion, the way I remember it anyway, when I was younger, we didn't ever argue in front of our parents because we didn't want that image. So if I was at her house, I would try not to argue with her in front of her mom. I think she's started something one night and her mom actually had my back. And then
yeah.
she definitely wouldn't try it though over here with my mom at, where I'm at, So it's like if I go over there, I'm not really trying to look bad in front of her mom because I want her blessing. And then she's the same. She don't want no trouble with my mama for one, and she wants my blessing, my mom's blessing over here. So then, if we're gonna fight, it's probably gonna be over there in the road, right? Or out and about doing stuff. It's not gonna be at the house. So I wonder if that's could be part of it too. They would argue a lot in the car because they wouldn't do it anywhere else, and they finally popping off in the car. If you think about it,
that's a good point. That's a really good point.
I've had those times, but it wasn't, driving the car 100 miles an hour and smashing into a wall. But it was,
Right.
Arguing in the car and it just being just dangerous just in the car in the first place and just over something stupid, but
Yeah, I agree. It's like it's very dangerous, to like, even when you're just upset, to drive because you're not paying attention. Your mind isn't. You're just, yeah. It's definitely not safe. But I think it's important to recognize that could have been the reason why that a lot of this was transpiring in the vehicles, so to speak. Because where else are they going to do it? Especially because if he lives right next door to his mom. Um, they could probably hear the fighting or her yelling, "Let me in," or, whatever.
it'd be nice to see, to be a fly on the wall and to see some of their surveillance. If they had cameras all over that house, I'd love to see the video and audio and we'd know real quick. They could have argued outside the house now while the parents were inside, stuff like that. Or, even in the basement while they're upstairs, stuff like that. I remember that happening where it's kind of like you're subtle enough because you're not right in front of them, but when you're in front of them, you're not going to do it. It's silly. It's immature.
Well, yeah.
You're immature. You're not, you're not adults yet, really.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it's manipulation too, because if they're just like being so nice and, around the parents, and then behind closed doors they're acting a different type of way, that's definitely, in my opinion, a red flag too. you know, because it shows that they're, I mean, nobody's going to argue in front of other, like, well, I should say most people are going to say it's probably not smart to argue in front of other people. Because, like you said, people then it opens up, you know, their opinions into your relationship and things. So,
Yeah, criticism and then looking at you a different way and then not liking your partner, though, really is the worst thing. Your friends start not wanting to be around them, but you want to be around them and hang out with your friends, but they don't want her around because she's being a bitch to you or whatever, you know.
yeah, or she was, or yeah, or they were in the past. No, girls are the same way. Like
Yeah,
girlfriends, if
loyalty,
they're
you
a
know.
good friend. Yeah, it's a loyalty. Yeah, and it's like if a good friend doesn't want to see you hurting, or they want to see you happy, and if they think your partner's bad, you know, bad news for you, then, you know,
Yeah, like
it's really tough, and it's up to everybody to decide. But a lot of times, your friends are looking out for your best interests, and so are your family, in my opinion.
yeah, yep. Usually blood is, you know, usually they are.
Yeah, and Veronica says 4 days after the crash, her mom and dad were still telling Dom's side that she was unconscious for 4 days, for the first 4 days, and you know that's a great point, Veronica. And it's really again, you know, them just lying and manipulating the other side instead of saying, you know, she is doing, you know, telling the truth about her condition, and they were trying to save her though, because I think that obviously that shows a lot of guilt right there, you know. So, but yeah, it's important to note because they had no idea that she was doing all this purposely.
I wish I would have just read more into it. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, I never would have dreamed in a million years. Do you know what I'm saying? That I would be having to worry about this. Right. Even when the police came, I said they don't even drink, really. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I get it now. Like I said, and then, you know, my concern is I don't know if or when, because of the way those text screens come out, if or when she would have ingested anything. I still don't think, even if she was high on those mushrooms, that's would have been the case.
And
I just don't. I mean, from what I know, what I've read about, I mean, like I said, yes, maybe on acid, that's something more bad, but you don't really hear. I mean, people are, when you interview clients and talk to them about it and you study it, it's more of a, oh, I did read about it the other day too, I forgot, but more of you, like a happier type of a situation. It's supposed to make you more giggly or whatever. I forget the description. You know what I mean? So
What's making this a bit difficult, at least for the two of us, is you know, just looking at the driving on progress. Progress drive is not a straight line, and so the medical theory. I mean, we're eliminating theories at this point. You know, we put, you know, what could a defense lawyer come after us for? So, you know, mechanical, medical, OVI, or other, to include suicide. And I can tell you, I'm substantially certain that mechanical is out. We had a forensic mechanic. We had the EDR report. Judge John Russo saw when he signed the search warrants, and he signed 10 out of the 11 search warrants for us. I mean, he looked into some of the data from the car. You know, something was up. And so that's...
what would the other defense be? I mean, if you...
The other defense would be the OVI, like she was so impaired that she hadn't... But then again, if we know that Davion was awake because he sent a text at 5:30. He commented on a picture that was sent to him from a friend, and he's like, "Oh, this, you know, this is cool," or something like that. So we knew he was up. No indication from him there was something going on.
Okay, guys, and I just want to stop there and, you know, point out that we watched the crash earlier, and it does appear that happened about 10 minutes after 5:30. Like, wasn't it like 5:40? I think, Libra.
Ooh, I want to say 5:40. I have to look. At the you're talking about that the crash video. I don't think my audio's working. Hold on a second. Turn my headphones up. Can you hear me? Huh. Oh, it's me again, y'all. She got dropped. She got dropped. All right, who we got over here? Witchy Mama. All right, you're back. Good.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's up with the internet for some
So that happened last time, so I know what's going to happen next time. It'll sit there silent for a minute, and then it'll put it on me, and I'll just start reading comments.
I appreciate you. Thank you. So I'm so sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I believe it was 5:40 or so. But are you talking about that first video when they crashed, the crash time?
Yeah, I thought it said something like either 5:36 or
That's what I thought.
5:40. So it had to have been like, within 10 minutes maybe of before that. Davion had sent a message over, according to the detective, that and everything seemed to be okay. Like he just like commented back to a photo, but then again, when you're around toxic people, you learn to kind of tune some of that noise out. So there definitely could have been arguing in the car, and he was just trying to like mind his own,
Yeah.
beeswax. Yeah.
True.
So yeah,
It's
so
very
that's
highly
interesting.
possible.
Because I don't think I remember hearing that before. That that he had texted someone.
And as they make the turn, you can see on video that there's like somebody had a screen up, likely Dom. That the phone was on or something.
Yeah, you could see a light.
You can see the light.
Or when they turn from Pearl on to Progress.
But it doesn't explain, and I'm sure, one day it'll come out. It doesn't explain those last 2 seconds.
I mean, you've driven down Prospect, 1,000 times? You lived in Shartrella forever. So we all know it has those two curves.
Oh, and don't let her tell you that she is unfamiliar with
No,
progress.
I eliminated that this morning.
Okay, because I'm going to tell you, when we went for prom pictures, the guy that was going with us, she kept telling me, "Oh, just cut through on Progress." She knew, and that was the way that I went to my office. I've not driven down that street since July. Yeah. She's at that memoriam all the time. How do you go to the scene where you've just killed 2 people?
She knew Progress.
We knew
Progress, and we all know. I mean, it's bumpy from the semis. There's curves.
Yeah.
If she was impaired, if she fell asleep, you wouldn't have navigated that. It doesn't make sense.
Not to mention Dom and or Davion moved her, yanked her, did something to, at least offset the impact of the crash.
Right.
But
if she's sitting there driving and she goes like this, someone's going to grab that wheel. They're going to say, "Holy shit, she passed out. She fell asleep. She something."
Your foot wouldn't stay on the gas. You do that fast.
Right.
So, and I don't want to.
And it would have stopped once she hit the sign.
That's another issue. Yeah.
But the speed at which this all happened.
She keeps telling me that she wished she would have died. She keeps saying that it should have been me. And now she wants to talk shit all that. I know it's different when people die, but she's got nothing but going around about how perfect and wonderful he was. And that basically saying I'm a piece of shit and he was a great person. I mean, so didn't bring up, he's got mental health issues and all that other shit that she wants to.
Mm-hmm. And the only reason I asked, again, through discovery.
No, I don't care. I've got the exam. Like I said, I mean, and
you're obviously going to get everything we have at the end of this thing. So
believe me,
you just have to tell me what you want from me.
We would like
the call log.
The call log and text log from, I'd say, the night off. So that 10 p.m. when we knew they went to Brushwood. From 10 p.m. the night of the 30th until the time of the crash.
The end of September. I don't know. I wish you would have asked me last month, but they should at least preserve them, I think, for 90 days.
Right. And again, to us, it's just gonna maybe we can't compel people, those who don't want to cooperate, and that's what the prosecutor is going to use his state power for.
And I don't know.
I'm surprised at how uncooperative kids are in this matter,
Right.
frankly, considering.
She claims she gets threatened all the time. She claims that, nobody, basically the general position in the community is that she did this on purpose. She's texted me, I wouldn't do this on purpose. It's just, and that was when I didn't ever even bring this up. She's volunteered that. She's volunteered a lot of that.
I think she's getting a lot of that from that Hoosney Croy.
There's a group of kids who are very much upset. And I know because her mom called and she kept saying, they're saying mean things. Well, I can't go after everybody.
Get on social media.
Hey, strangler.
The mom was in the hospital. The first thing that she said to me when I called, I was hysterical after finding out. And she says, "Oh, are you calling about Facebook?" If I could have punched her and chucked the phone.
We went there, and her biggest concern was what people are posting on the Strongsville page, and can we intervene? And that was her biggest concern when we walked in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not saying.
Wow. So he's about to say, I'm not saying she did it on purpose, but I mean, that's pretty incriminating that she's only worried about what the public is saying. Reminds me of Chris and Katie Proudfoot.
Yeah. I swear.
Yeah, it's like, what? Can we stop them from saying this? No, you
No.
can't.
Man, people at each other's throats about everything.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but and I appreciate the detectives for all their hard work and all that, but they are definitely planting some seeds, in my opinion. If I was Dominic's mom after this, I might be processing the conversation and thinking back to some of these things where they're like, we're not going to say that she did this on purpose, but everything that we can pull in with these 11 warrants is showing that she did this on purpose.
Yeah. The car data, the fact that I know some of it's hearsay because it's coming from, she told me this, she told me that, but still, she said, she has threatened before. I was told that she's threatened before that she's going to crash that car, and I wanted, he wanted out of that vehicle. But that right there is, I think, where they really pinned her and knew that they just had to have enough to get her. And what did they need to get her? That bench trial, right? That's where I think the attorney, it's kind of sus to me that the attorney has suggested that he must have saw that they didn't really understand the law very well. I don't think they do personally, in my opinion, because they talk so damn much about just everything. It's like, keep your mouth shut. So they must have been like, hey, the lawyer must have been like, some lawyers, they actually do want to be more, have integrity, believe it or not. And if they work for that court system, which he could, I don't know if they do or not, but if that attorney works for that court system, he's probably going to sway it. You don't want to lose a case, I guess, but he might sway it that way. Didn't they say they talked to a public defender?
Yes,
in the beginning.
they did.
So
in
they,
the
that
beginning.
means, okay, because she doesn't.
But his dad, her dad was also saying, like, when after she, cause, this was the body came of her getting arrested. So they ended up going to the police station, and they were in the lobby, and he was screaming to high heaven, like, "Don't let her talk. We got an attorney." And they're like, "Sir, she's 18." And he's like, "I don't care. She's a stupid kid." So I think they might have like retained someone.
Yeah. Well, because you got to think too. Any attorney looking at this case knows that she's screwed either way. I think, like, if she would have got a jury trial or a bench trial, they probably knew that they're not going to win this case, right? They might have felt that way. So if they felt that way, my speculation, this is all speculation, is that he decided we'll do the bench, and it might actually be less I don't know how to be less time, maybe not less time, but that she's screwed either way. I'm not going to win this case, and I'm just going to get this over with. I don't feel like doing trial. That's another thing. Might not have felt like if they're not getting paid, but if that's not the public defender that did any of that, then I don't, I don't know why anybody they're paying would do it unless they worked for that system and thought they're screwed either way. I'll just go ahead and get this over with and do the bench trial because I know that she's wrong too, and they might even feel themselves that they want justice for the. I don't know. I don't know if attorneys really do that or not. I kind of wonder.
I wonder too. I mean, especially since they're alleging it, it's interesting to talk about, that like, oh, well, he, swayed my decision or, recommended that would be the best option, which, I would think 9 times out of 10, the attorney's going to tell you jury, 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 if they're worth,
Yeah, that's what you would think. Surely they'd want a jury. So for them to do that was really strange, real sus. But he might have felt like, well, they could do this, they could do this, beg for leniency or whatnot. And maybe he felt like that was, the judge was going to go and give them a break more than if they would have went to the jury. I don't know. It just seems like it was ass backwards though.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very ass backwards. And, her mom definitely didn't do her any favors. I see you guys in chat, Peace, Love, Jeeps, and Veronica saying, hey, the mom probably, had a lot to do with that too. Witchy Mama says his only job is to get her acquitted. I think her mama probably said, you only got to convince one person, the judge, this way, or a whole jury the other, and maybe knew the jury saw the news and rolled the dice. I think people are so worried about that too. Witchy, that's a good point. Like worrying that the jury would already be tampered, the pool would be tainted because of it being such a high profile case.
Yeah. Yeah, getting someone acquitted is not always easy. That's like proving innocence in a way, maybe, like where you gotta pretty much say that there's no way she did this on purpose, and that's just way too hard in this case, in my opinion. But yeah, that's his only job. It really is to try and get her acquitted of it, or
especially with overwhelming
the lowest
evidence,
charges, the lesser charge. Because I know if an attorney wants to get something accomplished, it's not always going to be an acquittance, or if that's a word.
Acquittal, yeah.
Acquittal, thank you.
You're welcome. No, you're right though. No, that's a good point too. Yeah, because I mean, the burden of proof is high, especially with this overwhelming evidence. We're seeing like all the data from the crash. Mackenzie being coherent. So we were asking, was Dominic awake? Was Davion awake? And it does appear that we have text confirmation that Davion was awake and texting people. So. And I believe earlier they said that Dom had texted his father, "I love you."
Yeah.
Which is so sad.
And which he says it's correct that the attorney cannot make certain decisions for her. He can advise how it works within the parameters she sets with decisions. With the DA, it's making a deal with the DA a lot of times.
Yeah, it's definitely let's make a deal, right?
Let's make a deal.
Yeah, like you said, Libra, she could plead guilty and for a lesser charge, and they might be able to get her on, So I think you're absolutely right. Interesting that she opted for the bench trial though.
Purpose, but to me, there's just the pieces are not fitting in. We know the evidence. We've seen the video. We've seen all of it. It just does not add up. And so when I inquire about the suicide theory, well, there's a reason behind it. And I think in talking to Tim.
So, Drew, you meaning that Kenzie was trying to kill herself? when you talked to Blair, because Blair made it sound like you were acting like the three of them. And
No.
oh, okay.
No.
That he misunderstood.
Blair was, I mean, you'll get to listen to the interview. Blair was just not all there. I mean, first of all, I don't know if he's, the way he acted, if he's normally that way. Very, very reserved, very reluctant. He kept asking for specifics. And I said, well, describe the relationship between the two. Well, what do you mean? Well, what were they like in public? You know, were they all lovey-dovey? Did they argue? And he's like, well, give me more examples. Like he was very much coached into that interview. And his lawyer, when he said, you know, when I noticed he wanted to say something, like he mentioned the name of a friend, Dom, one of Dom's good friends from Lakewood, Kyle something, Harper. I was like, well, can I get Kyle's information so I can give him a call? Well, his lawyer steps in and, you know, like, so there was a lot, he was coached. It's obvious. I mean, I've done this long enough to know who's coached and who's genuinely trying to help the investigation.
Everyone's circling the cow. They're protecting themselves at this point.
Nobody's. He wasn't even there.
I don't know. I don't know. I know the Sharrillas have reached out to some of the kids and, you know, including Landon Donovan, who was supposed to be, or Landon Turner, who's supposed to be Davion's best friend.
Okay, guys. So this Landon Turner, that's Bubba. Just so everybody knows.
Nope. He's in college. He's playing football, and you know, I called him once, and we set up an interview, and boom, it's been 6 or 7 calls that are, you know, and so I told Tim, we got to talk to him. Rosie Graham, we need to talk to her. She was at the party. She, you know, asked, you know, she had some texts going back and forth, so they were there. The people who were at the party needed to answer some questions. Mackenzie's ex-boyfriend.
And what are they worried about? Were they doing drugs or something? They're worried about they're going to incriminate themselves using drugs? I mean, or even drinking? I guess a big deal, underage consumption. What the hell? You're not going to go to prison for it.
And we're, you know.
It's like Mackenzie's people are the ones closing ranks. Right. And Dom's friends are the ones coming in here saying this is not right. This
Dom and Davion's friends are, with the exception of.
Okay, guys. So again, you know, with these friends, you have one group, which is, you know, Mackenzie's friends that are being closed off with law enforcement. And then the other ones on Dom's side are being forthcoming, allegedly, according to the detectives. So, I mean, I think that's, you know, speaks volumes too.
Yeah.
So I wish this guy would move his taser out of the way so I could see his body.
To me, the theory.
right. I know, and it's such a horrific crash.
To me, you know, ultimately it's Tim's theory. It's not mine. My job is to collect data, the evidence, or the information, and give it to him. And
yeah, but this Burlinghouse, what's the parents' name of this kid? You know?
I don't know, but they were in New
Man,
York.
that hair.
Well, the only reason is I'm wondering if it's the same Burling.
Oh yeah, the curls, right? He's got that
Kenny
beautiful
G, I
curly
swear
hair.
to God. Like Kenny G, I swear.
Yes. Yeah, the dark curly hair for sure. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Is that natural?
There was a Burlinghouse from Middleburg, a whole family, and there was a bunch of Burlinghouses. There's like Dale and Jim Burlinghouse. I don't recall that family.
I mean, I can pull it up, but
Well, I'm just curious because
they've
if
lived in
there's
Strongsville
an
for
alcohol
years.
issue, it doesn't matter that the Burlinghouses have a history of huge.
I can tell you from the first
alcohol.
graduation party, there was no alcohol consumption.
Okay.
Like everybody was like, nope, all 3 of them showed up. They didn't smoke, they didn't drink, they hung out and left. So
yeah, which like I said, I couldn't see my son. I mean, who knows? Maybe he would, but like I said, he doesn't drink beer.
he wasn't driving. So even if he was,
right. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't. That was the first thing. If they want to think about how I acted when the police.
She's
came
got a
out of
long
jail,
car ride.
I just said, just shocked that they not much drinkers. Like I just assumed it was an OBI accident in the beginning. Do you know what I mean?
And this is to us. This is what Jason and I are struggling with, and I kind of, I wish I could give you a better answer, but until we look at her blood, it just doesn't look like an OVI crash to me. And so I'm not trying to create a theory from nothing. But the reason I'm asking about the suicide and the mental health is because when we discussed this case with Tim, just OVI by itself doesn't fit.
Right. Well, it doesn't. And I don't think that Dom and Kenzie would make some sort of suicide pact. And if they did, he wouldn't have done it with Davion in the car and killed that kid.
And I don't think Dom would have.
It's just weird that
he
he's
has
asking her all
reservations
this.
for her birthday.
It's
He
like,
had
it's hearsay. at that
steaks he
point.
had bought.
He wasn't
that
wearing a
week. There
seatbelt.
wasn't.
Right. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
I'm sorry, Libra, what'd you say?
It's just not like, it's just, I just love how they ask her questions about somebody else, third party, like that, where it's like, that's not Mackenzie's mom, right? That's
That's
David's
Dom's mom. Yeah.
Dom's mom. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, Dom's mom. I'll get this right eventually. When the
It's
show's
okay.
over. But yeah, it's kind of, I just think it's so funny, and I know why they do it, but still, they're asking somebody questions about somebody outside their family and mental health and this, that, and the other, when it's like, why don't you ask his parents that? I don't know. It's just kind of funny, but it really works, because if it kind of works, it's like hearsay though. It's like, have you ever heard that he had problems with this and that, or did she ever talk about suicide with him, or I don't know. It just seems so third party, to where it's like, how can you use that in court when somebody just said, yeah, they said this or didn't say this? Is that now you're a witness? And you make a statement, doesn't mean it's true. What if she was sitting there lying? I'm not saying she is, but what if she was sitting there just lying or like crazy about Mackenzie to make her look bad? And the cop, is he supposed to believe all that and just write it in a report? And they'd be like, well, yeah, but this is what's been said about you. And then I think the attorney at that point would say, objection, Your Honor, hearsay, or whatever.
Oh,
'Cause it's
yeah,
like,
definitely. Yeah. I
that's
mean,
not hard nothing. I don't know. What do you think about that?
no, you're right. Like, I completely see where you're coming from, and what you're saying, because she could be saying anything. And I also think they're leading her, and
Yeah. I don't really like the whole interrogation crap. I never have. I mean, for the people that deserve it, it's fine. It's just weird. I just because I know how they can turn it on a good person just from saying too much, and then they can twist your words, and it's all words. But she's not talking about herself. They're asking her about them. Well, yeah,
right, or
passed,
even
he's
her own
deceased.
son. Right, like they're asking about some Davion situation. No, you're spot on.
Yeah, and then I guess asking about her because she's the closest parent to, that's her boyfriend's mom, right? Dom.
Yes, yeah. So that would be
Yeah.
Kenzie's. Yeah, Kenzie. Yes.
So it does make sense, I guess, for them to ask, have you noticed her doing this and that when she's around the house arguing? They're trying to catch a feel for, and I guess because this is what they do, but it's just funny. It's like, well, how can that really be used in court against her though? If it's just what they told you, how do you have to start proving it somehow? Is that how you get the warrants? Do you get, like, I know there's HIPAA, but to find out her, I know you have to have power of attorney to get HIPAA records and stuff.
Oh, like the medical,
A lot of
medical
times.
records.
Yeah, like medical. But I'm guessing that would be some way of this getting warrants for a search warrant for medical records to see, or they give her an evaluation. I think they did talk about an evaluation, right? Did they order her for a mental health evaluation or anything? Or mental health check, I think as it was. If they can do that, a judge can do that. And so if they do that, then they'll find out if she's crazies or not just by giving her a new
Mental
test.
eval.
You can fake those so good. if you're good enough and you're smart enough, you can just answer all the right questions, and they can't pin you with that if you know what to answer. So it's just like kind of stupid. But if she's not that smart, then she probably wouldn't pass it, or would be diagnosed with something, and boom, there you go. She's got suicidal. They usually ask you, do you have suicidal thoughts? Do you think about hurting anybody else? Do you think about hurting yourself? You always answer no, because they're going to put you either in solitary confinement, or they're going to put you on suicide watch, or they're going to deem you that you're suicidal. It's not good, so that works against you. And so everybody knows. I'd say anybody with common sense, if you will, would know that I'm not going to answer yes to these questions, because y'all are going to have to put me in protective custody. Like, no, I'm not thinking about suicide, even if you are, right?
Well, it was alleged that she was threatening that as well, and I wonder if she learned from that experience that to lie about it, and because I do think that people will manipulate. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, never admit to any kind of craziness, because it'll be used against you, whatever it is. If you're trying to join the police force, or or join the military, and you admit to being suicidal and all sorts of crazy, probably not going to let your ass in. But today's military probably actually will. But at least it used to be that way. And if you go, you try to join the police force, and from what I understand, I don't know if sometimes some of these agencies, you have to do a polygraph and all sorts of
TBI
stuff.
makes you do a polygraph. I know that because I looked into it.
Oh wow, yeah. Some do, some don't. But and depending on where you're at, what state you're in, whatever their policies are, I guess. But yeah, some of them even give you a polygraph. So, you might not be able to, unless you take some benzos, you might not be able to lie about some of that stuff. But anyway, yeah, good conversations we're having. Good conversations.
Well, yeah, and there's ways to skirt all of it. There's ways around a lot of that stuff where, like you said, even a polygraph isn't 100%. I mean, there's people that believe their own lies. So, if they believe them, they're not going to have the reaction that somebody else would.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's true. Very interesting.
So it's part of the interrogation process. I understand that. It's just silly when you think about it. You're just you're asking somebody else about somebody else about somebody else. It's kind of like,
Well, I agree with you too, because they're absolutely fishing for information from Dom's mom, and here she is, a grieving mother, and she's trying to just answer the questions. I know what you're saying.
Text messages is everything that you should be going on. All the hard evidence, like text messages, right? Is that not hard evidence? They're getting circumstantial, I think, right? Is that what it's called, circumstantial? When it's
I mean, it would
could
be
have done it,
hearsay.
you probably did it, but it's not hard evidence. But it's like you probably did it, but you were over here at this time. Like all those coincidences, quote unquote coincidences, come together. And it's circumstantial that you probably did it. That's one thing that Tennessee doesn't like. That's one unfortunate thing about the Sebastian Rogers case. But yeah, I think that it looks like they're trying to fish for the whole suicidal thing, I guess is why he was asking, though, mainly.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they were definitely trying to figure out whether she was, a threat to herself or others. And I also think that, it would have spoke to, the motive. And because a lot of people too, I've seen a lot of people in chat say, when we've talked about it, not just today, that they, she couldn't have possibly thought she was going to make it out of this, out of this alive. And I can see that,
Yeah. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you.
Oh no, you're good. No, I think that's a great point, and I appreciate that because again, it is odd that the police are not. It's good to point that out because they don't seem to care whether it is hearsay. They're kind of fishing and even leading the witness. In my opinion, that wouldn't fly in court. So
right.
But I can put your mind at ease in that Dom was at no point did he reach over based on what our officers saw when they got there. So even if somebody tries to say, you know,
He caused this.
Dom caused it, no way. No way. I mean, we have multiple officers and body cams. No way.
Right, and I just wished it. Why wouldn't Davion punch her in the head? And that was the thing. That was another thing that I had told Tuesday. I said, Dom has never ever laid a hand on that little girl. Okay, she has. You know, he'll walk outside anything. He does not touch. Okay, and I said, I just wish he would have beaten. Somebody would have punched her in the head, and I wish Davion would have. Somebody. What the hell are you doing?
And you're right, because I've gone through her phone. Like I've just dove into her phone, and I've dove into her and Dom. And when they argue, she was more the antagonizer, and he was more like, "Oh, you're breaking up with me? Okay, cool, deuces." Like he was definitely more laid back.
I'm done.
And definitely more like, "Don't talk to me. You're mad at me." And then she.
Wait a minute. Did the cops just say, "Cool, you're breaking up with me, deuces"?
Like, cool, deuces. Somebody did. And I don't know who was saying that. That somebody was right there. She admitted that she saw them fight then, right? Did she not? Because she said he would walk away. Sometimes I wish she'd hit her in the head and he wouldn't, but he'd walk away before he'd ever fight. That means that you've seen this go down somehow, some way, maybe through the window or maybe in front of you. Is that not an admission that they just got out of her? Because earlier, I swear she said, no, they never fought in front of me.
Yeah, she was definitely saying how she stayed neutral and didn't want to like get in the middle or make Kenzie feel or anybody think that she didn't like her.
They must have fought in front of her. She must have caught him or something then. Because you wouldn't have said that then. You wouldn't have said, oh, he'd go outside before he'd hit that little girl. I wish somebody would hit that. That means that she's seen her pop off and she didn't like it. Wow.
Right. And, you know, and moms out there, please don't encourage your sons to put hands on young ladies because that's very dangerous and it's not a good habit to get into. As a matter of fact, what Dom was doing was very manly. It was manly enough, in my opinion, and that's knowing when to stop and when to even if this little girl's showing this behavior, then, you know, don't put yourself in the wrong, stay in the right. Because if Dom was to put hands on her, he could really hurt her. So again, these misconceptions of like, it's okay to put hands on each other. No, ma'am, no ham, no chicken dinner.
That's why it's so wild. I was like, what? Who says that? That's so something I'd hear in the Bronx or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's like that. You know, in this is just my opinion. I'm not trying to, you know, bash Dom's mom or anything, but here's the thing. It's just that mentality, like, oh well, if she hits you, you deserve to knock her a good one back. No, because you're a man and you're bigger than her. So let's teach our boys to handle these situations, but get out of it, right? Like, because he's handling it well, but not well enough because he didn't get out, and it's sad. Like he didn't deserve. Dominic didn't deserve any of this. Like I feel so bad for him. My heart breaks for him because like he was being a real man, in my opinion.
Yeah, don't be a coward. You know what I mean?
Don't be a coward. Don't hit a girl. Don't you ever. I don't care, you know, if it's self-defense and she's like got something, yeah. But I mean, like, just because she's saying these things to you, then, you know, it's a good time to get out. Just leave, you know. Block button is there for a reason. You know, restraining orders are there for a reason.
Yeah.
If it gets to that point, you know. So Chuchi says, hey, Libra, not all the moms in the Bronx will let their son hit women.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to think of a place where it'd be like I could hear some New Yorkers saying it. I don't know why. Like I can see
the Lady Freedom comes in with her Chicago accent and tries.
Yeah, like just whack him in the head. Just a bunch of mad Italians.
Right, whack him a good one, you know,
hitting each other.
Yeah.
You know? Man or woman hitting each other. No.
Well, and it just does. It just gives off such a negative thing or connotation. You know, if you guys can't tell, it triggered me a little bit. I was like, wait, what?
Is that where you're at, Chuchi, the Bronx? Is that where you're from? That's hilarious if I said that coincidentally. Ha ha.
But no, I appreciate, you know, like the mom sticking up for her son, of course, and I would be on my son's side again. I would be on my child's side. I absolutely think that, you know, Dom was doing the best he could here, and gosh, it just wasn't good enough. But yeah, for mom to be like, well, I wish you would have, or
What
yeah, I think what a coulda, shoulda. Yes, yeah. So that part was shocking because again, I didn't hear that part, and it was just you guys are
That
getting
was
blind
wild.
reactions from Libra and Lady over here, where you guys are just getting the blind reaction. So, oh, and Chuchi says her husband is from Manhattan.
Manhattan. Then he remembers Sam Ash music. Sam Ash, I think, closed down over there too. The real Sam, like the original Sam Ash. I'm not sure though.
Oh, it closed. I didn't know that.
It closed in Tennessee. There was one that I used to go to, but I talked to somebody at a music store locally around Nashville, and they're from Manhattan, and that they remember the original Sam Ash music. They said, and they're like, I was telling them it's so sad it's closing down. They're like, yeah, I know. Anyway, yeah, it's about all I know about that.
Well, and you know, look, I would never, like I told you guys, I'd feel sorry for the kid if they ever treated my daughter bad and I saw it or anything like that, you know, but I'm not promoting violence. I'm just saying, you know, I would absolutely have something to say about it and let them know. Right. And then I would be concerned for my daughter's well-being, but that's just, you know, something like almost, it's almost seems like red flags nowadays are a matter of life and death sometimes, right? Because of the way that, you know, we see these cases, and it's just like it's a small, like he wasn't even doing anything to engage her, which is wild to me, you know. He's kind of like, well, if you feel that way, I'm sorry you feel that way, you know. And then she's like, you don't love me, and I'm gonna go tear some, you know, I'm gonna go be a terrorist. You know, and he's like, okay, have fun. Like that's I'm just being, you know,
It is pretty mature for his age to not fall into losing his temper with it, letting it get to under his skin. Most young people it would, I'd say, fall into the trap of just really getting physical quick, you know, but
yeah, because even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, I think that's a big point as well. Like, because she's all about no intent, but like, even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, you could, like, if you're doing it in
Right.
anger and in a moment of rage, right? Like, it could change everybody's lives. It could take people's lives, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. I guess I kind of want to just. I'm just gonna go back.
Oh, we're almost there. Yay. That was a
We're
long video.
almost there. I know it's about. It
She's
was a
still
good
not in
hour,
jail.
12 minutes. Yeah, it's an hour, 12-minute video too, and
Yeah, it's
sometimes
long.
the interviews aren't that long, and the videos are longer, you know, and I can, you know, I don't play them all the way through, but yeah, that's wild.
And I just wished it. Why wouldn't Davion punch her in the head? And that was the thing. That was another thing that I had told Houston. I said, Donna has never ever laid a hand on that little girl. Okay, she has. You know, he'll walk outside anything. He just.
I'm sorry, guys, really quick. I did want to say too, with her saying in the moment, I wonder why nobody punched Mackenzie in the head if she was doing this on purpose. I'm not faulting her for that part of it. Just kind of wanted to throw that out there. So I apologize for that, because I don't want anybody to misconstrue that and be like, well, you know, if your kid was in the car with her and driving erratically, she'd probably want, you know, you'd want somebody to do something. I get that, to avoid it.
And I just punch her in the head. And that was the thing. That was another thing that I had told Houston. I said, Donna has never ever laid a hand on that little girl. Okay, she has. You know, he'll walk outside anything. He does not touch. Okay. And I said, I just wish she would have somebody would have punched her in the head, and I wish Davion would have, somebody. What the hell are you doing?
And you're right, because I've gone through her phone, like I've just dove into her phone, and I've dove into her and Dom. And when they argue, she was more the antagonizer, and he was more like, "Oh, you're breaking up with me? Okay, cool, deuces." Like he was definitely more like that, and definitely more like, "Don't talk to me. You're mad at me," and then she'd keep going and keep going. And we couldn't figure out if that was the teenage girl in her, like obsessed with the older guy type deal, or if it was literally a mental issue that
her driving, her, there's video, she records herself driving high speeds, she's constantly TikToking and Snapchatting.
Filming herself while driving.
Right.
And at high speeds, which is what Blair told me. That's all Blair had to tell you guys, was that he knows that she would drive fast and reckless. Okay. Again, I mean, I don't know. My son Ange thinks she's absolutely the devil. He thinks that she's.
I think
we're going to make it a point to talk to him next week in the evening someday, and just kind of.
It doesn't have to be the evening. I mean, just give him a chance. 1 or 2 o'clock.
Whenever he wants.
I mean,
would he feel more comfortable here or at the house?
I'll ask him.
Okay.
I mean, if he wants me to come with him,
we'll give him a call. We are interested in the relationship, really. But I want you to know deep down why we're asking those questions is
because you want to put together a solid case, because my son Angela thinks she needs to go to prison. He is absolutely positive, says that she needs to go to prison.
Well, and as well, probably better than we do, what we're battling here with the juvenile court versus 3 days later she's an adult.
Well, I'd like to see who we pull, because I'll file an affidavit of prejudice with the Supreme Court, because I practiced in most of those courtrooms.
It's one of
I'd
Tim's
rather do
biggest.
some retired judge from Southern Ohio, some Republican judge that would. Not to say, I love our Democratic judges in Cuyahoga, but they're Democratic because that's how they get elected. I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Between
Cuyahoga,
we get the game.
Depending on the theory that we're able to help put together, the evidence that we're going to put together, if we can force a mandatory bind over as opposed to leaving it up to a judge, that's another thing that we're looking at. So the reason we're looking at all of her social media is to show, although she was 17, she's been living like an adult, and that's why I asked you.
I would say absolutely, and I would say that for sure her senior year, because she was at my house every day.
Did she ever have a job? Do you know?
Oh yes, I do know this, and my friend Loretta looked into this. So she worked at Pulp.
Oh, okay.
At the top of the street. She worked at, I think, Taco Bell.
Wasn't it
Dunkin' Donuts?
Dunkin', I know. Okay.
They fired her at Dunkin' Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you talk to her employers, Loretta went in there and got the coffee or whatever and said, "Oh, I never knew this girl worked here," or whatever, because Loretta goes there every day. She said, "Oh, that girl was horrible. She was nasty to customers. She was rude. She was all these things."
Okay.
And so she may have been putting on a nice facade for all of us and her innocent stuff, but I think it was Taco Bell, McDonald's or Wendy's. She's gotten fired from 4 or 5 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I know for a fact the last one, because Loretta just went there, you can talk to them, that she was horrible. It was either Pulp or Bippity Bob. I don't know. Is that Pulp still there? Yeah. At the top of the street? Yeah. Right. They said that she was rude and nasty to customers too. So I know those 2 places for sure. I don't know.
Well,
she had those jobs when she was like 16.
And I know the Duncan one's right, because there's some texts with her and the boss going back and forth. So that one is right on the line. I didn't know about Paul.
That's inappropriate for the boss.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
What did you say, Libra?
That's inappropriate for the boss to be texting their staff. But I guess nowadays it's different. It's just weird though still, because she was a minor. The boss just even texting her. I guess I've worked places where they do that now, but I guess because her being a minor, and I don't know if it's a male or female boss, don't really matter. It's just still weird that she'd be arguing or texting back and forth with her boss at all. It's just like make a phone call or keep it. it's probably because of nowadays it's different though. Because I remember there's landlines, and you're calling the store to call out. You're not texting your boss to call out or anything. It's just you weren't allowed to have like each other's phone number. But I'm old school, so.
No, I
Weird.
understand what you're saying. Yeah. Well, it's all weird, and it just kind of speaks to Mackenzie's attitude, I think, a little bit. You kind of hear that if she's had that many jobs, like what she's saying, that's
At
a lot
that
of
age, man, and fired from all of them. That's wild.
and all for being rude to customers.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's just
not work with the public or
giving a crap. Yeah, being entitled.
And they said this about the mandatory bind over, mandatory bind over, and I believe that that's referring to the fact that this occurred when she was 17, and then now she's 18, and so, since it's so close, I guess they decided to charge her as an adult.
Yeah, you have it bound over to a different court. You can have stuff bound over to a grand jury. Yeah, you can have stuff bound over. And
just bound over, and that's what happened to her. Yeah, because I guess I never heard of, or I guess I'm not as familiar with that until this case, how that all works and stuff like that. I'm sure there's been other cases where that's happened, but kind of knowing how things transpired in the court, with them saying it here. I mean, this interview is packed with information. It really is.
Yeah.
One of the other fast foods.
Yeah,
Okay, we only got McDonald's, Wendy's, or Taco Bell. So one of those three, but Pulp for sure. It wasn't Bippy Bob, it was Pulp. And they got rid of her too, for again, customer issues. And so
Dom seemed to do pretty good by himself. Did he give her money a lot?
I don't know.
There was an argument about when he threatened her with civil court because she bought something. She bought something that Dom gave her money for, but I guess maybe she didn't have permission because it wasn't clear from the
text. Yeah.
From the text. But they kind of went back and forth.
That was after that. He said that she needs to give me the money back. And I don't. Again, this is the end of July. I know there was something about
July
the
2020.
birthday gift, and I remember them fighting. Okay, he was on his phone trying to order her a purse or something, and he was sitting there, and he goes, "Yeah, she's just got to look at my phone. She's got to look at my phone and see everything I'm doing." He goes, "I'm just trying to order a damn birthday gift." Blah, blah, blah. And she had to look at it and see. And he was all pissed off because he couldn't surprise her with it. Then the night of that thing, he did bring up the fact that there was money given to her, that he wanted the money back because maybe, and it might have been had to do with not being able to order the purse. I just said, fine, well then take the money that I was going to pay for the purse or something like that. Angela maybe be able to clarify that a little bit more. Again.
Was there an issue between Dom and Mackenzie's mom, Natalie? Threats or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Here she says Dom threatened. He bought me this one outfit yesterday, and now he's saying he's going to take me to civil court. And then you told her not to worry about it. He caters to you. I think he just needs something back.
That's why I asked. It seemed like he catered to her a lot.
Right.
They were always going out to
what do you do?
eat.
Yeah. What do you do for him?
Yeah.
Doing was my thing. Like, he waits on you hand and foot. What are you doing for him? I did start that a lot lately.
Yeah, no, and
Mama Bear.
You actually have a text in there that I know that said, "What have you done for him?"
Right.
Yeah, she's a little beast, right? If I'm his mom, I'm like, wow, this girl, like, and I think that is like such a spot on comment because
we were talking about this earlier. When they see stuff like this, he did open up to her then. And he did tell her that, this is what's going on. And I'm just trying to order something. And so he did kind of tell his mom what was going on. And Mama Bear kicked in and she's like, man, what the hell? She doesn't clean up after herself. She makes messes. She has to have this specific gluten-free diet, which is probably because she's modeling, in my opinion. But I don't know what her medical history is either. But could be celiac, could be Crohn's. But
the POT, not the POTS syndrome, but the POT.
She has a stop syndrome. She doesn't know how to stop.
She doesn't know how to stop. Dang,
Yeah,
that sums her
STOP.
up. The STOPs. Oh man, she's got it right. But yeah, that's so. I think that is such a like a sweet thing that we noticed that he was like talking to his mom. She was noticing at first. She doesn't want to say it, right? Because like they had a different perspective, and I think that says a lot to the manipulation and what the tactics that the Sharrillas were using against the Russos and against his mom of all people. And again, it just shows such a disrespect for his family. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God. And I just feel so bad for him because, again, she's saying, oh, he waited on her hand and foot. So he's trying to do everything to make her happy. But a lot of it, in my opinion, is because there's a level of fear and walking on eggshells. And you know that if you don't make this person happy, they're going to have a major temper tantrum. And it may not seem, like it doesn't seem like that's somebody that doesn't know how it goes, but like that's exactly how it goes. And I think there was a lot of that going on.
Well, it's funny. Really, it looks like they're just looking into her character out of all this. They're really trying to get a good feel of what she was like, if they're fighting or not. She's already threatened to race the car and crash it. I think that they're putting all this together just to really get a good idea of her character and if they should really pin her with it, if they can. Because if they're seeing it through her mother. Her mother, you can tell she's pretty genuine. Like, I wish somebody would just knock him on the head, as she,
right.
She's not lying about that probably, but she could. But I really think that they're just trying to get a real good feel of her character so they know what they're dealing with, that they are dealing with a spoiled brat. They did see the text messages. They did see a lot of that, the text messages, which is hard evidence. They did see a lot of that, so.
Oh yeah, they're coming at the family with receipts now from all the
Yes.
all this information. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because and it's like, as a mom, I just can't imagine what it was like witnessing that and knowing that like he was going through that with her. And like you said, it sounds like having like a really bad puppy that you can't train. She's not cleaning up after herself. She's making messes. Yeah. Like, you don't even think about, like, she's a whole ass person. She could totally wash a dish, or if Dom makes her dinner, she could help him clean it up, or they could do it together. Because that was another thing that her family was trying to say, was that like they loved to cook together. They were just little peas in a pod cooking, just romantic in the kitchen. And his mom is over there saying, I know, I'll play with you in a little bit, I'm sorry, bud. But his mom's like, he's literally waiting on this chick hand and foot, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I found that to be awful for Dom. Poor Dom. I feel so sorry for Mrs. Russo.
We knew he was taking care of her financially too, supporting her, which just goes along to show. Is there anything you wanted to know about the investigation that maybe we can help shed some light, put your mind at ease? Anything you're curious about?
No, I guess not.
We are about a week or two out before I think we get the
I
talks
talked
back.
to the ME's office, and I think they said 2 more weeks, and that was a week and a half ago. So 10 to 14.
As soon as we get that.
And I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't be worried about Jimmy McDonald. Jimmy McDonald's a nice guy, hopefully. But is somebody gonna hear this?
No.
Okay, this isn't gonna be used as evidence.
No.
I don't even know last time the guys tried a case. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you that. He's Nancy McDonald's brother, and then he would get plea deals. He's a prosecutor. He's just making his money, getting his PRS. I mean, he's not really a go-getter type.
Well, and especially in something like this, they're going to be searching for a plea deal.
Right. That's exactly it.
But
thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate it.
Okay. I love the ending there. Did you just hear what he said? He said,
that abruptly stopped. Yes, that stopped like so abruptly though. Oh my god, I wasn't even paying like. Oh my god. All right, well, bye. Since you're talking about if we're going to use this as evidence or not, deuces.
Yeah, and then they said no, and then she said she was talking about their lawyer, I think, saying that he's not really a go-getter. He's just looking for a plea deal, get it over with. That's what it sounded like. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier. He's probably like, I don't want to deal with all this jury trial and go. Trial is a long process. It can go for years. You know, it drags out. It can drag out, especially with murder trials.
I agree. Yeah, it could totally drag out the situation. Which is, I mean, you know.
What a wild video, man. I'm going to check that out again sometime or watch this over again because it's just, there's a lot of new info we got today from that one, in my opinion.
Wasn't that a lot? Well, first of all, we found out that they lost the blood. Then we find out, because I know there was a big controversy surrounding that with like YouTube creators coming out and saying that, and then Dom's family wasn't really aware of that. Piece of information. So they're like, that's misinformation. But then to find out, no, it is in fact, it is. They literally dropped the ball right there, right? We see that in these cases when we really look at them,
Yeah, and yeah, the blood and missing. That's just weird to me, but that's one of those. I don't want to call it logistical things. I mean, would you like? It's one of those. You got a clinic, they do things a certain way, or hospital or whatever, or things happen, and that actually is a defense but it's because it's true that it's a defense that, like I said, it ferments over time if it's not done right, and you can prove it was not done right, or it's sat there too long, or it gets lost. Sometimes it gets lost in the sauce because you'll have 150 different people's blood from a DUI arrest all in the same area, and it can get mixed up because it does happen. So
it's human error all day. Yeah, you're so right. It's human error. They're just, it's like nobody meant for it to happen for sure. Like nobody's like, let me go throw this away, unless Mackenzie's dad or her mom crept in. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's what makes true crime so interesting, is that these are the dynamics that get us to dig and get us to look and make us hungry for like information, right? Like why it's frustrating sometimes, like green hoodie, you know what I mean? It can be frustrating at times where you're just like, oh, if you just had that one little piece, just information, it'd be nice because we could find out so much more and we could dig even more. I just need a little bit, just a shovel to go one more foot in, and then another foot in and another foot in, It's
exactly
wild.
But I think it's good. I think, like you said, it does keep us hungry for justice, because we're like, once we find out another piece of information, it might get our brains thinking, and then it does help us understand more. And I do like, that's one thing I love about true crime, is that we are digging in and finding truth for the families if they want to hear it. If they don't, we can't force anybody to listen, but we can
Right.
also get down to the meat and potatoes.
We'll force them to listen to Lady Freedom and Libra over here. We will. We'll force them. If you don't get on here, we're going to call you. We're going to start, you might get doxxed. We might come to your house and make sure you get online. Yeah.
Oh Lord. No, but no, and I do
No,
understand
kidding.
like privacy. Like it's so hard, because privacy is very important to maintain, and it's really hard, right? Because it's like we do want to know, but what's funny to me is that if Mackenzie was to just serve her sentence and be good, she would probably get some, time off for early behavior and whatnot.
Yeah.
But she's not proving herself to be that way. And because she's proving herself not to be that way, it's causing us to bring more truth to light. And I think it's so interesting how it's so counterproductive to what they're trying to actually do here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, that was great.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was good to get the male perspective. And I appreciate you, Libra. I appreciate, Brad and our chat, our guy friends out there, because that's why it's so important, I think, for us to do a lot of shows. And, you co-host a lot, Libra, because like I can only give one perspective, but then also the male perspective is something that I'm not allowed, or like, not that I'm not
Yeah.
allowed, but I'm inept. I have no freaking idea what you
Well,
guys
we
do.
gotta
No, I'm just kidding.
balance. Yeah.
You might say the same about me, but I mean, I try to figure it. I like to hear it, because again, this is why I'm covering this story, is because it highlights these things.
Yeah, we gotta balance the scales, and kind of
Mhm.
get more, get an equal kind of like perspective on things. I agree. And I do like analyzing these videos, though. It's fun because you stop and you pause and you talk about it, then you go again and you wait a minute, and it makes you think about it, and then you kind of realize what you just heard and you remember it more too. And so when it comes to talking about the subject again, you really have it kind of in your memory now, what we just watched. And then we'll watch some stuff twice, and that's pretty crazy, and then we'll remember it because of that way. Next time we dig into it, we know more information, we have more information that we know about it. We can use that to add to our little checklist, if you will, or bullet points on, okay, what's next, what else do we want to look into. I'd like to look even into, I'm one of those that likes to go even down, all the way down to like the fire department that responded, or how long did it take them to get there, how, all that every little detail just makes it fun.
Yes.
But really,
Yeah, creating the
even better,
timeline is important.
yeah, even more, I want to dig into the family. I want to know kind of more surrounding that young lady, and how she was acting, even though we pretty much got that down. I want to still know more details about surrounding that wreck. It's just, you wish you could be in the car and see what was going on. I guess that's what makes us really hungry for it, is we'll never see that, but we could get really close. We could get really
Yeah.
close to
Yeah, I
knowing.
know. I agree.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going.
a good thing. It's a
Yeah.
good thing to get, the perspective, but also, I think it's interesting that we learned today 5:30, 6 is when it all transpired. It took about 2 seconds for her to just like come barreling through that area we watched, and then, I also find it interesting that everybody who seemed to be coherent in the car, like you said, when they were turning the corner, there's some sort of activity with, either a large cell phone or a tablet.
Yeah, it was huge. It looked huge, man. It was like, what is that? Like, were they taking a video? Were they trying to make a cool video? I mean, I don't know if he did a lot of her social media stuff. I know she did a lot of selfies, so I mean, it was her. But uh, okay, I got a link in Discord, I guess, from
Chuchi.
Chuchi. Okay, Chuchi.
Yeah. So it's a lot to go over, it's a lot to unpack. And again, there's a lot of there's overwhelming evidence, you know just overwhelming evidence.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, when it comes to
Okay, I'm
all of that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, she sent me a bunch of stuff. Good deal. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a lot, and I wanted to at least you know, get people to understand, like with this unpacking and nightmare thing, right? That there was several different pieces to what happened, to consider, and great things like the blood, vials, for
Oh,
testing. Um, Also, just the scene itself, and the fact that she was coherent. I mean, she was in the car with these boys So she would know if anybody was alive on impact, I would think. I understand that maybe she would have maybe became coherent after the fact, I'm not saying that that's not possible, but there was no amnesia or anything like that that was documented after.
Right. I got a photo I want to show you. I think it's really funny.
Okay, present you. Yeah, okay, great. You want me to present it?
Yeah, just
Or
one
no, or
sec.
wait,
Yeah,
are you
go
do you have
ahead.
it on yours? I was gonna say if you
Yeah.
have it on your screen, I could just click the button, or you could send it to me in email. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, just click the button. I'll present it for you.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Oh, what is that? Is that the ladies with the things?
This is this is a photo I received. Sorry, this thing's running slow.
No, it's okay.
I know for a fact. But you can see it well, right?
I cannot.
Ooh,
You will have to.
slowly.
I was gonna say you might have to like
Hit the
I
present
saw
button.
your screen
Yeah, here we go.
before. I was gonna say whatever button you hit before. Sorry.
Here we go. I'll present the image. I'm just gonna do it that way because I forgot that that's an option. Da, 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 da.
Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Okay, I see
dad's
it.
interview.
Okay.
I got a little message from Chuchi.
Yes, I did see this as well. Oh my god, yes.
That's it.
You read it. You read it. Oh.
His nose, liar. Oh, I tried to. It says always. It's always Dominique. Oh man, I gotta get my the
Was it too
investigators.
little? I could.
It kind of is. Can I
I'm sorry.
zoom?
I know it's bad. Oh, if you crop it.
Yeah, I'll crop it and I'll bring it right back. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. I know. It's a pain. It's like I don't know what the rest of the post says, but the picture is freaking hilarious.
Well, I'll read it. I'll read it right now. I got it big on my screen, and I'll just read it.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll tell you what. I'll present my screen now because it's ready anyway.
Okay. Chuchi, that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. That's funny because I got a lot of information, but I forgot about that one. Oh, that one was on Facebook. Chuchi said that was on Facebook.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
Can you see it now?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. It says from the day of the crash back, from the day of the crash back, that's true or false? It says, it's always Dominic, the investigators, the prosecutors, the judge, the justice system, anyone but the person who is actually responsible for their own actions. It looks like I was going to say.
Okay,
So
I know. I
Steve-
went to click on it. I don't know what the whole thing says, but that's pretty
Yeah.
much that's Darvo in a nut. That's Darvo in a nutshell. Here comes Steve Sharrella at ya. Oh my goodness.
Clown of the damn day.
The
That's who he
clown
is.
of the day.
We'll do that.
need
We'll do a clown of the
segment.
day on the show if you want.
We need
He
to
is
do
our
a clown
clown of the day. Yeah.
Steve's gonna have a hard time getting someone different. Oh, he's gonna be our main contender every day. Who's a bigger clown than Steve?
Right?
Oh shit, that's too funny.
Man, so wild.
Lisa King says, "Yep, that's it," or "Yes, that's him."
That's
Oh my
him.
goodness. Oh, Witchy Mama wants to know if we're going to read the text out loud. Like Lady Freedom reads Mackenzie and then Libra reads Dom. We thought, I mean, I don't know that we should do all 31,000. I mean, Libra, what are you all in? You better. And if you don't, I'm cutting a blanket. Let me tell you. Oh my
31,000. Let's do it.
Let's do
Yeah.
it. Let's do it.
I
Okay.
just did
Nobody
this
expect
one.
me to show up wearing a corset. Okay, because that shit is not happening. No, that's so funny. So what I was thinking, like I could pick out some highlights or we could pick them out together, you know. It's
Yeah.
so these it's gonna be so creepy. I'm gonna have PTSD. I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna be apologizing profusely to you every day. Like if I say horrible things to you on the show, please do not take it.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
Mackenzie.
Yeah, right.
I'm getting into character of a psycho.
Mackenzie syndrome.
Mackenzie syndrome.
You got that
Oh
Mackenzie
Lord. Oh
syndrome. Yeah.
snap.
I do remember a radio show where it have like the donkey of the day. I think that was yeah, I know what that was. That was in New York. That was Hot 96, I think. That was a Breakfast Club. I'm not a big fan, by the way, but
Breakfast Club.
anyway,
Yeah.
they'd have the donkey of the day, and they would give you your donkey of the day story. I thought that was funny. Yeah, we could pick out any crime article, like true crime article or whatever it is, anything from the news, because that's all negative anyway. And it's usually crime related, right? It's usually crime related. Like the guy that was running naked through Disneyland, he's like our donkey of the day, right? He's like our clown of the day. Our clown of the day.
Clown of the day.
Running naked through grown man running naked, getting arrested, running naked through Disneyland.
Also, Chud the Builder would also be a great clown of the day.
Oh, I got some more on him. Now there's
Uh-oh.
I saw some new videos on him today that they had a free Chud the Builder or free Chud rally at Clarksville. Nobody showed up. Just a couple of people that, oh, you've seen the video. I sent it to you. Just a couple of idiots that said, I bring freedom of speech. I don't think you should be in there. And it's like, shut the hell up. You're probably paid to say that. So get the hell out of here. White supremacist freak.
I know. That
God, I can't believe people are so stupid. And then you got more people saying, you got this one lady that's in her truck talking to him as he's trying to get interviews. This kid that was sent up here from another state. I think he drove 6 hours to see if anybody'd show up to this rally, and nobody did. And he goes, and everybody's like, yeah, we don't like that here in Clarksville. No, we don't like that in Nashville. I'm like, exactly. Yeah. It's the ass. What does that say? It's the ass clown of the day. It's the ass clown cup.
Ass clown cup.
We need an ass clown cup. That's awesome.
No, that's where we take all of these
Clown
people
cup.
from like the whole week and we give the best one the award, you know?
No.
And then the next week's contender,
Nice.
whoever wins for next week
I bet you're
goes
faster to
up
do video.
against, yeah, the heavyweight champion of the ass clown.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too
Yeah.
funny.
If you want to, I can share that Chud the Builder video real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Does it have all of the N words blurred out though? Because I hate when it's bad
I
enough
think
that
they
let you say,
took it out.
Okay, great. I just don't want to play. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so gross.
I
to
don't
me.
either.
I
It's
hate
repulsive.
that. I know. Me and you are both like totally on the Chud the Builder stuff because you sent it to me and you like let me know about this weirdo, and then we're both like, ugh. And I told you I was like, I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing if I play this.
Yeah. I'll make sure that it's not gonna do anything crazy on us.
Thank
But,
you. I also want to say, like, to anybody out there that is of ethnic, any type of ethnicity, this is not, in, again, our opinion, this is like some complete ass clown that is wreaking havoc on the streets of Nashville mostly, but then went to Clarksville, right, Libra?
Yeah,
To kinda do
it's
the
bleeped
same.
out, so I'll go ahead.
Oh, sweet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask
Yeah.
you, like, did I get that right? Like, he was always doing this in Nashville, but then he decided to go over and start doing it over in Clarksville.
Oh, he's doing it. Yeah, he's doing it in Nashville and Clarksville. Apparently, he did approach some guys in Clarksville before he had to go to court there, but he's outside the courtroom live streaming, and the cops have the video. That's why it's not out there. But he antagonized somebody that was supposedly stalking them because it was a black guy that was supposedly stalking him.
Oh
And
yeah.
he brought us all on himself, but I don't know why he was standing outside the courtroom with a gun in his jacket. Well, he made a bladed stance. Toward the black guy, and the black guy was in the army. He was a vet. He has a rap sheet himself. So he's not like, it's not like a clean record either. But the guy was antagonizing. Chud the Builder was antagonizing this on himself, though. He's getting on the internet doing this, so somebody's gonna go find him, and somebody's gonna try to hurt him, more than likely, because he's inciting violence. Well, he's a rage baiter, and he's out here and he's wearing a cowboy hat and cowboy boots and a suit jacket and dressed really nice, actually, surprisingly. But yeah, he just come out and try to say the N-word to people, get black people all riled up, because you're going to say anything derogatory to anybody, they're going to want to kick your ass. I mean, it's just human nature. That's animal nature too, eat you alive. You really but yeah.
Well, like you said, you're baiting
anyway,
people to
he
rage
does. He
out
gets them so
because
mad
you're
that
like,
they just want to
yeah, exactly. Like I'm not. I
it's
I
so
hate
stupid.
to
It's
say
this
it,
new
but
thing that people do.
they're doing. It's very deliberate.
It's so crazy.
It's super deliberate. And they're absolutely trying to get that reaction.
Yeah, I'll share.
I would
thing
give
with
that
you.
reaction if I was there and witnessed it. Like I would be like, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Like I know you
Yeah.
did not say what I think you just freaking said. You goon.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Here you go. I'll share my screen with you.
That's where I'm talking about. People need to hold me back sometimes, because if I see that in public, I'll end up being like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like, oh, hold on. Oh, it's blank. Hold on.
Right?
You might need to load it back onto the.
Yeah, it should be there.
Oh, I see. Oh, here it is. I see it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
You see it? Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the sound thing, though.
Here we go.
I may have to look it up on my YouTube. I wonder why it won't let you present.
This is now
with
sharing.
sound.
Shoot other people on racist principles deserve to go to prison for it.
Look at this jumping out. You following me to my truck now? We got 18 rounds for you. We ain't got nothing else.
Can you hear it?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I'm sorry. I should have
Okay.
let you know. I just muted my mic. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you.
All right.
I think that people who shoot other people on racist principles deserve to go to prison for it.
Look at this jumping out. You following me to my truck now? We got 18 rounds for you. We ain't got nothing else.
The social media influencer known as Chud the Builder is now facing an attempted murder charge after a shooting today outside the Montgomery County Courthouse.
I support freedom of speech. I believe he acted in
Oh,
self-defense.
shut up.
That's what happened. Chud was assaulted. He defended himself.
Acting in
Yeah.
self-defense? I've watched the videos.
Why are you acting like a right now? Acting like a what? You heard me. Sit down. Keep coming up. I'm gonna mace your ass real quick. I don't want to get pepper sprayed. I really don't. Go pick up my hat. You heard me.
Oh, no.
I've seen the posts.
Repulsive.
Booga booga. Look how these shipping out.
I think he was very clear about what he intended to do,
Blew his brains out that night. I almost feel like it's going to happen.
and I believe he should be held accountable.
How's it going? This is Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. Andrew is in Iran right now, so he can't make it, but we are at Montgomery County Courthouse, where Jake Lang advertised
This
a free
idiot right
Chud the
here.
Builder route. For those of you that
Jake
don't know,
Lang
Chud
is
the
an
Builder
idiot.
is an
He
online
got arrested in
agitator
court.
who came to prominence a few weeks ago, brandishing weapons at people while calling them the N-word.
I think this is an FBI.
Yeah, Jake Lane was that guy that was he was cooking the Quran and like bacon grease just to piss off Muslims and stuff. Just unnecessary
Oh,
shit.
you told me about this guy. Yes, or I remember. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that's he got arrested in court, and he comes out with a fanny pack on, like the white society needs to be out here. Just an idiot. He comes from out of state, and I don't even know where he gets his funds from. It ain't his money, but
to come
So
out
he can't
here.
make it, but we are at Montgomery County Courthouse, where Jake Lang advertised a free Chud the Builder rally. For those of you that don't know, Chud the Builder is an online agitator who came to prominence a few weeks ago, brandishing weapons at people while calling them the N-word.
I think this is an FBI psychops.
And earlier this week, he shot somebody, which was the obvious outcome. There's not really anybody here, but we do see some people right here. I see somebody.
Yeah, I met Syaf.
How's it going?
Yeah.
We had heard that there was a free Chud the Builder.
Here we go. I love this
Exactly
lady.
why I'm here.
That's why you're here.
Yeah, I was calling it Cap because I didn't think he was actually going to come. I drove around a little bit ago and didn't see anyone. So
Is the political climate of this town kind of
like,
favoring
it's Cap.
Chud the Builder, or?
No, it would absolutely be the minority. It's funny actually because me and some of my friends had reached out to the mayor like 6 months ago when this first started happening, saying that this exact thing was going to happen. So a little disappointed, but
Somebody's
at
gonna
least
get
no one
hurt.
died, I guess. I think that even though it seems like it's a super red state, that there's not a lot of people that are actually like standing on it in public, if that makes sense. Like I walk around with a fuck ice pin on my bag and no one's ever said anything to me.
Have you seen anybody that you think is a free Chud the Builder?
I walk around with a fuck ice pin on my bag and nobody said anything to me.
But she's
Oh,
not
man.
like, but it's one thing to wear like a t-shirt that says, your opinion, or a bumper sticker or button, something like that. But like, it's totally different than to go up to somebody and just start, telling that man to pick up his hat,
Antagonizing.
excuse me?
And he said the
Hell
word-
no.
He was
I'd go over there and accidentally step on it.
saying it derogatorily, if that's a word, derogatorily, saying it especially, and not just saying he still can't say it. It don't matter. He's white anyway. So, but yeah, just the fact that when you use it like that, that's asking for a fight. And he knows what he's doing. He knew what he's doing. There's plenty of evidence against him.
I agree.
Here?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I'm here in support of Dalton Etherly.
Oh, here we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene style. I'm in support of Dalton either. I don't even know if she's real. She just seems so fake.
And an advocate for the First Amendment. I believe he acted in self-defense, and Tennessee is very clear about stand your ground law. And
You don't understand stand your ground law then, lady. If this right here, if everybody read this, you can't antagonize if it's unprovoked. You can stand your ground and in self-defense. She needs to read the freaking law. This stupid idiot is one of those people that is just believing everything that she's told. That's First Amendment. See, that's another thing about this guy. He screams First Amendment after antagonizing a violent fight. You can't do that. It's not First Amendment anymore. First Amendment's for our government. It's not for individuals.
I don't think that he did anything unlawful. It's not attempted murder. He was attempting to prevent his own murder. He has a right to defend his life, his liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Oh, look at it. Look at this jackass. Look at this stupid shirt. It's got to be one of those shirts with the little American stupid braids, stupid hat. It's got to be one of those American flag with the freaking, deer antler shirt. It's like those guys with the affliction shirts walking around trying to act tough. And it's like, you don't even fill up your sleeves with muscles. You can't wear a muscle shirt without muscles.
Per the Constitution.
The reality is, this is America. We have rights and liberties that
This is America, and I really think these guys had to be paid to be there. That girl and this guy are the only ones that are there for that. These guys over here are all media, or they're just like against him. They're not for this crap. There's some other little media guy.
People showed up only? Is that what's going on over
What
here?
I see. Yeah, I didn't see any more than that.
we must exercise and be able to maintain. We can't have any inch of those liberties being taken from us.
If we lose the First Amendment, they're going to come for the Second
I'd eat
Amendment.
his ass.
And we need the Second Amendment to defend the First Amendment.
This guy who assaulted Chud, and Chud went to defend himself, and now he has a book being thrown at him. Chud had every.
Yeah, Chud had a gun, and the black guy didn't. Did you know that? And the black guy was
And
getting
Chud
shot.
is a dud.
Yeah, Chud minus a chode. Chud doesn't have a chode. Chud the chode. I don't know. But yeah, so he had a pistol. Chud had a pistol on him. The black guy didn't. The black guy was still beating on him as he's getting shot. Falling to the ground on top of him. And Chud, by the way, we call him Chutter Bob, shot himself in the arm with his own gun. Fucking idiot can't even shoot.
Sorry, I
Can't even
shouldn't
defend
laugh at that, but
You shouldn't be okay. This is my opinion. You shouldn't be able to own or carry a gun or a firearm if you don't even know how to defend yourself with it.
right to self-defense. Yes, he was a provocative person.
He has a right to self-defense. Yes, he was a provocative person. Look, he was messing with these three guys that are kind of laughing at him because they're like, what an a-hole. But they're getting ready to beat his ass because I mean, I don't know how they did
I
it.
just want to slap that stupid look off his face, and I'm always sitting here like, don't be violent, and
There was premeditation in that provocation. But what he was trying to exemplify is that we have the ability and the freedoms in America to exercise our liberties to the full extent, and that we should possess the full extent of our liberties.
It's people like you that ruin it for everybody, and you got a cross on your hat.
And our rights, and those things should be maintained.
I strongly think that Chud the Builder was antagonizing that man and was not acting in self-defense. But I'm not out here specifically for the bond hearing. I just saw on Lang's posts and stories that he was trying to get people out here to like protest and put up a banner and stuff. And we saw Lang once at like 8:30 in the morning.
Idiots. Yeah, this guy, I love this guy. He's against it. And he's like, I got the balls to come out here, and I don't know how many crazies I'm gonna face. But he's like, we don't like that in Clarksville.
Didn't see him again.
And what side of the political aisle would you describe yourself on?
I would say I lean more conservative, but I very much disagree with those that call themselves conservatives because I don't think they show conservative values right now.
I noticed the 1776 shirt, so you're conservative.
Yeah, I lean more like that. Like the more normal people, like, you know, like Charlie, but like Chud the Builder, it's more like white supremacy than it is like conservative.
Completely agree. See, he's wearing
I
a
agree with that
1776
1,000,000%.
shirt with the thing, but he ain't about that crap because he's not stupid. He knows that that's not practicing true freedom of speech, dude.
Right.
What if it is the FBI? I wonder if it is. Like the guy, I mean, risked everything to do this. It's like, could you really be out of your mind? Or are you really an airhead? I mean,
the values.
Do you know anybody that actually wants Chud the Builder to be free?
Not personally. Just the big social media names.
You're outside Chud the Builder's.
This jackass, his name's Alex Lang, I believe. And
Is he wearing a fanny pack? I'm
yes.
sorry.
He's wearing a fanny pack because his bulge is
Lovely.
so small he has to hide it because he's embarrassed of his little tiny weenie. And he's one of those.
This guy.
He's a Jew that hates other Jews, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's a Jew that is like against any MAGA Jew or something crazy like that. I can't. Well,
Why do you have to
he's
dissect
one of those.
people and give reasons to hate someone? See, this is like so.
Jennifer Aaron had a name for it. It was one of those Jewish zealous. I forgot. It was a weird name.
The MAGA zealots you're talking about.
MAGA zealots, right? It's where they don't. It's something like that.
Oh, sorry.
I might be wrong though.
Courthouse right now. The fate of the future of white civilization is here.
The fate of the future of white civilization is here. We got to free this guy. Look.
They're talking about he murdered a 17-year-old white child at track meet with a kitchen. Now they're comparing it to another black man from some other state, some other damn place, I think. If not, maybe here. But they're just comparing that. Look, they gave this white guy 1.25 million bond, but they only give the black guy 250. This is really
Wait, so this is a
gaslighting.
separate case? Okay, so this is a separate case.
Separate black man, that's all. And they're just comparing this black guy over here murdered a 17-year-old white child at track meet with a kitchen knife and only got $250,000 bond. But look what they're doing to Chud the Builder. You see the I don't know if you call that propaganda. It's like it's just
absolutely
it's gaslighting, this racial crap.
It's
like
feeding their own agenda, like you were saying too. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Will we allow the court system to weaponize against us, or will we stand up as heritage Americans?
I love how he puffed out his chest like he only works his upper body in the gym and puffs out his chest, uses his arms. He's like one of those TV preachers or something.
It's hard to work out with the fanny
So now
pack.
that you guys know that this fucking weirdo came up to him and he took a blatant stance, even if he did take a blatant stance, hell's gone like this. It wasn't out. The dude hit him, and then they went to the ground. That's when shots were fired.
I mean, it does sound like a little bit of a case of self-defense. We're from Florida. You know what I mean? We got to stand your ground law. It's hard to know
Your ground law.
I don't know.
Ground law is just if I get attacked and I need to defend myself, I don't have to flee. That's all. It doesn't mean, hey, I'm going to talk so much shit to you. You're going to want to pop my head off and I'm going to provoke you. It's when it's unprovoked. It can't be provoked by the person that's defending themselves with a gun mind you, versus somebody without a gun. That's not
Right,
equal
yeah.
firepower. Like you could hit me, you might have to hit me a couple times before I could shoot you, and I have to really be in fear of my life, like for real. And that dude, I don't think Chud the Builder appears to be a pretty big guy. I don't know how big he is, but he looks like it, and he might be bigger in real life than he looks like he's online. But I don't know if he's bigger than that black guy or not. But it don't even matter. He has a gun. The black guy didn't.
Isn't it like
premeditating a confrontation
like
or what?
meeting force? Sorry.
Yeah,
well,
with
you
Yeah.
have to use equal force, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty much in a nutshell. Like you can't, I can't shoot you for punching me. I have to be outnumbered and fear of fatality, of losing my life, or being outnumbered and being beaten to unconsciousness, or fear of being beaten to unconsciousness or death, to use deadly force. And that's using deadly force, like he didn't kill the guy, thank God, but that's a deadly weapon. He's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Just taking everything from the Constitution and perverting it. And sorry,
Yeah, they
I'll go
wanted
back
to
here.
fit like what
Express
they're
yourself in
they
this
wanted
country.
to fit themselves.
So I think.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said, they're using it to, I guess, their advantage, or they're fitting it to what they want it to mean instead of what it's truly there for. I think I think you're right.
Just ruins it for everybody, because eventually I feel like we'll have all these rights taken away by laws being changed over time because of these antagonizers. They're going to be like, well, it's going to be against the law we're going to lose our rights to do certain things just because of this crap. In my opinion, these people ruin it for everybody. They're taking it way out of context and they don't understand the law. Yeah, they're paying for it though. They're getting arrested and getting in trouble, which is good. I mean, this guy is. There's another wannabe supposedly in Detroit that got killed at a gas station trying to do the same crap. It was unbelievable.
Oh no, really? Wow. See, that's oh my gosh.
That's
Those are things they don't think about.
Yeah, somebody else he's an influencer, right? So he was not allowed on any platform except for like Kick, and he finally got kicked off Kick. How do you get kicked off Kick?
At the same time, to play devil's advocate, no matter what you call somebody, a grown-ass man should be like, okay, cool, walk away, right?
I agree,
To go and fight each other over it is kind of crazy to me on both sides.
It's going to happen though. If you antagonize somebody enough, they're probably going to punch you. Not every man's going to be able to say, like that dude he had PTSD. Not every man's going to be able to go, yeah, cool, bro. You called me a jackass freaking cracker to my face 36 times, and I'm just going to take it and not show some masculinity at some point. I don't know. It's hard for me to
Libra,
wrap
you're
my head
right.
around.
In my opinion, because he really hammers the point away. He's not just saying it once. He keeps saying it over again.
Yeah.
He
keeps, you're chipping out. Now you're chipping out because you're not going to do nothing about it. He goes, then come over here and do something. That's antagonizing. Yeah, it's provoking.
Turn it on its head. Put the shoe on the other foot. You're a black man. You're calling me a cracker. If I was to then assault you, you're just exercising your freedom of speech. And we don't have words in this country that are illegal to say. If you're not threatening to kill somebody or strewing words together, which are a threat to someone's mortal being, but calling somebody a name that they don't like or don't prefer, that doesn't give somebody just cause to then beat you up for that.
It's just disrespectful as hell. Yeah. Like, you gotta have some respect for people.
Right there.
Yeah.
I
That's
agree
how I
with this
view
guy.
it. Like, if you don't have respect, then what kind of man are you?
Yeah.
Couldn't say it better myself.
It's not about the word. He did it with the intentions of antagonizing the black community. He knew exactly what he was doing when he was doing it. He got exactly what he wanted. He wanted to shoot a black man. That was his whole point.
Let me see a with a weapon. As soon as I see you, bro, I'm fucking shooting your brains out. Starting things and instigating and harassing people shoots and kills a black man. That's what it's going to say all over the headlines.
So why would he go into these communities and start in trouble with them constantly, knowing what it does, knowing what that word, how that word makes us feel? He knew what he was doing when he did it.
If what you're doing is going around using racial slurs and profanity, that's a little different.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
This is a gas station in the hood that I used to go to all the time. Like, and he had the balls to do it there. And that's why I'm just like, he doesn't know where he's at. He does not know Nashville. Where did this guy come from? I still don't know that he's really from Clarksville. I feel like he's from another state and moved to Clarksville. He's not from Tennessee. Like, he hadn't been here very long, I don't feel like, but I might be wrong.
You're gonna
I
argue
mean,
that in
I
court?
thought I
Don't
heard
walk up on
something
me.
that he was like born and raised in Clarksville, but I also wonder how much like the influence of other people like telling him, "Do it, Chud. This is a good idea." Da, 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 da,
Well, you'll see.
right, is
Yeah.
influencing his decision. You know, because people like sending you money to do these things, like
Yep. There's
know,
this white
or
supremacists online, these neo-Nazis and stuff that will get online and they watch their little plot wherever they have a platform. Well, you'll see in the end why he might be doing what he's doing. So he's not a Trumpster either. He's not a MAGA nothing. He's not really Republican. He admitted to that on the streets. So yeah, you'll see why he's probably doing what he's doing.
Y'all ain't gonna do nothing but chimp out. Just trying to say I can't come in the store. Look at these dumbass chipping out. What y'all gonna do if I walk in the store? What y'all gonna do if I walk in the store?
Man.
He thinks this city would condone his actions. That's crazy. He is a horrible person. We don't want hate in Clarksville. We don't want that racism, that bigotry, none of that stuff.
Hey, what's up, guys? As many of you guys know, in today's
Out of the
episode,
mouths of
we sent
babes.
our correspondent Liam to the streets of Clarksville, Tennessee to investigate the Chud the Builder bail hearing rally. It's a pretty neat story, but a lot of people care about this, which begs the question, how is the mainstream media covering this right now? To find out,
So I'm gonna try to
exactly
skip
who
up
owns each of these outlets, which
It's it is a suburb, not even a suburb outside of Tennessee. It's an hour away from Nashville. People would expect big Trump voters historically, but ever since Trump, we've seen shifts to the left and to the left and to the left.
Going in there with a weapon on your hip and saying things that you know are going to offend us intentionally. He knew what he was doing.
Do you think there's any credence to the thought that, like, if you bring a weapon and then try to provoke somebody, that it's kind of premeditated?
I mean, that's an allegation.
Look at her freaking teeth. Look at her underbite. Oh my God. She's like such a jackass. I'm sorry. I'm not.
I agree.
I'm not usually mean to women like this, but to women like this, yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene wannabe ass freakazoid weirdo. Go back to your shanties.
And you can't really.
I mean, he would crawl in a cave and freaking die for all I care. Unalive yourself.
Doing it for like weeks though, online with the camera.
And you're calling that provocation?
And you're calling that provocation? Bit? You're looking up in the dictionary.
I would have to disagree completely, and I would call it provocation. I mean,
It is provocation. You're coming up, trying to get somebody so mad they're going to do something. You know, you're using words have the power of life and death, man.
Well, it's like, here's the thing about it. It's like, how would she like it? This is how people have to think too, please.
Yeah.
Because it's like, how would you like it if somebody came up and said, "Hey, white bread," or something derogatory towards a white person? Take your pick of the rudest words and the most demeaning and condescending and derogatory things that you could possibly say to another human being. And would you like that said to you? No, you wouldn't. And why would you do that and incite things publicly? In my opinion, it's asking for trouble. It's like going and waking up in the morning and saying, I'm gonna go cause, I think I'm gonna cause some shit today,
Even the Bible says you'd grab a dog by the ears, he's gonna bite you.
Well, and I mean, and it doesn't
wisdom.
It's exactly. Well, and it's a total lack of a moral compass too. But I'm glad these those two young kids.
Yeah, they're young.
Yeah,
they had they actually had their head on their shoulders, didn't they? Screwed on halfway straight.
You see dirty trash. You know what I'm saying? Bitch ass.
When you go in with a gun, I think you know what to expect. We've seen both sides kind of talk about this, with Kyle Rittenhouse on one side and then Republicans talking about Alex, I forgot his name now, up in Minnesota. Both sides are saying, when you have a gun, you're bringing it to a group. I mean, you don't expect good to come out of that. And so this whole case, I think $1.25 million bond says a lot about it.
I'm on set initial bond at 1.25 million.
Are you in the courtroom?
Look at his eyes. 1.25 million. He closes his eyes. Ooh. Oh man. He knew he was done right there. You're done, boy. Are you gonna chip out? Are you gonna say the N-word in court? Are you gonna say it to that bailiff? You're standing right there. Oh, you didn't say nothing, did you?
About it.
I'm on set initial bond at 1.25 million.
Are you in the courtroom right now?
I was in the courtroom just now, yes.
What can you tell us?
What do you want to know?
Well, what's going on up there? I mean, what does it look like the self-defense
I love her
is
glasses.
gonna pass, or I mean,
That's not even the point of the hearing today. You clearly have some significant
no idea.
misapprehension.
Yeah.
It's a bond hearing. The only thing happening today is the judge deciding what the appropriate bond is for Dalton Netherly. That's it.
Jake Lang was
That's it.
making some hand gestures in the courtroom, and the judge asked him to stop or he would be removed. And at that point,
Stupid ass.
Jake decided he wanted
Look
to
at-
make some.
Look at that. That colored man is ready
Fanny
to
Pack got
handcuff him
kicked
so
out,
quick.
huh?
Yeah, he
He
said
got
he
booted,
put him in
huh?
contempt. He said anybody that speaks out, or he said it's not going to be a clown fest in here, whatever. He said, I will put you in contempt and 10 days automatic jail time. And this guy, he said, it's a 2-tier system. He's that stupid white supremacist guy.
Statements. And
Alex
oh.
Lang. Yeah,
So
he got
then
arrested.
did he got arrested and held in contempt for that?
Yep, 10 days jail automatically. The judge told everybody, and he still wanted to
Right.
speak out and say something stupid about politics in there.
where he made these statements. He was removed from the courtroom, arrested, so he will be held here at the
The Jew that hates Jews. So crazy.
Montgomery County Jail, and will be released in 10 days.
While he was being
And
escorted
they-
out, he made a comment about a, quote, two-tiered justice system.
It's stupid. I mean, like, he's running for Senate, Wayne, in Florida, and then he's coming here to support a white supremacist. They're supposed to be American.
Florida. He's from your state. I forgot.
Oh, I didn't know he was running. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and vote
When
against
I
him.
watched this on the first take, I was so amped up and fired up about, everything. I probably failed to hear that part.
So crazy.
Wow.
This is what he wanted
I
to. He
will
wanted
say,
to
Libra,
cause a rise.
when you first enter the state of Florida, there's a
Yeah.
huge Confederate flag, and I know there's many different interpretations of that, but somehow that doesn't surprise me completely.
So strange. Yeah, I never saw that. Not when I last went there. So something's changed. That's crazy. Florida's
Keep in mind, I grew up in Chicago, so I've grown up with all types of beautiful ethnicities and different people, and grew up with all different friends from all different backgrounds. And I just, I'm so grateful to have had that experience, because it's just boring if everybody's like you. And it's just, in my opinion, I love variety.
Me too. And I think they changed Georgia's flag because of that, because it was like pretty much a Confederate flag with a symbol in the middle. And I think they changed Georgia's flag a while back during one of the administrations, Obama or somebody, and we're getting rid of some of the racial looking stuff. I know it's heritage, but rebel flag looking stuff. Yeah, it's like, I think they did, but I might be wrong.
Does Chud has a family, Libra? What is this?
Yeah, they had to block his little boy's face because
Aw.
he's worried about his
Poor
life.
babies.
And so he has a son, but he's out here. He can't get a job nowhere because he's such a racist, bigot piece of crap, in my opinion. Can't get a job anywhere. Lost his job because of doing this stuff around COVID-19. And then they're trying to raise money for him, and some idiots gave him almost $200,000. These
Woo, doggy.
white supremacist, First Amendment idiots that don't understand it's not First Amendment. That's not your nothing. You're being an idiot, and you're in jail because of it. And so, yeah, his girlfriend. He's worried about her safety and everything. He kind of cried about it online. How horrible his life is now. It's his fault.
Well, it is,
He
and
wanted-
I can say I do feel for their baby, and and I don't know what
Me
side of
too.
the aisle the girlfriend's on, but it's not her fault that he's an idiot. But
He
in
tried
the
to get a
same
girl's
way-
number out there while he was out there. He shook some lady's hand. He's like, "Chud, nice to meet you." She goes, "Oh, Chud." He goes, "Can have your phone so I could put my number in it? And she just kind of walked off on him. And I was like, dude, you got a wife at home and you're doing this live streaming? What an idiot.
Yeah. Oh,
He's a
that's
piece of shit.
Wow.
Alex Jones.
This system showed the Miller successfully raised enough donations.
I can see Alex Jones trying to. What an idiot. Alex Jones, man, I just noticed that. He's behind. He's probably promoting the stupid GoFundMe crap.
To call in the white supremacists.
Alex Jones is a piece of crap too, in my opinion.
Anybody
Free
that
my
would fund
boy.
hatred.
Got the SS
You just
Gestapo crap. Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. That you gotta have no brain. You're just brainless sack of shit, in my opinion. That hopefully, how do I say it? Natural selection will take its course. We'll just say that.
That's
No,
what
I
they're
think
doing
that's
now.
a-
They
I think
gathered
that's
up, they put
really
their
well
posters
said.
together, but they didn't show up for him, so they're not here.
Did you see the bus?
No. Where is it?
Ew, what the hell is this?
Okay,
now?
no, that's okay. That's 250 American. I don't know whose that is. It might. Oh, it's probably that one guy's. It's Charlie Kirk. I don't know whose bus that is. I'd
Charlie
be
Kirk
ashamed.
would not be okay with that. I don't think. I mean,
Yeah, this is this is
my.
not. I don't think this is that dude's. I don't know what that is. I think it's just for the 250th anniversary. Let me see what he says about the bus.
Cause a rise. He wanted to call in the white supremacists. That's what they're doing now. They gathered up, they put their posters together, but they didn't show up for him, so they're not here.
Did you see the bus?
No. Where is it?
Oh, they were asking us if there was any people here that came, and we told them there wasn't because no one showed up, and they went back. But they came all the way up from Florida.
We're from Florida. You know what I mean?
Are there certain positions that you find yourself putting the Republican Party in specifically?
No.
So they happen to be Trump supporters that are more on that white supremacist side. It's so sad though, isn't it? You can't just be normal. You got to be so extreme and then pull Trump into it. Really, in my opinion, it's like I'm not a Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. Okay. But I'm just saying,
Fair enough.
You're pulling the Republican Party into that crap. And it's not even, I don't even think they're that bad, as extreme as they can be, or the left can be. This white supremacy stuff's a whole nother level. And you're bringing that Nazi crap it's shame.
So the little lightning bolt thing is something that really, and just, from personal experience, my stalker, he has one of those prison tats, and it's very large and prominent on his body, and it scared me because I am half Hispanic, and I that was one thing that I absolutely put in the court documents, because when I realized what that was,
SS Gestapo.
it's scary. It drives another level of hatred, and it's very scary. And the judge was well aware of that as well. And I had no problem telling him that. Because these people are absolutely driven by hate. They wake up in the morning, drink a big, bottle of haterade, and then they go out here drinking that on that haterade, and then they go out and then do these things and go after women and go after, it's I know, it's like infuriating.
It's crazy, man.
I mean, when it comes to listen, I'm a Republican through and through. I feel like they are that's the party of common sense the most, right now.
Yeah.
But cause I don't agree with men going in little girls' bathrooms, right, and dressing up and pretending to be women is kind of crazy to me. So you want me to expand it real quick? So
yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Pause it real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
MAGA Mobile Command is the bus. Me, I'm MAGA junk removal on all platforms, pretty much. Yeah.
It's a magnet for sure, man. You just park and people come up to you and they talk to you. You can find out what the temperature is in the area, how the people are really feeling.
Because people are itching for stuff like this, patriotic things.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that this is where Jake Lang was.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No. I know Jake Lang. Yeah. I do know him. But yeah. So this is some of the campaign hats and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where they are.
They're behind every left-wing radical organization.
Blah blah blah. Let's get.
And I don't understand that. But why have you come to the value system that you have come to? Was that the university that you went to? Your family just shares the same ideals. Where does that come from?
What do you think my value?
I asked him the same thing.
Okay, so that's pretty much that in a nutshell. This one is a copycat, supposedly.
Oh, is this?
Yeah, here it is. The bomb. On hearing dollars, you'll never see the light of day again. There we go. I was waiting for that to pop up.
But still,
Is that
go ahead
him?
and say
Is that him?
she is spot on with
That's a wannabe that was doing
every single thing
copycat,
she
sorry.
said.
You
he was walking up to white women and asking them how they. Yeah, he was walking up to white women asking them how they like those N words, and it's like what? And he's copycatting Chud doing his own. Yeah.
Oh no!
And all these white girls are like, we don't play that.
That would deserve a water in the face.
Builder is gay. He got exposed by.
Here you go.
He's half white and half Mexican. Nick Fuentes, he's gay. He's admitted to going to gay bars. He watches transgender porn. Chud the Builder is gay. He got exposed by a transgender person.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now, millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Great.
You're in a robe right now. Who cares? But yeah, listen to what she's got to say.
But in the caption, it said that black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog. A lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, used to hang out with black girls.
That's how he used to dress in a little fairy costume.
That's him for real?
So crazy. Yeah.
Damn,
that's him before he was Chud the Builder.
He was getting so deranged.
Chud the Pegger. He was getting pegged by this this is the girl that approached him on the street and was like, I know you. And he goes, yeah, I know you. He admitted to it. So she really got him. She pretty much trapped him into that one where, yeah, she's like, it ain't no joke.
Girl, shame on you. So you have to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. I'm an egregore too. Lily Venus, hi. Hail the great mother. So I am all about enlightenment, controversy, occultism, witchcraft, and of course, love. So me talking about this is what my brand is about. Let's expose it, bro. So yes, pretty bitch with a big dick. I have not Dalton since like 2015. He was a little chubbier then. His cheeks used to clap in such like the cutest way.
Damn.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? This is who this really
I have
is.
no idea about many of the references that she's making. Just allegedly, in my opinion, a lot of this is going over my head, and I don't want an explanation. I'm good on that. The fairy costume and the yeah, wow.
Yeah, so he runs around. He does. I think he just hates because he hates himself, or I don't know. It's weird, right? It's like he has this thing about I'm just going to hate and attack people because I'm embarrassed of what I did, and I'm trying to look, overdo it. He's trying to overcompensate for being such what he really is, which is this fairy down here, in my opinion. Crazy, right? So when you look at all this bad stuff,
now Chud, he doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more, so I probably wouldn't fuck him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first met him, he was a virgin, and I'm having a hunch that
anyway, she gets too far.
Sacrifice secures our freedom.
We carry their.
So
It's
were
crazy.
people like
Something
saying that didn't happen and that's why she came out and exposed him, or what was
Well, he was just
the
just
backstory?
going
Because
rampant downtown. Yeah. He was going rampant downtown with his live streaming and doing all the racist stuff, and she saw him and pulled up on him because he's live streaming, so it's easy to stalk somebody like that, right? She pulls up on him, gets out of her little piece of crap Nissan or whatever, and like, yeah, I know you. He's like, yeah, I know you. She goes, Chud, you didn't always go by that name, Dalton, right? He's like, yeah, I remember you. We see, we have ties, y'all. We have ties. And he was trying to just play it off, I think. But I think he really did. I think it's real. I think she's right. Otherwise, it'd be slander.
Oh, I believe her. I was just
crazy,
taken back
right?
by her willingness to
share, right? Sorry about that. It was explicit. I should
the
have warned y'all.
detail was a little much for me,
It was.
but in the same way, because again, I don't understand like a lot of that terminology, but in the same way,
crazy.
I feel violated. Thanks a lot, Chud
Yeah,
the Builder.
Me too.
So I'm just wondering
Dude, thanks,
if
Chud. Sorry about that, y'all.
no, I was
Should've
just
wanted my
wondering
trigger
about the
warning.
backstory, like if like yeah, if he was if they had like beef or something, but that makes sense that she because I mean it's a small world, and you know he's doing this all in the streets of Nashville apparently.
Haha, what you mama says. I knew you're smart, Libra. I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Probably just the subject matter. I don't know, but yeah, that's funny. You said she said also where'd it go? He was, yeah, I guess he wasn't
Never pissed
pervy.
off crazy. Is this one? Is this
He
one?
wasn't pervy to that information.
Oh yeah, I'm not privy to that. I'm glad to not be privy to that. Shoot, I'm like, this is a lot to take in. So this character is into a lot of crap, and then what happened? Like, he obviously was
So wow.
younger, and then he met his current girlfriend, and they have a baby, and he decided to become.
Yeah, I think it's his wife. I think he has.
What
a
did
wife
I
now.
tell you about Chud the
They had
Builder
that,
when you
yeah.
first told me about him? Did I say something like I think he has issues with his masculinity or something? Or what
I'm
I
sure you
said
did.
was I bet you he had a ethnic girl turn him down at some point, and now he has
Yeah.
like a deep hatred. I was definitely thinking that could be
Yeah, something along those lines. I believe.
part
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, I believe so. Well, man, that was fun. I didn't want to keep you up too much longer with that. I just wanted to throw some of that new stuff in there with that, and just kind of show you what's going
Yeah.
on with that.
Well, I'm glad the judge decided to give him, you know, a high amount because I'm sure he or she considered the crowd sourcing that he would get in terms of funding for the hate, because that's one thing that it never ceases to
Yeah.
amaze me that people will you know, as good and fine as our chat can be, I love you guys, you know, and we're not hateful in here. It's amazing to me that if you go into these other chats, you can really see the deep-seated hatred and racism, and it's sad because a lot of times people will be like, no, that doesn't exist. Oh, it's not like that anymore. It's 2026. Not so
Yeah.
fast. Not
Yeah,
so fast.
exactly.
It's important to recognize what's happening in a major city. And again, my experience in the Nashville area, vastly different.
Yeah, you didn't see that. That's not normal. Like still not tolerated in Nashville. We're a melting pot, so
Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me too. It
we don't
reminded me of
tolerate that
Chicago.
crap. Those people came from Florida. Remember, like they weren't even from here. The people that were going for Chud weren't even from here, so it just tells you a lot right there too. It's like, yep, doesn't work here. And Clarksville isn't exactly Nashville either. So when that happened over there, they're going to be tougher on him than Nashville would. Nashville would be a lot more lenient on him. Since it's Clarksville, ooh boy, they're like, you're in Montgomery County. It's over with, boy. It's over with, buddy.
Interesting. Okay,
You
they're
know,
harsher.
these little counties, you know, it's kind of like Sumner County. Yeah, they're just more harsh than Metro. Metro Nashville is just so lenient on crime, and that's why I think a lot of it's more prominent, not just because of the amount of residents too, but you know, the population. It's crime. So much, there's so much more that's related to like Nashville than,
Oh, I think you're cutting out just a little bit, Libra. Sorry.
I should say.
Can you repeat that? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I didn't. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, Nashville has, you know, actual murders going on and stuff, so they're just a little bit more worried about that than even attempted murder. Probably it's just they're just more lenient. So I'm glad it happened in Clarksville. In other words, it happened where it needed to, and
Right.
he got what he deserved, in my opinion. But he needs to be put in population. He needs to be put in general population, because what Charlie Brown, teacher for a minute, that just means we need to get off here. Then I do need to get off here, get to Betty by. But yeah, I had a good time.
No,
with
I
you,
appreciate
man.
you having the Yeah, thank you for having the conversation. I mean, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to just, talk about all the issues. And this Chud the Builder guy is big news. And again, I think it's for good reason. I was happy to see a lot of people that didn't support it. I'm a little weirded out that this Florida group was there to, that's gross. That makes me want to
That was
puke,
weird.
actually. Yeah, I'm going to go
Now you know
bark.
to look out for that Alex Lang. He's a piece of crap, white supremacist, in my opinion, and watch out for him. Don't vote for him, obviously.
Now that I know,
Tell
I
your
mean,
friends.
hey, yeah, I'm not big into politics. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to waste
Me
my
either.
time. The Electoral College is the one that decides the vote. Don't try to piss
It
it off
is.
and say it's
Thank
raining.
you very much. You actually understand it.
Yeah,
Yep.
I do. I
Electoral
do. And I
College.
mean, I get it because I did. I grew up with, my folks telling me, well, my mom would be big on it. Like, if you don't vote, then you can't have an opinion. You have to vote. And, it's like, then you realize it's like, yeah, I know. But so I think this time around too, I was just kind of like, okay, let's serve the two, Joe Biden's over there acting a fool. And I don't like anything like too radical on either side of the aisle either,
Yeah, I can't stand it right now. It's just too much. It's too much, man. People need to chill out. Just can't we all just get along? You know what I mean?
Oh, Valley Gal is saying exactly. Why can't we be friends? So
Why can't we be friends? Go ahead.
no, it's okay. The Valley Gal says the bodies and parts showing up in Nash and the surrounding areas are crazy and not normal. Do you know anything about this? I've not heard this.
From the river, like we we're talking about with Seth, or what?
Oh yes. Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't know, Valley
Yeah, I'm
Gal.
sure it is. I believe that.
Man.
The bodies and parts showing up in Nashville and the surrounding areas are crazy and not normal. Yeah, it's always happening. It's always been happening as long as I've been here. Just they're always finding a body in the woods somewhere, body parts. So I mean, unless it's something new that's just like extravagant, it's not normal. No, Tennessee is so weird. Tennessee's weird. And a lot of it, the problem, like we say all the time, is the laws. A lot of it's the laws, and a lot of it's how they treat their children here. It's horrible, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just still can't believe that they didn't find, Sebastian and
Anywhere else, they would have locked up the parent, the step.
I mean, I hear that a lot too. I do.
They would have been in Florida, right? It wouldn't have been. They would have. Yeah.
Well, Florida's very tough on crime. I will say that, and that's one thing that's appealing to me. Just because I think if you're like violent, if you hurt a little kid, like there's no reason that you should be locked up for a violent offense and then let out to do it again. And we see that all the time. And once somebody shows you, you know, who they are, you need to believe them. Like, again, it's like, I know that we don't want to think the worst of everybody, and I am sometimes the queen of giving the benefit of the doubt or trying to be diplomatic and fair and balanced. But at the end of the day, these people are anything but fair and balanced. So why should I give them that respect that they don't deserve?
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to our kids, you know, like it's just, you know, nobody should ever hurt them. They should be able to grow up and,
Yeah,
you
man.
know, become,
I'm
yeah,
gonna head off
the
here
good
and
leaders, right? You know.
yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
Libra, thank you for coming up, and
I'm gonna
thank you
head
for
off here and I'm gonna
conversation.
absolutely as always. And we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All
And
right,
good
sounds
night,
good.
everybody. Witchy Mama, Chuchi, Veronica. Who else we got? We got
Valley
let's see,
Gal is here.
Cinderella, Valley Gal, Lady Freedom. We got Lady Freedom here. It looks like some people are left. So yeah, thanks y'all for being here, and y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Libra, and I'll talk to you guys all next time.